this dream carries on for Cam Norrie.
It's going to be a tough one against Novak. I'm going to take it to him.
Oh, my. He was flying then. He had to work hard, very hard. The greats have a way of making it happen.
Every single time I step in this court, the love affair keeps going and keeps growing. Hopefully I can maintain that run.
Hello there, welcome along to Wimbledon Uncovered on day 12 of the championships. Men's semi-finals day, but we're going to have to change that from semi-finals to semi-final. Because yesterday evening we were given the frustrating news that Rafa Nadal had decided to pull out due to injury. So Nick Kyrgios is already through to Sunday's men's final with a walkover. But who will he face? Novak Djokovic and Cameron Norrie will decide that a bit later. As you can see, another hot day here at the All England Club. Blue skies and sunshine all the way. Still busy around the grounds, the famous walkways, outside courts and the hill, buzzing with activity. We will, of course, keep you right up to date with everything here on Wimbledon Uncovered. James Stewart is back with me. You saw the forecast was good and you thought, I need to get back to SW19.
Yeah, they just about let me in this morning. I had to convince security to let me back. But yeah, cracking day for it. I actually saw a guy on my way in down Wimbledon Bridge Road selling straw hats outside of his house. The queue was bigger than the queue for Wimbledon. So it's a day for a hat. He'll be doing some roaring trade. Cracking day to be back here. 28 degrees.
And a day for sunglasses as well, so we're not squinting into the camera.
What could you want? It's a good time to be here.
We'll talk Rafa Nadal and all of that in just a second, but let's have a quick look at the order of play, what we've got to look forward to on centre court. The organisers had to, jiggle things a little bit around last night because of that news that Rafa Nadal was pulling out. So we're going to begin with a ladies' doubles match on centre, Kichenok and Ostapenko against Krejcikova and Siniakova, who are a great partnership. They've won Grand Slam titles before. Then after that is the semi-final singular, Novak Djokovic against Cameron Norrie. Can Norrie stop Djokovic, who now, having dropped a couple of sets in the early stages, looks like he's on an inexorable, easy for me to say, inexorable march towards another Wimbledon final.
And we can head over to court one as well. As Adam said, different lineup, but still a cracking day for it over on court one, which gets underway very shortly. We've got the gentlemen's wheelchair singles up first. Great clash there between Gustavo Fernandez and the number 2 seed, keeping British hopes alive, Alfie Hewitt, first up there. Before the ladies' invitational doubles with a couple of names you might recognise on the left-hand side of your screen, Kim Clijsters and Martina Hingis. What a duo that's going to be up against King and Shadova over there. And we finish up. That's a busy day for Hewitt, isn't it? Back again in the wheelchair double semi-finalists up against the Netherlands and Belgium.
And it was a brilliant match yesterday in the singles. Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, great friends, great doubles partners playing against each other. Alfie Hewitt in the end winning that one, but it was a huge crowd on court 14 for that one.
Isn't it? Yes. Got some rest last
and it's great to see crowds watching the wheelchair singles and doubles. Before we have a little bit of a chat about the whys and wherefores of Rafa Nadal having to pull out, let's hear from the Spaniard, the great Spaniard. We were hoping that he was going to be able to head out and play his men's semi-final today against Nick Kyrgios. We saw the injury that he was struggling with in the latter stages against Taylor Fritz. The question marks started really when we heard that he was going to be practicing yesterday at Orangi, but away from the cameras. That looked like the injury was going to be an issue. Let's hear from him speaking yesterday about why he was pulling out in the press conference.
Yeah, well, good evening, everyone. Well, unfortunately, as you can imagine, if I am here because I have to pull out from the tournament. No, as everybody saw yesterday, I have been suffering with the pain in the abdominal. I know something was not okay there, as yesterday I said, and that's confirmed. I have a tear in the muscle, in the abdominal. So the communication is too late, because even like that I was thinking during the whole day about the decision to make, but I think it's don't make sense to go, even if I tried a lot of time during all my career to keep going under very tough circumstances in that one. I think it's obvious that if I keep going, the injury gonna be worse and worse, and that's the thing that I can say now, and feel very sad to say that.
Russell Fuller from the BBC. Commiserations. Have you made the decision primarily because you don't think you can be competitive in a semi-final against Nick Kyrgios, or because you're worried that by playing on you'll make the injury that much worse?
I made my decision because I believe that I can't win 2 matches under these circumstances. You know, I can't serve. It's not only that I can't serve at the right speed. It's that I can't do the normal movement to serve. You know. So after say that, imagine myself winning 2 matches, and for respect to myself in some way, I don't want to go out there, not be competitive enough to play at this at the level that I need to play to achieve my goal, and with a big chance to make the things much worse. No? And being honest, a couple of weeks ago, I saw my career very difficult because of the foot injury. Now that the things are better in that case, that's the most dangerous things that can today stop my tennis career, thinking that the things are going better in that way, without a doubt. As I always said, for me the most important thing is happiness more than any title, even if everybody knows how much effort I put to be here. But I can't risk that much and stay 2-3 months outside of the competition, because that's going to be a tough thing for me. If that happens, but not because I was not doing the things the proper way, and that's my decision, and I have to live with that, and I can't say another thing that I am very sad and have been a very tough one.
Can you say when the injury happened, and do you know yet how long it will take you to recover?
Well, I had some issues in the abdominal since a week. But the things were more or less were able to control it. But yesterday was the worst day. I was honestly, during the week I did tests to see how the things evolves, and it's obvious that yesterday after the match this very small thing that I had days ago, increased to a bigger thing, and that's the thing. And gonna be around between 3-4 weeks, normal thing for this kind of injuries. So I hope that this will not make me. I hope these 3-4 weeks will allow me to do my normal calendar. That's the calendar that I have on mine. So I can keep playing, not now, but in 1 week I'm gonna be able to play from the baseline, not serving for a while, of course, but playing from the baseline going to be not a big deal. So that's in some way that's a positive thing, that I going to keep being able to practice a bit from the baseline, and that helps to try to make the calendar that I want to do.
Last one in English, Matt.
Rafa, was there one point yesterday where it was really bad, where you aggravated it, or was it just building up and then the pain got bad? Was there a certain point where you reached or served hard or anything?
It's difficult to say. I had this feeling on the abdominal the last week, but for some moments were worse, some moments a little bit better. But yesterday, in the game that I was serving, 3-1 to 3-2, I think, was the moment that I started to feel the things were going worst. And then serving, if I was not wrong, serving 4-3, the thing starts to be much worse. Then I found a way, more or less, to even, slowing down the speed and changing the movement on the serve. I was able to find a way to probably don't increase the injury that much and be able to finish the match. But yeah, then I am always kind of person that think step by step. Yesterday I wanted to finish, as I said, I wanted to finish the match. I finished with a victory, but then I need to do all the things that I had to do, and the test says that I have what I have, and not. There is always a choice, but in this particular case, it's not like the foot that I know that the injury is there and the injury will not get worse. In this particular case, it's obvious that if I keep going, the injury gonna be increasing. No?
Yeah, Rafa Nadal, there were the news that we suspected might be the case, but we're hoping we wouldn't hear. I mean, fair play to him for coming out and doing that. It can't be easy for him. We had rumours kind of throughout the day that maybe it was on, maybe it was off, so it wasn't a decision he took at all lightly. As you can see from him training, was it this yesterday? He just isn't. He's just not at it, is he?
No, and Rafa is one of those players who's never started a match and then quit. He just doesn't do it.
It's not in his mentality,
It's not his mentality, particularly if he's playing Nick Kyrgios. I don't think there's too much love lost between the two of them. They go about their business very, very differently. And I don't think he would have wanted to give Kyrgios, I suppose, the pleasure of actually being able to beat him, injury or not, on centre court in a Wimbledon semi-final. And there was a few questions about it there, and Rafa didn't really want to be drawn on it. But ultimately, what's the point? If he's not going to get through it, he's not going to be able to beat a player of the level of Kyrgios if he's not playing properly. He was only just about able to scrape through against Taylor Fritz, and a lot of that will have been, due to the adrenaline and the fact that he wouldn't have been feeling quite as much pain while his body was warm, but then once he cools down, he did so. And also for the tournament, respect for the tournament, because if he goes out, somehow manages to get through against Kyrgios, but then can't play the final, you don't want to tell Wimbledon, well, I can't give you a Wimbledon final.
And we want to see this guy coming back and back and back, and if it's going to make it worse, the longevity here is key, and you can see him, ever the professional, adored here at Wimbledon. You can see him taking time. This is after the training session yesterday, saying his goodbyes, meeting the fans. What a gentleman.
Yes, and also 2 thumbs up for him fronting up, doing a press conference, saying goodbye to everybody, because some people would have just disappeared into the night and just put out a statement, and that was the end of it. But Rafa would never do that. I think also for him, there is no, because of what's happened before in his career, I mean, just recently at Roland Garros, playing with, the problems he's had in his foot, he was reportedly having to have injections, cortisone injections, just to play those matches. So he knows what it's like to play with a bit of an injury. I don't think there's any question that if it was too much pain, he would not want to go out on court.
Well, as you say, we were lucky to have him here at all, really, because there were some doubts coming into it. So I think the fact that we got as much tennis as we did out of him over the last 10, 11 days is to be commended. And, even a 50% Rafa is better than a lot of tennis that we have out there. So,
and I think the foot problem, and he intimated this in one of his interviews in the lead-up to Wimbledon, it might have been when he was speaking to Renee Stubbs, he could kind of work around that.
Well, he was managing it, wasn't he?
He was managing it, it's the best way to describe it. But you can't win a match without a serve. No. Inevitably, to be honest, I'm surprised he finished the match against Fritz. We saw his dad, Sebastian, was in the box, pointing at him and effectively saying, I don't think you should keep going, son. But I think it's only his desire to not retire in a match and chase that calendar slam and continue the run he's been on that was keeping him out there. But I think in the hours and the day afterwards, the reality dawned that he probably wouldn't be able to keep it up against Kyrgios.
Especially the way he plays. It's such an aggressive game. It needs absolutely everything. And when you can't do that, it's tricky for everyone involved. But, you know, his loss is Nick Kyrgios's gain. You know, does that unsettle players? You know, you kind of planned, obviously, to play today. That extra rest day, is that tricky for them?
Yeah, I think, well, the immediate assumption is, oh, well, this is a huge benefit. Day off for Nick Kyrgios. He can put his feet up and watch the basketball, probably. But it is, as you suggested there, it is difficult to manage because players, one of the things about a Grand Slam is you have a day off in between your matches. He's now basically got 2 days off.
Yeah.
We didn't see him have too much of a practice yesterday. We were at Arangi in the afternoon. I hesitate to even call it a practice session. He was calling people, you know, friends from off the court for a little bit of a hit. Spent most of the time lying down.
It's nice weather, Adam,
a brief chat and then wandered off. I know he did do some physical work and some treatment afterwards, but it wasn't an intense practice session. I think if he'd known that at the time, it would have been. Nick approaches things differently to most, but I think he wouldn't have wanted to go 2 days without at least an intense hit on a court.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, here we go. This is what we were watching.
Busy day at the office yesterday, wasn't it?
Junior tennis players heading down to Wimbledon. This is exactly what you should not be doing.
I think
before a big match.
If a picture was going to sum up Nick Kyrgios' approach to life, that might, you know, he's a pretty chill guy. He does things his own way. He's got a very unique style.
Yes.
And it looks like he's having a good time. But he did make a point of saying that, you know, his dad's doing the barbecue every night. They've had a real good structure. He's kept off his phone. He's stayed away from the sort of social media. And I just wonder if this extra day might affect that a little bit.
Yeah, I think this works for him. And also, I heard an interesting analysis of him that he is learning as he gets older and a bit more experienced, perhaps playing in these Grand Slams, to be a bit more like a test batsman in that he's building an innings. He knows that he can't keep the concentration like a Rafa Nadal or a Roger Federer or a Novak Djokovic over the same extended period. So rather than trying to do that, which isn't his personality, instead he's focusing in on the moments he really needs to concentrate, make them the best he can, and then you can lie down and do whatever else he's doing the rest of the time.
I mean, he talks a lot about his growth and his maturity and how that's evolved. And he, for the first time in a while, talked about he was loving being in those points, and he said he loved the fight. And that, to me, shows a guy that's enjoying his tennis. He's happy to be here, and you can see that in the way he's playing.
And it will be interesting to see what he does at the practice courts today. Will he, because of what's happened, rather than having a match on centre court, will he go out to Arangi and have a bit more of an intense practice session just to make sure he keeps the rhythm in? Because that's the issue over 2 days. Whilst he's not going to be as fatigued, and that will be a tick in one side, the problem is that he may be a little bit rusty when he does walk out on centre court to face either Djokovic or Norrie in the final. Let's hear from Kyrgios, because he didn't speak yesterday after the news, because it was quite late in the day, past 7 o'clock here at UK time, but he has given a press conference a little earlier on today.
Nick, maybe not how you want to get there, but you're a Wimbledon finalist. How does that feel?
Yeah, I think you already said it. It's not the way I wanted to get to the final. And, you know, as a competitor, I really did want that match. You know, that was obviously something that as soon as I beat Garin, I knew that Rafa was a high possibility. And it's just someone that I've had so many good battles with before. And, you know, we've both taken a win against each other at this tournament. I really did want to see how the third chapter was going to go. And obviously you never want to see someone like that, so important to the sport, and go down with an injury like that. And he's just played so much tennis. He's had a grueling season. So I just hope he recovers, and I'm sure I'll play him again on a big stage. But, you know, obviously I'm not going to say that it's exciting, you know, to say that I have a chance to play for a Grand Slam singles title after everything. It's pretty cool.
Nick, Rob Moore from Sunsport. How and when did you find out that he was pulling out? And have you spoken to Rafa in the last 12 hours?
No, I haven't spoken to him. I found out last night at dinner, just obviously before I got indicated that it was going to happen, just before the press conference, obviously. And honestly, my first feeling was a bit of disappointment. You know, my energy was so focused on playing him and tactically how I'm going to go out there and play, and the emotions of walking out there and all that type of stuff. But you know, it wouldn't have been easy for him to do that. You know, I'm sure that a lot of his team members and himself, there was a big part of him that wanted to play, for sure. You know, he hasn't barely lost a match this year, and he wanted to probably go for all 4. So it wouldn't have been easy. So, you know, I thought I'd just put a nice post up to just kind of say, like, look, we've had a lot of run-ins, we've had a lot of battles, and I'm sure at the end of the day, everyone did want to see us go to war out there. So, you know, I hope he just gets better.
Willie Weinbaum from ESPN. Nick, what are your first memories of watching Wimbledon and then thinking maybe you could get to this stage?
I never thought I'd be here at all, to be brutally honest with you. Obviously, when I was #1 junior in the world and I was playing here as a junior, I think I can't give enough credit to juniors, what it did for my confidence. You know, being around the Grand Slams at that young age, being around some of the top players, the facility, you know, I don't think I would have had the breakthrough in the men's so quickly. But I never thought that I'd be playing. You know, I saw some of the professionals walking around when I'd be a junior here, and I never thought that I'd be playing for the actual men's title. I feel like it's the pinnacle of tennis. You know, once you are able to raise a Grand Slam trophy, that's like, I mean, kind of what else is there to achieve? So I never thought I'd be here, and I'm just super proud, and I'm just ready to go. You know, I'm going to give it my all, and we'll see what happens.
Nick Prajwal Hegde from the Times of India. I wanted to ask you about playing the final after such a long gap of matches. Do you think this is better for you, given that you know, like you said, you played a lot of matches and your body may not be up to speed, in a sense, but also that you miss, you know, that one extra day of competition that would have, you know, given you the energy and zip for a final?
Yeah, for sure. I had to think about that last night. I definitely feel like I've been kind of in a pretty good routine. Obviously, it's hard to, you know, people would instantly say, oh, he gets another day off, but it's definitely a shock to the system because I've been playing so many matches, and you kind of play a match at a Grand Slam, and then you know deep down that you have one day to wind down and let yourself relax and then go again. So to have like 2.5, 3 days off, you know, today I'm going to try and emulate a bit of not a match scenario, but I'm going to try and have a bit more of an extended practice to kind of feel like I'm in that same routine, because that can throw anyone off. Obviously, at a Grand Slam, you want to have those matches. I think in a way you want to have those exactly right what you said, the competitive juices, you want to have those going, the adrenaline. So that's just something I'm going to have to, you know, just go into the final without that semi-final kind of experience. But that's okay. I'm going to take every positive. You know, I get to rest my body a little bit. It's not bad going in there feeling fresh. I had a shocking sleep last night though, to be honest. I got probably an hour's sleep. Just with everything, like the excitement, I had so much anxiety, I was already feeling so nervous, and I don't feel nervous usually. So I just know there's a lot of people that want me to do well and give my best, but I had a shocking sleep last night, so hopefully I can get some sleep tonight.
Interesting to get inside the mind of Nick Kyrgios there. He did say, he almost answered the question we supposed beforehand, what would he do today? And he did say he was going to go for a bit more of an extended, I think I would say a practice session rather than what we saw yesterday. But I do think we'll see him out at Arangi. He'd probably head straight there from giving the press conference, play a couple of sets with a junior or someone just to keep those competitive juices flowing, because 2 days between, when you know you've got likely Novak, I mean, I'm almost relegating Cameron Norrie there, but either Cameron Norrie or Novak Djokovic in the final, he's going to have to start that match as quick as he can.
Well, either way, it's going to be a grueling, probably long match. And also, he's got to get used to the weather as well. The temperature's changed quite a bit from when he was last on court. Even in, you know, that's British summertime for you. In the 2 days that he's not been on court, the temperature's gone up 4 or 5 degrees. So even being out there for longer and getting used to that, but also the mental side. He touched on it there. You know, he said it's a shock to the system. You must get yourself so psyched up to play in a Grand Slam semi-final, and then to kind of wind yourself down again to come back up again. I mean, that's difficult, even for someone like Nick Kyrgios.
Yeah, and they're also players on both the men's and ladies' side so superstitious, and everything is a process. Maybe less so with Nick, but I'm sure he still has his routine of things he's doing. Right, these are my match days, this is what I do. This is my off day, this is what I do. And it's a disruption to that routine. I mean, to the nth degree, we heard about the likes of Ivan Isavic, who showered in the same shower cubicle, ate at the same table at the restaurant. It was almost like a slow descent into madness winning Wimbledon, but it kept them going, didn't it, those things? And even the slightest change can put a player off. I thought the other interesting thing that he talked about was, you could tell you know, it's been well publicised, there have been in the past in matches between Nadal and Kyrgios, disagreements, shall we say, but the respect, obviously, between the two. He was saying he hopes that Rafa's back soon. We certainly hope so, too, to see him back again here at Wimbledon. There's no suggestion this is a particularly long-term injury, and that he also is looking forward to playing Rafa in the big stages in the Grand Slams.
Yeah, and he said himself he was gutted to not be doing it. So it's a loss for everyone, but you know I think how Nick prepares today is going to have a huge play on what happens next for him here at the Championship. So we'll have to stay tuned. In fact, last time I was here, Adam, Olivia, our colleague, spent a lot of time with some donkeys, and I don't mean us. She was out at the stables here at Wimbledon. Today, she has found a band. Only Olivia could find a band at Wimbledon. Here's what happened.
One of the most joyful elements of Wimbledon is hearing live music as you enter the tournament. This is the Merton Youth Jazz Orchestra. Take it away.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The day. I'm now with Adam, who is the orchestra's leader, conductor. What's your role?
Band leader, along with me, myself and Michael Chillingworth.
Okay, so what a lovely thing to do. What an amazing experience for these young musicians to come and play here. Why do you do it, and what does it feel like playing at Wimbledon?
It's the highlight of all of these children's year. We've been doing this for 20 years now. Every year on the Thursday of the finals week, we bring our concert band. On the Friday, we bring our jazz orchestra. And I think it's just such an amazing thing for the children to be able to say that they play at Wimbledon every year.
Absolutely. And all these amazing musicians, are they just from the local area? And how old are kind of the average age?
So they range from around 14 up to 18. And they all study at local schools in the local area, part of Merton Music Foundation, which is the music hub for this area. So we provide music education, lessons, ensembles, whole class programs to children in schools.
And are you all tennis fans? Do you get to stick around and watch any tennis today?
That is part of the highlight, right? So everyone gets to stick around and watch the tennis, which is always great. So,
wow,
yeah, we are
amazing.
good tennis fans as well.
So how long will you be here today, and how can people kind of see you in other places?
So we'll be here from 10 till 12, playing a whole range of big band classics. And then we also perform all around the local area. We're performing at Regent's Park on Sunday. We perform at the Albert Hall and all these other venues as well. So we've got lots of stuff going on.
All right, amazing. Well, get your sun cream on. It's going to be a scorcher.
It's gonna be a hot day.
Semi-finals day. Beginning with Ons Jabeur up against Tatiana Maria. And then Elena Rybakina, the number 17 seed, against the tournament favourite Simona Halep. It's been quite cool this morning, but it is warming up. The biggest match of both players' career, despite all that Ons has achieved. the first African woman in the Open era to reach the Wimbledon final. Oh, look at this.
I really don't know what to say. It's a dream coming true, you know, from years and years of work and sacrifice. So I'm really happy that it's paying off, and I'll continue for one more match now.
Welcome back to centre court for Jelena Rybakina, about to go onto centre court for the first time at these championships. What a thrill for her. Here we go. And we're sharing memories that'll last a lifetime with Jelena Rybakina. For the first time, Wimbledon finalist.
Today, when the full crowd was cheering for us, I don't know how to say it in English, but I was but I was quite nervous, and I'm really happy that I managed to win in the end.
Rasping applause for all four players for this mixed doubles final.
It's double delight for Skupski and Kravchuk as they brilliantly defend their title from last year. Well, what a phenomenal performance.
Yes, it was an action-packed day yesterday here at the Championships, and it's continued to be so today. We've got plenty of semi-finals, not just the men's singles. Let's take you some action over on court 14 from a little earlier. We can show you match point. Shingo Kuneda, the #1 seed from Japan in the gentlemen's wheelchair singles semi-finals against Jerome Girard, the Belgium. They're both veterans, really, of the tour. They've played against each other many times at the Grand Slams. And in the end, a comfortable victory for the top seed from Japan, 6-2, 6-1. Wow. You see the big smile on his face. Delight through to the final there on court 14 in front of a pretty big crowd for this match. And afterwards, Shingo Kuneda caught up with Rachel.
Shingo Kuneda, congratulations there on your semi-final result on court 14, just behind us. You made light work of that one, didn't you? Tell us how you felt out there today.
Yes, it was a really good day for me. Good tennis on grass. I think the best performance in my career. Yeah.
Yeah, and tell me about that then, because obviously you've been here a number of times. This title still eludes you, doesn't it, in terms of singles here at the All England Club? How are you going to change that this time around?
Yeah, I changed a lot. I cannot pick up one, but yes, on the grass, playing tennis so good this year. So I'm confident now. Yeah.
27 singles titles to your name now. That list is growing every time you step onto the grass court or the courts. Tell me about what keeps you coming back and keeps you motivated. You're now 38 years of age as well, and you've been around for ages now. Yeah,
one of the motivation is title in Wimbledon, and of course I want to keep getting better, improving myself. So this is another motivation. Yeah.
And you could come up against either Gustavo Fernandez, who you know very well from 2019, or Alfie Hewitt. I mean, in terms of both of those guys, are you going to go and sit down and watch their match now? Because again, they're playing shortly over there. And what do you know about them?
Oh yes, both player is very good. So yeah. Gustavo has a very good big power. Alfie has a lot of technique, so it will be a difficult match in final. Yeah.
And if you came up against Gustavo, of course, that was the 2019 final here. He went on to win that one. How do you look back on that, and what would you try and change if that was the same result this time out in terms of you two in that final?
Of course, I want to win in the final. Yeah, I have to show my new tennis on grass on final. Yeah.
Talk to me about that then, in terms of what you would change going into the final after that semi-final result. Is there anything you've already analysed and want to change?
I already changed a lot. So I cannot say because my opponent will see this one. So yeah, after final I will talk. Yeah.
Shingo, good luck for that final. We're looking forward to see who joins you there.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Yep, the first finalist in the gentlemen's wheelchair singles there, catching the Rachel, and we can find out who he will be facing in the final as we speak. As Adam said, you know, despite the loss of Rafa Nadal, some great action on court still here at Wimbledon. These pictures live from court 1, where Brit Alfie Hewitt, who's a fantastic run so far on court against Fernandez of Argentina. We can pick up the action here with Hewitt serving at love 30 down.
15-30.
Ouch! Another scorcher from Fernandez.
So he's now done
15-40.
a serve to each side, forehand and backhand, and Fernandez has killed him.
He's strong-arming through this one again. The Argentinian muscle man. Look at the size of him.
Too strong there, wasn't it? A bit over-eager.
30-40.
Remember, this is a man in Fernandez who got to within one title of completing the calendar Grand Slam in 2019. So he knows what good tennis is all about. He had a great year that year. Oh, took his eye off the ball.
Fernandez.
Frustrated with that, he succumbs again. Fernandez checking his nails. I think he's got some sort of blister issue there. He's been pressing so hard down on those wheel rims, Peter. Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think he's got cut, or he might even have one of the an aluminium shavings come off on his hand rim or something. You get a little splinter, a little swarf.
I think Alfie was caught out by the lack of oncoming pace there.
Yeah.
He's frustrated.
He waited for it, didn't he? Waited too long.
So easy to overpress out here. Well done. Quality return of serve. And you can see, like the able-bodied game, Pete, the serve and return of serve are prevalent.
Absolutely. Yeah, you've got to pick your point, the places where you're going to serve, and even if your opponent picks it, you relatively know what he's going to return, where he's going to return to.
There's a guy in the able-bodied game. I don't know if you saw him. He took out Auger Aliassime. His name's Maxine Cressy. He's a Frenchman who plays for the US of A right now, and he went quite deep here. And he came out to practice the other day, just hitting serves first, before the main practice.
Oh, wow.
And he's got an enormous serve, but it's just showing that priority is serve and return. When we all come out and hit from the baseline for hours on end sometimes, just because it's kind of the thing to do, soothing, settling, getting a rhythm.
Well, it's serve, return, and then it's that third shot or the fifth shot.
Yeah.
Always wanted to keep the rally short, to be honest.
Wow, there's no reading that. He had multiple options, did Fernandez. vicious racket head speed.
30-15.
Yeah, because Hewitt, although he hit it down the line, you watch, actually there wasn't enough pace on it. It just floated. Fernandez has got time. Decide he can go cross-court backhand or he can go down the line. He can pick his points.
A guttural roar of approval from Fernandez, who's liking what he's bringing at the moment. He's now got 2 points for a heady 3-game cushion.
Oh, wow.
Swatted away with disdain from Gustavo Fernandez.
New balls, please. Fernandez leads by 5 games to 2 for set.
Yeah, potentially a bit of an upset brewing on court number 1. Work for Alfie Hewitt to do, down 5-2 in that opening set against Gustavo Fernandez. Delighted to say we're joined now once again by Steph Brantz, who's got up at an ungodly hour, I'm sure, in Australia to speak to us. But there's plenty to talk about, Steph. Nick Kyrgios, we'll talk about the whys and wherefores in a second, but Nick Kyrgios ultimately through to his first Grand Slam final.
Who would have thought? I can't believe that I'm sitting here for consecutive years talking about an Australian being in the Wimbledon final. It's extraordinary. We thought when we saw Ash Barty and Dylan Alcott retire that would be it for a while, but here we are. What a surprise. And Australia woke up to that news this morning, and I think everyone was, well, a little bit gobsmacked.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the reaction back home. I mean, you know, you saw on court here, the crowd seems to be really taking to him over the tournament. And what's the reaction been like back there? I mean, I know his mum's still in Australia with the dogs. She's watching on. Is Australia behind him as well?
Do you know what? I think it's still quite divided. And it's funny that you say that about Mum, because apparently Mum's back there with the dogs, but she turns off the television when Nick's on and waits for the phone call to find out what the result is, because it actually gives her proper anxiety when she watches him play. So she can't watch, which is a bit of a shame for her, because it's going to be very exciting on Sunday, of course, to see that match. The opinion is still a little bit divided. Nick, of course, when he's playing well, we all know that he's such an extraordinary athlete. He's so wonderful to watch, and he's such a showman. I think everyone's still a little bit hesitant about his behaviour on court, because we know that when he loses his temper, it can all go to pieces so very quickly. So I think there's very much a hope that he can conduct himself with his behaviour perfectly and really put on the show that we saw him bring, certainly against Garin, and he's just been breathtaking shot making. He has had his familiar rants, but when he's on song, and I feel like he is on song, he's changed his approach, and maybe, just maybe, this is a new mature Nick Kyrgios.
Well, I was going to pick up on that actually, Steph. I don't know if you managed to listen in to the press conference he's just given not too long ago, and it was quite a mature discussion between himself and the journalist. He was quite deferential to Rafa Nadal, saying that he hopes to see him back on the tour as soon as possible. And we know, they've had a bit of a tricky relationship and contentious matches in the past on various courts, but, said he's looking forward to playing him again on the big stage, hopes that it's going to be in a Grand Slam semi-final and a final in the future, and how much of a dream it is for him to have achieved to have got through to a Wimbledon final. I'd be interested to get your take. What did you think of what Nick said? I thought it was a very mature performance in front of the cameras.
Yeah, I completely agree. I like that you described his relationship as tricky.
Being kind there, I think.
I think very diplomatic, so congratulations on that. I think so too, and we know also, just not from his words that we heard recently and certainly earlier in the fortnight, but his approach has changed. I mean, we're talking about a player that's had an extraordinary run to the final. He plays basketball to develop his fitness. He enters this tournament unseeded. He's been at war with fans and the media, been fined, I think, 20,000 odd Australian dollars by tournament officials, charged by the police back in Australia, and still makes this run to the final. And I think if we go back to what you said about Mum, she probably defined it earlier today, Australian time, really well. She said he's just happier in his life. And it seems like he's enjoying life. We know that he's got a very good relationship with his girlfriend who's there to support him. And apparently, rather than going out till all hours, he's going home, he's having a vegan meal and jumping into bed and getting a good night's sleep, which is unusual preparation for Nick from what we know in the past. So just perhaps this is his time.
Yeah, do you think it's a lot about the makeup of his team? He's talked a lot in the past about his agent coming and having to get him out of the pub at 4 a.m. here in London. But this time, Dad's got the barbecue on. As you said, he's got, you know, the presence of his partner there as well. He talks about his team a lot. He uses them a lot during matches to draw energy from. Are they a big part of this new Nick that potentially we're seeing at the moment?
Well, I think they are, but perhaps in a different way. And I wonder if he's taking a leaf out of the Ash Barty notebook, talking about his team, because we know that's something she did constantly, and she always referred to them and deflected glory towards them. And Nick just seems to be enjoying having them around this time rather than constantly having a war of words with them. We've seen him screaming at his box on a number of occasions when things don't go right on court. And I think perhaps now he's feeling the support. And we've seen some very public displays of affection with Costine Hatzi, and he said that he feels very settled with her around. And he's also said that now he can afford to fly his partner with him if they should want to come. And it looks like she is on deck to support him. And I think it's just made him very calm. He's also got the two mates there. As we said, they went back for a barbecue after his semi-final win, and the mates had the steaks and Nick had the vegan meal.
It was also pretty calm at practice yesterday. I don't know if you saw the shots. There wasn't much practicing going on. He was lying on the floor. I think we can show them to you here. He was lying. We were watching him down at Orangi. He was lying on the floor in his basketball shirt, on his phone. He did actually pick up his racket a couple of times and hit with various people who were just standing watching on the side of the court, and then headed off for some treatment. If he'd known at that point that Nadal wasn't going to be able to play the final, perhaps he would have changed his approach. As he said in his interview today, he's going to play some sets and actually do some practice, because that's the difficulty. Whilst it's great he's through to a Grand Slam final, he's got this awkward 2-day break to try and deal with.
Yeah, it is. Well, in some ways it's awkward. In other ways, it's been touted as a bit of an advantage, because we saw him struggling with his shoulder at points during this tournament. A couple of ibuprofen seemed to fix that at the time. But perhaps that extra day of rest will help him. Will it give him an extra advantage? I'm not sure. And of course, we don't know whether it will be Novak Djokovic or Cameron Norrie that he will be facing. But I think that rest will do him good. I think that Nick lying down on a practice court is just classic Kyrgios. And it would be disappointing if he changed completely, don't you think?
Yeah, and Steph, that's on the physical side of things. Mentally, how hard is it, you know, we were talking about this earlier, to sort of rev yourself up for a semi-final against, you know, arguably one of the greatest players we've ever seen, and then to have that sort of anti-climax, and then to do it again the next day? I mean, you know, Nick's had his challenges with sort of his mental preparation before. I mean, is that a big deal?
I think it is a big deal. It really would take the wind out of your sails to be mentally preparing to face you know, someone like a Rafa Nadal, and then in an instant it's taken away. And not only that, you've then got the extra day break. You've got time to think about it. And really key mentally is, will he be facing Novak Djokovic, who, as we know, he's got an excellent record against, or will it be hometown favourite Cameron Norrie? And that will be really interesting to see the way he approaches those two, because we know that Nick always brings out his big game against the big guns. Will he see Cameron Norrie as a big gun? Will he see that as the huge occasion that it will be to see a local in the final at his home tournament? And will it just be the fact that he's in a final of a major that makes Nick really bring his A game? I think it's going to be intriguing to see, and we'll probably be able to tell as soon as he walks out on court where his mind's at.
One thing I was thinking about, Steph, as well is, do you think he'd rather play Djokovic or Norrie in the final? I think if you're just talking clearly from only a tennis perspective, clearly you'd say you want to play Norrie. He's the lower ranked player and incredible record for Djokovic. But Nick Kyrgios isn't wired like everyone else. Who do you think he'd rather play?
And of course, he's got a better record, weirdly, against Djokovic. So actually, in the head-to-heads, I think he's more successful playing Novak, which very few players can actually say. Is that an advantage?
He has. I don't think Novak's taken a set off him, so he's got a wonderful record against Djokovic. I think he'd like the win over Novak Djokovic, but there's got to be something in that. Cameron Norrie, what a wonderful run for him too, and you can tell exactly where the crowd would be on that occasion, so maybe he would thrive off that. I think you're right, from a tennis perspective, he would see a match against Norrie perhaps as easier, because Novak Djokovic, even when you beat him, it's never an easy task. However, I think deep down, when you talk about Nick's wiring, wouldn't he love to win Wimbledon and beat Novak Djokovic to do it?
Yeah, well, he talked about the Nadal match in his own words being, was it the most viewed match he thought of all time? I think he said that in his presser. So you would think he's probably thinking the same thing about Sunday, you would have thought, knowing Nick as we seem to have come to over the few days.
I think you're absolutely right, and that will be against either of those opponents. But Nick knows he's a showman. He touts himself as probably a bigger draw card than he rightfully should. However, he is right. He does draw eyeballs, and whether it's people are supporting him or just tuning in to see what unfolds when he takes the court, that's probably debatable. But I do think that the occasion will be huge, and he thrives on that sort of atmosphere. And we know what a great game he's got. His serve has been unbelievable during this tournament, and if he pulls that out, then I pity anyone that faces him.
Yeah, well, he talks about his serve a lot, and he said it's one of the best in the world. He went as far as to say he's maybe one of the best grass court tennis players in the world.
He's a shrinking violet.
Yeah, he hides it really well, as we know.
He's so humble.
But is he showing that at the moment? Obviously, incredible run. Is he kind of putting his money where his mouth is, so to speak?
Well, he's in the final, so you'd have to say yes. I did wonder. He had a tough run, 5 sets against Nakashima, of course, and the match against Tsitsipas was really intriguing. I thought he had two quite similar tempers on either side of the net, so that was really interesting. But of course, he started well against Krajinovic and then just coasted through against Christian Garin. And I spoke to both of you saying I thought that would be a really close test, and I thought it would go for 4. And I was in bed early that night, so I was very wrong there. Perhaps I shouldn't predict what's going to happen on Sunday.
Yeah, not an early night, I suspect, in Australia on Sunday night.
No, not least because Kyrgios isn't the only Australian man in a final on Sunday. The men's doubles final, of course. Matt Ebden and Max Purcell got through. Bit of an upset. They beat the top seeds yesterday. It was a thrilling match. They saved 5 sets, didn't they? In the 5 match points, sorry, in the third set against Joe Salisbury and Rajiv Ram. We'll talk about Max Purcell's haircut, the rather dashing mullet that he's sporting in a second.
Do
but
we
firstly,
have to?
a great. It's coming back, I'm told. A great achievement for them to get through to the final.
Yeah, and just a side note, it's really not coming back ever, and nor should it.
We hope so.
However, it is a superb achievement, and I felt sorry for the doubles pairings in the final at the Australian Open earlier in the year, because when they were playing the special Ks of Nick Kyrgios and Thanasi Kokkinakis, all the energy was around Nick and Thanasi, and I thought it was a bit of a shame, because it ended up actually being a little bit of a damp squib, that final, because of course it followed on from Ash Barty's match, which was extraordinary. And then you had Australians facing Australians, and Nick doesn't seem to get riled up against Australians and all that publicity. It was a little bit of a damp squib, I thought. So it's great for them to be here in their own right, all the attention on them, and they'll certainly have the entire country behind them, as they should.
And Steph, just finally on that, for Matt Ebden, it's been a very successful Wimbledon. He had a great singles career, didn't he? Now he's focusing a bit more on doubles. Got to the final in the mixed yesterday before losing in that. Now he's got a chance to lift a Wimbledon title. He's turning into something of a double specialist.
Well, which is really nice. I mean, we haven't sort of had that since we saw the Woodies come through. So it'd be nice to see another pairing come through. And Matt Ebden, good on him. I love to see these players that just slog away and they stay under the radar for so long and then suddenly blossom. I thought that John Millman was going to be one of those players when he had that extraordinary quarterfinal at the US Open a few years ago now. But when you see the players come through the doubles like that, not unlike Ash Barty, who had a long career in doubles before she really started to excel in the singles. Maybe this is Matt's time, and maybe it's just taken that long. I'm just thinking that, taking your eyes off the haircut that we're going to see on court in those doubles is just, it's going to be tricky.
I wonder if they'll drag Max to the barbers if he wins it.
Yeah, they should, like a dare. Shave it off for charity. Steph, thanks so much for joining us. Go and get some sleep and enjoy the weekend. I'm sure that will be
Thanks, Jim.
music to the Australian fans' ears. A great week for Australian tennis, as you said. And speaking of music, you saw Olivia with the Wimbledon band earlier. She's still there with some band children, I'm told. So let's see what she's been up to.
Now, I couldn't leave this amazing band without grabbing a couple of our young musicians to find out about how it was for them. I'm with Shivanjali and Felix. Good morning to you both. Good morning. Shivanjali, how old are you? Talk a little bit about the experience of playing at Wimbledon.
So I'm 16 and we've been rehearsing for this for like a year now.
No way.
So every Wednesday we'll go there for like 2 hours and we'll just rehearse for a while, and it's just been such a build up to this, and it's amazing to finally be here. This is my first time, so I'm really excited for this. It's an amazing vibe and it's so fun having people come and watch you.
Yeah.
And I think it's great.
Do you feel nervous to play today, or is it, do you know it so well, it's just let's have some fun?
A bit of both, really. I'm quite nervous, but also I'm really excited, so that kind of balances out.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you a big tennis fan? Are you excited to try any of the lovely delicacies we have on offer, like strawberries and cream?
Definitely. I had some ice cream yesterday, it was really good. Yeah, I watched a few matches yesterday as well, it was great, and I'm really excited to watch some more today.
Amazing, Shivanjali, thank you. And Felix, how old are you?
I'm 12.
You're 12, so you're one of the youngest members in the band?
Yeah.
And is this a really fun experience? Is it your first one? Or tell me a bit about it for you.
Well, so this is my first time at Wimbledon,
Right.
and like most of my friends don't believe me when I'm saying that I'm playing at Wimbledon. And sometimes they think I'm actually playing tennis.
That's
But
hilarious.
then I tell them that I'm actually playing music. They still don't believe me until they watch the TV.
Well, absolutely. They better believe you. Look at you. And was that fun, your first run? Was that kind of the warm-up for us before the crowds come in?
Yeah.
Yeah?
There's usually a lot of people who walk by.
For sure, it's going to be rammed. You're the main event. Well done, Felix. Thank you so much. Thank you, Shivanjali. Good luck today and enjoy an amazing men's semi-finals day.
Look at that.
That
No
is
look.
brilliant.
It's a good slow-mo.
Did quite enjoy that.
Well, again, this one not taught. It's
They should be teaching that in the academy.
well, perhaps.
15.
Well, Gordon Reid bringing a hint of Ibrox to court 14 at Wimbledon.
Uh-oh, there's a decision. He thought he got it up. Michelle caught him.
Let's have a look at that again.
We have to have a look.
Does he get there?
I don't think so. I don't think he got it.
Well, that's an error on Max's behalf anyway. You play the ball.
Yeah.
Because whether it's a line call or anything, you play it.
Interesting extra headwear there for Otani.
It's the new thing, because you're not here. It's a new fashion statement.
It's not white though.
Oh, it's not white, that's a good point.
OK, let's take you back to court one and some live action. A match we showed you a bit of the first set, but it's been one-way traffic for Gustavo Fernandez. An absolutely fabulous performance from him against Alfie Hewitt. The British hope on court one. Big crowd supporting Hewitt and cheering him on.
Yeah, he's going to need it, I think,
after a
after
great
this.
win yesterday. Yeah, he played really well against his doubles partner, his good friend Gordon Reid, who's lifted so many Grand Slam titles in the past, but not quite able to keep the momentum going today. He's a set down and also down a break in the second set, 2-love. But here he is with a break point close to the start of that second set, and we can join the commentators on court one.
Good serve to snuff out the advantage, wasn't it?
Well, he's keeping the weight on the serve, Gustavo, isn't he? And it's just keeping Alfie backed off, unable to really get any purchase on the return. Position. There was a couple of forehand half volleys in there from Fernandez, remarkably. He's playing so well. And Alfie, just as you can see, Pete, just really frustrated because he can't get any rhythm.
Yeah, he's missing his go-to shots. That deep topspin backhand. He doesn't make so many errors normally. He's getting frustrated, and he's got to do something in this game.
It's Fernandez who's directing affairs out here on one.
Fernandez leads by 3 games to love, second set, and by 1 set to love.
Motoring along nicely in set 2 as well. He's a set and a half to the good after just 50 minutes. Really looking good. He toughs out that game and comes through unscathed. Some players play with gloves, don't they? Stefan Houdet is one who springs to mind.
Yeah, plays with golf gloves. Gives him more grip on the hand rims, so you don't slip, so you don't miss that first push, because the first push is the most important. That was a great high. No wonder he's got such powerful shoulders hitting the ball up there.
Well, he's been brought up in the slow clay courts of Argentina, so he's used to balls bouncing way above his head. That's why he developed all of this shoulder strength. That was a terrific shot from Hewitt there that just spilt Fernandez out of his chair. I've seen him bounce back up and go on to win points, Peter, haven't we, when he's come out of his chair before. He's just so resilient. Well, now, Alfie Hewitt, what else can he muster here in what's been a lopsided affair favouring the world number 3?
What's going on with his serve? He's dropping his head or something. He's not seen him serve this poorly for a while.
Let's. Second serve.
I thought he might have taken to the practice court after yesterday's showing. I can't think how many it was. It was 7 or 9 double faults. Very uncharacteristic of Alfie.
Law 15.
He's throwing it behind him quite a bit, and he's throwing it behind him to try and obviously come up the back of the ball. I mean, you know
spin,
more.
Absolutely, brush up the back. That's right. But 6 double faults, 5 in this set, unheard of.
Well, it's not doing him any favours, is it? At all.
And then, of course, your natural reaction as a player is to kind of force. His head will be spinning like a washing machine. He's got to steady down. That's more like it. The crowd are willing.
Yeah.
They want to get behind him desperately. Good fielding.
Yeah. He's there.
Oh, he's got it. That's a really good turnaround from Alfie Hewitt, who dug deep there. Many hoping for a Hewitt revival.
30-15.
Well, you watch this. It looks like a winner, but second bounce, and Hewitt scoops it up. Of course, the crowd thinking it's over. Fernandez had time, but that's going to really give Hewitt a boost.
Might get inside the head of Gustavo a little as well, given what happened 5 years ago at Roland Garros.
Oh.
Much better for Fernandez that time.
That's a great return of serve. It's an amazing return of serve. Out the side, service sidelines, for goodness sake. Not a chance of getting that.
Oh, it's just gone long.
30-40.
As Fernandez is hitting the ball with blistering pace and blazing through these ground shots, and it's given Alfie Hewitt just so little time to respond and get some oomph behind his ball.
Yeah, well, Fernandez is sort of hitting his ground strokes nearly harder than his serve. That's good. Look, that's reactive play by Hewitt. That's what he needs.
Use.
That will give him some heart. Watch the reactions here for this backhand down the line. Change his grip. Wallop.
Must-win game, you sense.
Yeah, it's well, absolutely. Otherwise, it's possibly terminal.
Oh, another. He's just being outgunned, isn't he?
Advantage, Fernandez.
It's Fernandez bringing the heat. Well, the Wimbledon groan, and Fernandez is all fist pumps. He is just loving this.
Fernandez leads by 4-0. Second set.
Well, numbers you see there, Alfie Hewitt really up against it. 2 breaks down in that final set. It looks like a long way back.
And look at that hill there. It is.
It's busy.
We're not even standing room only. There's no room at all.
Well, from one British hopeful out on court as we speak, to another getting ready to come onto centre court a little bit later on. Cam Norrie has been practising ahead of his semi-final match against Novak Djokovic a little bit earlier on, and Rachel was down at Orangi to see how he was getting on with his preparations.
Well, if you walk into the grounds with centre court in front of you and then you walk to the left, you come here to these outside courts. And as we approach the end of the event, a lot of the players come and warm up here instead of Orangi. It gives a chance for the fans to come out here and see them in action, up close and personal. And the guy behind me is Cameron Norrie, of course, on court 11. And look at the crowds that he has attracted this morning, warming up before his semi-final matchup against Novak Djokovic. Second on centre court later this afternoon. He's got his coach next to him, Lagones, of course, who was last year voted for ATP Coach of the Season. That's because he took Cam Norrie from 74th in the world to 12th. It was quite the achievement. He obviously made those ATP finals where he came up against Novak Djokovic, their only encounter together. We know the result of that one. It was a win for Djokovic. Quite an easy defeat there, but this is a different occasion. This is grass court tennis, faster surface, and Norrie will obviously have the home advantage very much on his side. He'll have to use that, won't he, if he wants to overcome Novak Djokovic, looking for his 4th consecutive title here at the All England Club. Let's talk about their fitness then. Well, Cam Norrie and his coach reckon he's one of the fittest on the tour. I'm sure Novak Djokovic would have something to say about that. He's been cycling in every single morning from his flat in Putney, which is about 3 miles or so. He calls it his warm-up before he warms up again out here on court ahead of his matches. But it's been a great story, hasn't it, so far? Obviously defeated David Goffin in those quarterfinals, world number 7 to get here, and he came from 2 sets down and really fought back. It was an epic encounter. Tommy Paul and Steve Johnson, 2 more of his opponents, and he's been on court so far this championship for 12 hours and 54 minutes. Very similar to Djokovic as well. Djokovic has been on court for about half an hour shorter, but it's going to be quite the encounter for this 26-year-old into his first ever Grand Slam semi-final. This is the furthest he's ever got in a Grand Slam. It's going to be very exciting for the British public, and as you can see, they're loving the fact that he's out here with his team, and you know, lots of selfies being taken down here on court 11. So if you're around and about down here, he'll be hitting here for probably the next 15 minutes or so, and it's a chance to get up close and personal with one of the great British stars.
Oh, it's a fantastic winner from Alfie Hewitt. One of the best rallies we've seen in the match so far.
Oh. Sublime. The improvisation never ends, does it?
But I mean, this shot should be impossible. She hit that behind her shoulder, running backwards, and still managed to get a short angle in that.
Oh, great rally and a wonderful, wonderful way to finish it by Seidel.
40-15.
She did amazingly well to win the point. Brilliant control from Tatiana Maria. What a delight the rally was.
Oh, wow, what a shot. What a shot. Nothing you can do from that.
Wonderful, clean, sweet hitting, and already the first break.
Oh, well run, Joe Salisbury.
Did he take
You kept thinking, was he going to get there? Was he going to get there? And he scooped it off the last possible blade of grass.
Oh, yes. So maybe 38 now. Still got very sharp reactions.
15 long.
I found Marcus wearing.
Hello.
How are you today,
I'm
sir?
good, and the sun's shining. It's beautiful.
Oh, it's hot. It's more than beautiful. It's roasting. You have to wear your jacket in the roll box as well, don't you? That's one of the rules.
That's trust me, that's absolutely fine. I'm more than happy to sit with my jacket and tie on when I'm sitting there. I've been there before, and it is a lovely hospitality.
Is it?
It's a treat. It's a real treat.
Let's talk the real thing, food.
Yes.
Is it good food? What does it get your seal of approval?
I was at the ladies' final last year, and I have to say the food was outstanding. It was Michelin star level what I ate. Yes, yes. And
Really?
I told the chef, and because I have a sort of an affiliation with Compass who do the food here, but the food that I ate last year was absolutely outstanding, and it was a credit to them.
That is such a lovely thing to hear. Amazing.
Super.
Okay, so you're excited for the day ahead.
I just hope the food could last up to what they did last year.
Yeah, no pressure. That poor chef is sweating in the kitchen. Are you looking forward to the tennis? Are you a big tennis fan? Do you play?
I am. I don't play. It's really interesting because tennis, I only ever watch Wimbledon.
Oh, right.
I don't watch tennis anywhere else around the world.
Yes.
I love Wimbledon. I live just behind this beautiful new stadium here. Yes, I do. And so I've watched this being built, and the whole village comes to life. And Wimbledon is a special occasion, and Wimbledon take care of the community around it, and they make sure that everyone enjoys the experience, not just the people coming, but also the residents as well. So it's a big plus and it's a big bonus. We're a big family.
It feels like that. We've spent a lot of time in the village. It feels just like that. Playing on centre court for many players is a real honour and a proud moment of their career. What's one of the proudest moments in your career?
For me, I think winning accolades, like the guys that come here and play, the men and women that are in tennis, that they're sports people, they are really all about the win. And it's the same for me as a chef. It is about winning the accolades, it's about the recognition. I think for me, but becoming a MasterChef judge for me was a huge opportunity and a great experience for me and the contestants. So finding new talent, nurturing them and putting them through that amazing experience is a pleasure for me.
Okay, final question, I promise. If you just want to rustle up something real quick, real yummy, what would you make? What's your go-to?
Full English.
Really?
Come on,
Really?
yeah. Bacons, beans and sausages. I'm the same as everyone else.
Okay, fine. Oh, you're just like a mere mortal. Oh, okay.
Same as
Oh,
everyone
sounds delicious. All right, have a lovely day.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for chatting.
Thank you so much. My pleasure.
I got the sense there Olivia was fishing slightly, perhaps for an invitation to Marcus's restaurant, or one of Marcus's restaurants, because he's got quite a few.
We'll tell him where the canteen is. He can maybe knock us up something a bit later on, I think.
Beans and sausages.
He does like a full English, he said. Wimbledon, obviously steeped in tradition. We had 100 years here over Sunday. You think of Wimbledon, we've got so many iconic things here. We've got the strawberries and cream, we've got the famous grass courts, we've got the all-in-whites, and we have our very own Henman Hill. It's changed names over the years. You can see it there, looking gorgeous on this.
What has it been? We've had Henman Hill,
Murray Mound,
Robson Ridge.
Oh, was that? I haven't heard that one.
Raducanu Ridge, we obviously had that as well.
Nice.
It's gone through many guises, but the Hill seems to be everyone's favourite.
Yeah, and great to see for a tournament so steeped in tradition, we have a first at Wimbledon this year, because our friends over in New York have seen this and thought, you know what, we want a slice of that. So over there,
when this was explained to us by our producer, I thought, have they actually gone and tried to dig up the hill?
Put it on a ship and take it over.
Put it on some kind of cargo ship and take it over to Brooklyn, but that's not the case.
No, but they are in Brooklyn, and they have got a hill. And over the last few days, 4,000 very lucky people have been able to take in the sights and the sampling of Wimbledon, American style, still with strawberries and cream, still with the tradition, on the other side of the pond. And I think we can cross to Jamie in New York to tell us a little bit more right now.
Thanks so much. We are here at Brooklyn Bridge Park with the New York City skyline as our backdrop. But Pier 6, where I'm standing right now, has been transformed for the next 3 days into the Hill in New York. Of course, it is the 25th anniversary of the Hill at the championships. So we thought we'd bring a little bit of English flavor to New York City for the weekend. I'm Jamie Sire. I'm going to be taking you through all of these fun activities and activations here at the Hill in New York throughout the next 3 days. But I want to give you a quick little tour, a primer, if you will. So we've got a lot of activations thanks to our brand partners right here. Of course, you can see the American Express Instagrammable moment. Royalty, we know, is a huge part of Wimbledon. So we've got our tennis throne where you can take your photos, your videos, let everybody at home know you guys are having so much fun here watching the championships here at Brooklyn Bridge Park. But this is just the beginning. There are so many things to eat, drink, see, explore here at the Hill in New York. So we'll take you on a little mini tour. Over here we've got HSBC, another very photo op Instagram moment with the strawberries. Yeah, let's see what this looks like. These guys are getting in on the action right now. Of course, you can pick up your actual strawberries and cream over at the food station, but you got to come over here and get your photos, and all of the lovely people here working. Happy to take your phones and get those perfect photo ops for the gram. So they're doing great. They've also got some free candy over here and the cutest little fanny packs I've ever seen. I'm going to have to steal one. Maybe they have an extra one lying around, because those are pretty cool, and definitely get in on that free candy as well. Keep that energy up throughout the day. So over here, of course, we have the giant screen, perfect for watching all of the tennis action that is taking place throughout the weekend. We've got the signature Wimbledon flowers as well. And then if you get hungry, we've got you covered, guys. There is food over there. You've got the strawberries and cream. You've also got an assortment of Wimbledon sandwiches that you can pick up if you get thirsty, which I'm sure you will. And you can't really enjoy the tennis properly, I don't think, without a cocktail in hand. So Sipsmith is here for all of your cocktail needs. There's Bloody Marys in the morning. There's strawberries, smashes, gin and tonics throughout the day. And then, of course, all of our lovely fans already in place, already enjoying the day and the tennis and all of the things that we have to offer here at the Hill in New York. So I am, for one, looking forward to it. As I mentioned, I've never been to Wimbledon before, so this will be my first experience. Hopefully someday I can get the real thing, but for now I think this is a perfect way to enjoy the day. It is beautiful here in New York and a lot of great tennis on tap as well. So I'm looking forward to kind of bringing you guys this taste of Wimbledon in New York City. We'll send it back to you.
Well, great to see the Hill that's been transported over to New York there. I'm sure the atmosphere will pick up for the semi-final later on. Cameron Norrie against Novak Djokovic, but it's finished on court one.
Wow.
Well, he's now serving for the match. He's heading towards that way.
Yeah, looks like that, doesn't
Fernandez has put in a brilliant performance today and managed to deal with the crowd supporting, or mostly supporting, his opponent.
Yeah.
And there are quite a lot of people watching this on court one. He's one game away, 6-2, 5-1.
Fernandez then serving for the match.
What Hewitt's done.
12-15.
A couple of others, he's actually taken it on the first bounce. Returned quicker to give Fernandez less time. Well, it is do or die. 1-5 or 5-1 Fernandez.
Select second service. Love 30.
Slim chance of a resurgence, but Alfie digging as deep as he possibly can on what's been a difficult day so far. Second Friday of Wimbledon.
Hewitt does need the crowd behind him because he's having a bit of a mare today. Yes, it happens. You know, whatever he's trying, it's just not coming off for him, and that's the way it goes. But he's still in there, still in with a chance. He can still upset Fernandez's rhythm. shots Hewitt's done.
15-40.
Cross court to Fernandez is a short cross court, and Fernandez has dumped them both into the net.
2 timely break back points then for Alfie Hewitt. Fernandez prods it over the baseline. And there's a really helpful energy towards Alfie Hewitt as he breaks serve for the third time.
5 games to 2, second set, and by 1 set to love.
Afloat in this semi-final. Well, he's going to have to pull the rabbit from the hat to get out of jail here. With the disparity on the scoreboard, look at the physicality of this, all of the band work that these guys do, the weights that they do, and the general pushing from day to day means that they're loaded around the shoulders and arms and chest and back. But this man in particular, his physicality is really palpable and imposing, and he has been imperious so far today. All of the work paying handsome dividends. Alfie as well.
Yeah, but what can he do? So he's serving. He's got to up his percentage and his focus on his first serve. Put some pressure on Fernandez. Been broken too easy.
So it's a must-hold service game here for Hewitt. Trailing a set and 2-5.
Fantastic chair recovery by Hewitt there. He went the wrong way.
15 up.
And that is absolute strength in hands, wrists and arms there to get his chair back facing the right way to recover. Good focus.
Well, he was ready to challenge anyway, Alfie Hewitt. Okay, but Gustavo was not convinced by the
right near sideline,
by the reaction of the umpire, and he wants to go upstairs himself to have this challenged.
Long and wide.
Well, he might have just kissed.
How can that be in? It's wide.
15 all.
But isn't that wide?
That looks ever so close, doesn't it?
I mean, yes, it's on the baseline, but it's wide.
It's been deemed
I
good.
don't get it.
Left for service.
Well, these are the toughest games to win for the South American. Half of his mind will be inside the final by now, you'd imagine. Of course, he's got to do a Nadal and be really good at compartmentalizing. They both have right now. Easier said than done. strenuous point from Alfie Hewitt. But he just keeps in front in this must-win service game. And he's looking pretty steely right now. As well, but such was the pace oncoming that he couldn't quite
40-30
nudge it over the net.
Yeah, it was unfortunate there because he reached it in his full stretch of his ability, and actually, if that had popped over, he would have got that point because Fernandez was right over the other side of the court, even though he does push at about 30 miles an hour.
Still a game point for Hewitt.
Hewitt is challenging the call.
Not sure.
Left center service line.
Very close. Could have been just like the last one. Might have just caught a slither of the line. Let's have a look.
And he's wide. Oh, he's caught it.
Great serve.
Hewitt.
Great serve, great challenge.
And he needed that.
New balls, please.
Very much, and it's the second British
Fernandez
game
leads by 5 games to 3
in a row.
Second set.
He's still in this fight, is Alfie Hewitt. Having been trailing a 7-4 love, then that became a 7-5-1. Fernandez will get another opportunity to...
Yeah, but all the pressure's on Fernandez now, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's serving for a Wimbledon.
Remember, he's done this before, though, hasn't he? Because he actually won the title in 2019 here at Wimbledon.
Yeah, but every match he plays differently, particularly when you're serving for it.
On this court.
Yes.
Exactly.
A lot of team.
Nerves jangling.
Yeah. Well, they would be, wouldn't they? Let's face it.
Just his second double fault, as opposed to Alfie's 8. Alfie's tough to put away because he defends his court very, very well normally.
Hewitt's hitting it harder, quicker. First bounce on the rise. He's attacking. And he's getting the reward.
And with every point that the Brit wins, it'll feel more wounding to Fernandez. There's no doubting that. He's starting to look just that little bit anxious. Maybe.
That's her service.
Was finding the court with those telling heavy blows. The Argentine is now missing on a regular basis, and there's no doubt that the little mental demons are nipping away at his mind right now. 3 breakback points here for Alfie Hewitt.
Hewitt would have wished that first serve when he blasted the return was the winner. Still got 2 break points.
slid that one away.
30-40. Very cool and calm there by Fernandez. You know, that was not as easy as it looked.
Still work to do. Alfie's got a third break point here. He's still in this fight, Alfie Hewitt, and he's really looking pumped. It's a fourth break of serve over the Argentine now.
Fernandez leads by 5-4, second set, and by 1 set to love.
What a comeback from Hewitt there over on court one, keeping British hopes alive. And we heard from, we saw Cameron Norrie practicing a little bit early on with Rachel. We can see how his competitor Novak Djokovic is getting on. Rachel was courtside watching him practice a little bit earlier on, and here is what happened there.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen Court 9 this busy, especially as we approach the latter end of the tournament. Obviously, on days 1 and 2 here, you never know who you're going to see. But look who you can see on Court 9 right now. Novak Djokovic is warming up out here, and this is so great because all the fans get to see him in the flesh. He's usually practicing on Arangi, but not this morning ahead of his semi-final matchup on centre court. Second on centre court now, because we know the news that Rafa Nadal has had to withdraw from his semi-final against Nick Kyrgios due to that abdominal strain. But let's talk a little bit about Novak and what he's trying to achieve here then at the All England Club. He's bidding to reach his 8th Wimbledon final, which would put him second on the most men's singles finals appearances, only behind Roger Federer, who has 12. Obviously, he's looking for his 4th consecutive Grand Slam here at Wimbledon. And he hasn't lost at the All England Club since 2017, which is quite the achievement, especially because he's going up against the young Brit, the 26-year-old Cameron Norrie, in his first appearance here at a semi-final at Wimbledon. Obviously, he's got his team out there with him as well. Goran Ivanisevic and Nenad Zimanovic all won titles here at the All England Club in the past, so he's in good company. But obviously, he had to come through that big 5-setter against the young Italian on centre court a couple of days ago now, Yannick Sinner, and he had to have that break, didn't he, if you remember, after those first 2 sets, which didn't go his way. And he said he spoke about having to reset there and just kind of give himself a little pep talk before he got back into that match, and showed his true athleticism, which makes him one of the greatest of all time. Well, it's 2-3 abreast here, trying to get a glimpse of Novak Djokovic, 20 times a Grand Slam champion. Can he make it 21? He looks great, doesn't he, out there here on court number 9?
Yeah, and I'll join you after.
Well, I've been spoken to Rachel. She said it was absolutely jam-packed down there, as it is on court number 1. An absolutely fantastic match is unfolding between 2 of the finest wheelchair players in the game. 24-year-old Alfie Hewitt, 10 times Grand Slam winner, takes on Gustavo Fernandez of Argentina. 6 Grand Slams to his name. Gustavo Fernandez is 1 set up. It's 5-4 in the second set. Alfie Hewitt with the opportunity to level things as they stand, and what a massive game this is.
This is an important second serve.
We've seen it before so many times with Alfie Hewitt. He is
40-15.
An amazing warrior. and he's shown such determination so far, having been down and out in this match. He's on the cusp of drawing level. Not so fast, says Gustavo. Hammering through that forehand or
40-30.
return. British aces, and he's back to level is Alfie Hewitt. Scoreboard parity, 5 games all. Who'd have thought that about 20 minutes ago or so?
Second set.
And he was staring down the barrel.
Well, I was just going to say to you, where's he going to serve? And then I was thinking, do the tee. And he put a bit more pace on it. The point is, he's trying to get his serve, he's making sure he serves in, because he can't afford any more double faults. 3 points. So now he's got the pressure totally on Fernandez.
That's an important point for Fernandez. Sets the tone for the game, you sense. He needs to hold on here. He's taken a wrong turn in the road. Super combo from Hewitt. Great angle backhand return.
15-all.
Likewise off the forehand as well, spreading the Argentine court nicely. He's got the double rain wiper settings on right now. Gustavo Fernandez, who could do 15, no 30. Wrong, is suddenly now, his nerves are jangling. He's all over the place.
Yeah, Hewitt's also putting pressure on him. He's hitting a bit deeper and he's making Fernandez play, whereas in the previous set he wasn't really making him play.
Fernandez was playing with such authority, he wasn't allowing Hewitt, was he?
Hewitt's there.
Oh, he'd make that 9 times out of 10. He was right in his strike zone. Fernandez did well though, gutsy move to the net.
30-all.
Deadlock on the scoreboard again. Look at this, 5-all, 30-all. Who's going to blink first? Says it all, doesn't it? 2 wheelchair athletes locking horns.
Yeah, and also Fernandez knows though. He was so close to that finishing line.
Hewitt's got another break point.
Strong second serve, was it not?
And look at the reaction as well. He made it happen, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah,
look at this.
Such a clear mind.
That was close, but he went for it. That was confidence.
Backing himself all the way.
Yeah, Juarez a super shot down the line.
He snatched it out. He was kind of handcuffed to the chair there, wasn't he, with that telling return that was so accurate from Alfie Hewitt. What about this?
It's
a fifth game in a row for Alfie Hewitt, and he's back on top, having been 1-5 down in the second set. Done and dusted, the shower almost running. He's back in this fight now.
Hewitt leads by 6 games to 5. Second set. Third set, Fernandez.
After just over an hour and a half. Who'd have thought that?
Well, I'm sure Hewitt does this just to get the crowd going, get us all going, get into it, have as much time as he can on court 1. Massive court. You know, it's going to the third set. I mean, who's going to call that? Well, to be fair, you probably have to go with Hewitt because the momentum's going with him. His head's up, he's hitting better.
Yep.
He wants it, that's for sure.
5 games in a row.
He's got another match after this.
Yes, he's on third, viewers, after the ladies' invitational doubles. Alongside his constant and interesting, good talking point there, Peter. He's seeking an unprecedented 11th Grand Slam wheelchair men's doubles major title in a row. With Gordon Reid is Alfie Hewitt. They're top seeds, and they'll run into Egbrink and Gerard, who are quite an imposing force as well. So that should be interesting. That'll be third out here on 1.
Well, they get time between.
He'll need it if this does go the distance. Well, the serve is much improved. It's sort of gradually getting better, isn't it, throughout this set?
Couldn't get much worse, to be honest, could it? It was on below 30%.
Alfie Hewitt now serving for the second set.
Too good. That's well spotted by Fernandez. You know, anything that's not in the corners, actually these guys can get because they're so fast and got fantastic chair skills.
Didn't read the spin there, did he?
No.
You are 30.
I mean, you can tell when he's actually hit the ball what's going to happen. He knew that it was going to have mega side spin on it. There we go. Hewitt's now hitting it back behind Fernandez.
15-30.
Sweet timing. Looks more focused, more relaxed, still-eyed gaze from Hewitt. It's a brutal sport, isn't it? The swings in momentum.
Well, that's the beauty of tennis, isn't it? You know, it's not just the physical, it's the mental. You know, it's a physical chess game, isn't it?
2 break points for Fernandez to take us into a tiebreak.
Net for service.
You'd expect Fernandez to attack this second serve now. Got nothing to lose.
Yeah, watch him roll. Oh, that's a monster. An absolute smashed forehand return.
6 games all. Second
He
set.
hammered through that with conviction.
Both players.
It's interesting, isn't it, watching each of these players, their mindsets, the way that they sort of peak and trough. But can Gustavo control his undulations of late, having been up a set and serving at 5-1? This set's going to be decided by a tie-break, a race to 7 points.
Fernandez.
Well, the drama continues on what feels like it's going to be an extraordinary second Friday at Wimbledon. Alfie Hewitt.
1-all.
Watch this reverse backhand, cross-court out the serving box. And the crowd absolutely loved it. And Hewitt loves going... The crowd's going to give him a real boost.
Yeah, he just assaulted it, didn't he? Vicious racket head speed, yeah.
He's got to. He's got to take it to Fernandez.
Fortune favours the brave, you sense, at this stage. He's lasered the baseline. That's the Argentine.
2-1 Fernandez.
Not seen much of that of late, but that could be timely. Blessed with so much firepower.
Oh, that's super backhand. That is resilience and tough. What class.
2-all.
High quality ball striking from both. That's what we want to see. Both playing A-game tennis simultaneously.
Absolutely, it's important. Both back closed off the mini break.
For service.
Just trying to will himself across the line in this breakout is Alfie Hewitt.
3-2 Hewitt.
Yeah, it was a good strong hit, wasn't it? Good pace. Fernandez dumped it.
Was tangled in the chair, wasn't it? Sort of coming into
3-all.
He overshot himself. Misread it slightly. It's a shame because Hewitt really wanted that point, and because the scoreboard looking at 4-2 was looking good.
So still nothing between them then in this tense tiebreaker. Quick pit stop for a slurp and a towel down. That's all they'll get. On this very warm second Friday here. Temperatures due to be spiking at 28 degrees locally around SW19. It is a blissful day, and what a treat this is on #1 court here at Wimbledon.
Well, it's hotter too because there's no wind particularly. I've sat down there on courtside, and it is actually, it feels a lot hotter than the temperature says.
So who's it going to be then that's going to find a way through this maze?
4-3, Hewitt.
Hear Alfie Hewitt just geeing himself up. First serve's a premium at this stage.
Yeah, I was just looking at the second serve points. Both of them are on winning second serves, 36%. Oh, that's a good winner. Oh no, he got it back.
Yes, it had to be a back behind from there. He was in top gear on the recovery, Fernandez. He did so well to make the extra ball, but to no avail in the end.
5-3.
Now look at the court coverage. Fernandez is so far out because this is a big court and you can use the whole court. The second bounce can bounce anywhere on the green. So once Hewitt's got Fernandez right out the other side, he can actually hit it wherever he likes.
Oh, a monster! Sizzling forehand from Alfie Hewitt, just when he needed it most. And that gives him a little bit of breathing room now.
6-3, Hewitt.
That was standout and much needed. Three set points for Alfie Hewitt.
Game and second set. Hewitt.
Well, after 2 sets, we are seeing more drama than in a Netflix box set series. This is absolutely unbelievable stuff. The crowd in court 1 are loving every minute of it. Alfie Hewitt mounting an incredible comeback in that second set. Were he to have lost that, it could potentially be the start of the end, but wasn't to be. He is very much back in it, and it's game on here. I'm delighted to be joined in the studio here by Rachel Stringer. And Rachel, I mean, look at the crowds there. It's a glorious day here in SW19.
Yeah, it really is indeed. I've been kind of wandering around all day so far, and I think the fans are loving that the sun is out. It's very warm down here in southwest London. It's such a beautiful day. And yeah, the wheelchair action is underway there, and they're obviously looking for a place in that final, Radzi, against Shingo Kunieda, who got his spot a little bit earlier on. And should we just talk about that individual who I just mentioned, Shingo there, from Japan, 38 years of age. We were just talking about what he's achieved off camera.
OK, I'll ask you a few questions. Has he ever won a French Open?
Yes.
Has he ever won an Australian Open?
Yes.
US Open?
Yes.
Wimbledon?
No.
Unbelievable.
27 Grand Slam singles titles, but never Wimbledon.
It's bonkers.
Came close though, Radzi, in 2019, got to the final there, lost to the current guy that Alfie Hewitt is facing out there on court.
Who's a monster, by the way. What an absolute rig he's
Gustavo Fernandez,
yeah,
that is indeed.
From Argentina, and he himself has got 6 Grand Slams. Alfie Hewitt, 10 Grand Slams. Gustavo, 6. Kunieda, 27. That's bonkers. I mean, he's also, as courtesy of your notes, we know he's got 3 Olympic gold medals to his name as well. Just an absolute legend of wheelchair tennis.
Well, if you were watching a little bit earlier, I got to speak to him after that semi-final matchup as well, Radzi, and I said, you know, we're looking towards the final. You've already got your place there. We're waiting to see who joins you. I said it could be a matchup for that 2019 final. I said, you know, how would you look towards that if that was the case? You know, what tactics would you employ? He went, well, I'm not going to tell you that, am I? Because the opponents might be watching.
That's why he's won 27.
I'll give you some more words after that final, and it kind of was a little bit jovial down there between Shingo and myself, which was lovely to see, you know, in good spirits.
And when you think about his age, so he's 37, Nadal, who went out with injuries,
38.
Is 38, even more so then. So Nadal's 36, and then you think Alfie Hewitt's 24, so he's 14 years his senior. Really, absolutely remarkable career. And I think you mentioned that the first ever Olympic gold was 2008, Beijing. So his career goes right back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if age comes into it that much. I was talking to Gordon Reid, Alfie Hewitt's doubles partner, yesterday, I think it was, and he kind of said, well, you know, Alfie's younger than me by 8 years, but it doesn't matter, we work really well together. But then I went to ask him, I said, but do you take the role of the coach? He's like, yeah, I have done in the past.
But the same's true with the men's double. So in the final, it will be Max and Matt from Australia. There's about, I think, 11 years between them, and they kind of say that really works for them because one essentially plays the more senior role, that if you like, the older brother figure. One plays the younger, but also buoys the older one up, as in, we can do better, let's go. And so it's a really nice complementary thing. And talking about doubles, in terms of Alfie and Gordon, who played in the quarterfinals, if you're wondering what the raffle going on behind us here is, it's not actually bingo, this is the resale queue. So all these guys here are hoping to get on the centre court. But in terms of court one, after Alfie's finished there, if he doesn't go through to the final, he has a second crack at the whip break.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting about the courts, isn't it, for the guys in the wheelchair. I was speaking again, like I mentioned, to Gordon Reid yesterday. I said, oh, you were on court 14 yesterday. He said, I love being on those courts because they pack them out. I said, oh, would you like to go on centre? He was like, well, you know, don't really mind. And he was kind of almost asking the club here for a specific time. He said, I don't want to go up at the same time as the men's championship on centre court. He said, because then no one will watch it.
Yeah.
So put us on a little bit before or after on court one and we'll pack it out.
That's a really interesting point. I think at the same time as well, the wheelchair game in particular is just growing and growing. And I think roll on maybe 10 years, perhaps a bit like, say, the Paralympics, it will just be a parallel. It'll be very much an equal thing of maybe you want to watch wheelchair because it's played differently. The double bounce changes the style of play, the shots they play. But either way, it's so good. And that drama we've seen there, it has been a golden match so far.
Yeah, it's absolutely great. So if you're out and about around here, go and check out the wheelchair game. It's brilliant. But time for something a little bit different. You may or may not be aware that we have a hill in New York. Yes, you did hear that right. There's a hill in New York this weekend for the championships over in Brooklyn Park over there near the Brooklyn Bridge. And we have a reporter, Jamie, out and about for us.
We are back here at Brooklyn Bridge Park, Pier 6, the hill in New York, as it's been transformed for the next 3 days. And of course, you can't enjoy tennis without a cocktail in hand, so I'm going to belly up to the Sipsmith bar, and we're talking to Kelly Rivers, who is the senior ambassador for Sipsmith. Kelly, good morning, good afternoon.
Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I saw that the fans lined up as soon as the bar was open, of course. So let me know what's on tap today and for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, so all weekend we're serving 3 different cocktails for everyone's enjoyment, sampling here, featuring our iconic gin. Of course, we have a Tom Collins, we have a strawberry smash. And speaking of strawberries, knowing that strawberries and cream is the quintessential dish of Wimbledon, we, of course, are featuring our strawberry smash Sipsmith, which is made specifically for Wimbledon, using the strawberries from the farms that grow just for Wimbledon. In 2020, we know things didn't go according as planned. The strawberries still grew, and so because there was no match, there's a lot of strawberries. So they reached out and they're like, can you do something with these strawberries? And we're like, of course, gin. So we actually distill the strawberries into the gin, and we are serving gin and tonics, which is refreshing all weekend with this lovely, gorgeous weather.
Absolutely. Let's see that bottle. It is so pretty. This is made, obviously, specially for the 2022 championships, and it is gorgeous. And as you mentioned, features those Wimbledon strawberries. So you can get a strawberry smash, a strawberry gin and tonic, and of course, you can enjoy them with the strawberries and cream as well. Have you had a chance to have some strawberries and cream since you've been here?
Well, I mean, you have to sample the goods before you can talk about it, so they are delicious. It's lightly sweetened cream, but those berries are just ripe and ready to go.
All right, so I was saying earlier that I have actually never had the opportunity to experience a Wimbledon in person, and you have not either. So, I mean, I guess not having anything to compare it to, but what do you think of the atmosphere and just the setup here? It is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, we're recreating the hill, which happens outside, which I think is much more exciting than being in the stadium. So it is 25 years of the hill that we're celebrating, so they kind of brought it in. So if you can't be at Wimbledon, come to Brooklyn.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is free to enter. You can bring your blankets, your beach towels, and of course, grab one of these delicious cocktails. Let's cheers before we send it back to London. Cheers. Thanks so much for hanging out and talking with us, and we'll send it back to you.
Well, I have found some Spanish-speaking fans. It's a tenuous link because they're from Mexico, but they did love Rafa and they wanted to see him today. You have centre court tickets.
Yes.
How gutted are you that your man's out?
Oh, we're very sad. We're very sad. We are huge fans of Rafa Nadal. We've seen him twice, and it's amazing. It's amazing, his talent, his story. But I think it was very wise for him to pull out.
Absolutely.
Thinking of his future, of his family. I think it was very wise, but yes, we're very sad to not see him on live.
A heartbreaking loss, but you will get to see Novak Djokovic and Cameron Norrie. Yeah. Who are you backing in that one? Careful, because I'm British.
Oh, Djokovic.
Are you really? Djokovic?
Yeah,
You're going to Djokovic?
Yeah.
Okay, why?
Yeah.
Just for
talent.
Yeah.
Talent, history, preparation.
Okay, nice. Yeah. Solid. Are you having a great day here at Wimbledon?
Yes.
Yeah, you having nice drinks? Do you like Pimm's?
Yes.
Yeah, is it nice?
Yes,
Have you had your strawberries and cream?
Well, we had this one, the Pimm's.
Yeah, the Pimm's good,
yeah,
isn't it?
It's very good.
Yeah. And strawberries and cream, you have to
Not
get
yet.
that. Okay, that's just up there.
Okay, thank you.
Well, have a great day, ladies.
Thank you.
Enjoy. Thank
Bye.
you.
Well, let's jump now over to centre court then, as we say hello to the two semi-finalists out there. Novak Djokovic and Cameron Norrie will be walking out onto centre court for their semi-final match-up. It's the second match on centre today, but only the one semi-final being played. We know the story. Rafa Nadal can no longer take part due to that abdominal tear that he's got, and he, just said he can't play 2 matches. Was on the way for that calendar slam, or trying to get the third out of the 4. It's not to be, though. So we are looking at these two guys when we see them finally walk on to centre court to start this matchup. They know exactly who they'll be facing. Nick Kyrgios has a walkover, is ready and raring to play them on Sunday. We're joined by Casey Delacroix, who's here as well with us. Casey joined us the other day. Thanks for joining us once again as we just speak over a couple of the pictures here of this massive moment, in particular for Cameron Norrie. Is his first time in a semi-final. We keep talking about first. I think he'd only ever got to a third round before this championship in terms of Grand Slam, so he keeps going better and better in this competition. He's pretty cool. He cycles in every morning on his bike from Putney in his flat. Such a character, quite the contrast to probably Novak Djokovic now. He's been here, done this so many times.
Yeah, good afternoon. It's great to be here. What a day at Wimbledon it is, and you can see there's some Pimm's, some bucket hats on, because I went out and played this morning, and it is actually a little bit warmer today than it probably has been, which makes for a wonderful spectacle. Look at centre court looking lovely. But as you mentioned, Novak Djokovic there, an absolute champion of our game, one of the greatest of all time, facing against Cameron Norrie, but he's got no expectation on him really today. So we saw that with Rebekina in the semi-final. Sometimes you can go out there and just give it all and no expectation on Cameron Norrie. He's had such a wonderful tournament, but this is a really great opportunity for Cameron Norrie to show his best against one of the best that's ever played our game.
Casey, from an energy standpoint there, we saw 2 different characters in vision. We saw Cam Norrie looking apprehensive, understandably so, looking almost like a boxer getting ready to go to the ring. Yeah. Then we have a picture of serenity. Novak Djokovic looking like he's about to go through the motions. Does that kind of tell you the story of experience versus novice at this level?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a conversation we have in the locker room all the time around the value of having played on being in big matches on centre court. I love that he's got the zinc on his face. He's already Cameron Norrie. But yes, you're right. Very contrasting game styles as well as experience in regards to their careers.
Do you think, Casey, the pressure will be more or less now on Novak, considering that Rafa isn't in? I know his former coach, Todd Martin, said that Novak still feels the pressure. If one thing's going to get to him, it's possibly the opportunity here to get his 21st Grand Slam title and continue that chase to Nadal now and Federer. But yeah, the fact that he kind of goes, well, I'm not facing, if I get to the final, Rafa Nadal, it will be Nick Kyrgios.
Yeah, one of his biggest rivals in Rafael Nadal is obviously out, but I don't think Novak would also probably want to be facing Nick Kyrgios in a final as well. I'm not sure that's, you know, sometimes don't know what to expect. We know that with Nick, and the tennis that he's been playing has been exceptional. But I do think you're right. The storyline around and the narrative around who is going to be the greatest of all time, who's going to get the most amount of Grand Slams, is definitely being talked about. And Novak knows that. He knows that Rafa's got a couple up on him now. So this is a real opportunity for him. And I mean, I know it's a bit cliche to say, but it is match by match, and this is another step for him here today to get through to a final and then ultimately the Grand Slam title here at Wimbledon.
Okay, something I spoke to Adam yesterday about is the idea of how many times in a semi-final on centre court would Novak Djokovic not get the loudest ovation. We're potentially going to find out who gets it imminently as the guys walk out. I mean, what on earth will be going through Cam's head right now? Listen to that. Oh, my goodness gracious. What a moment for Cam Norrie. He's looking a little bit more composed, actually, than he did about 3-4 minutes ago. This is proper wartime. Will Nick Kyrgios be watching this match, by the way,
Oh, that's a good question. I think he'll definitely be taking a peek. I don't think he'll sit down and watch it from the first ball hit to the very end. I think he'll be, I did see him earlier in the players' area, he'll be focusing on himself probably more at this point. He's got a whole team of people around him that I'm sure will definitely sit down and watch this match. He'll take definitely a peek throughout and then just prepare his best. But he's going to have had 3 days off before the final. So physically, you know, Nick really should be, you know, in tip-top condition come the final, and these guys are going to be slugging it out here on centre court today.
Bradley, listen to the coin toss, but I actually have an answer to your question. He's actually scheduled at Arangi at 3, so if timings are correct, he's 10 minutes into his practice now.
Thank you for that. I have to say, this is really going to be a special match here. If we're going to make predictions, I'm going to call it Cam Norrie in 4.
Oh,
I'm going there. I'm going there, Rach. You've got to dream the dream.
You've got to be optimistic. You've got to manifest it, right?
You've got to.
Yeah.
Casey, we should do what Novak usually does against British players. They get the first set.
And then it's steamrolled.
4 sets, Djokovic.
Rachel, where were you
Kyle
born?
Edmonds, and that's Jack
born?
Draper. Just giving you facts. I've done my homework.
Stringer. Unbelievable. How do you reckon this might go, Casey?
I think I'm going with Novak in 4, though. I do think Cam might sneak a set in, but Novak in 4.
I mean, I spoke to Jamie Delgado, who was sat by the screen here, and he was talking about going out against Agassi in the first round, twice at Wimbledon, and he just said, actually, what can happen is you go out and you've got nothing to lose. Obviously, at this point here, we know Cam has a lot to lose, but let's listen out for the toss to find out which way it goes. By the way, always go tails.
That's heads, tails. Say it again. Heads call.
So Cam's gone heads.
And you win. Serving and swap.
See,
okay.
Didn't listen to me. Always go tails. It never fails, Rach. It never fails.
Well, that's obviously their first encounter then. This tournament, Casey was saying, they've only ever played each other once. That was last year at those ATP finals where it was quite the one-sided affair. Novak Djokovic coming out on top there, 6-2, 6-1.
Yeah, I don't really think you can probably take too much from that head-to-head. Obviously, extremely different conditions, different surface, so a different tournament altogether. So I think the fact that Cameron Norrie has had a match against him, I'm sure he's practiced against him multiple times, but I do believe when you've played, particularly those top players, when you've had a match under your belt against them, that's always puts you in good stead for the next time that you play them. But I do think that today on the grass, Cameron Norrie's just done such a wonderful job to get through to the semi-finals, and he will be feeling confident. And if he's, ever going to have a good chance of beating Novak, it's definitely out here today.
I just wonder, with the sort of momentum Cam's had, would there be a sense of, I can go out there and enjoy it and it will be what it will be? Or do you think this is a case of, no, this is the biggest match of my life and I want nothing other than victory?
Yeah, I think I don't know many tennis players that don't have the second part of what you said in regards to you always go out there believing that you can beat anyone on any given day. I think if you didn't, then you shouldn't really be taking to the court. So I definitely think that Cam Norrie will be out there believing that he's in this position for a reason and he can definitely win. But as you can see, Novak there obviously got through Sinner in the quarterfinal. He's had a lot of tennis these last couple of weeks, got through the Aussie Kokkinakis in the second round, and yeah, he's had a lot of tennis, but he's been looking good. I mean, Novak, when Novak's playing his best, his backhands look great. He's holding baseline really well. He's manoeuvring his opponents, and he's looking really good too.
I guess what we did see, though, Casey, in that quarter-final against Yannick Sinner there was the fact that he went 2 sets down and he had to go and take himself off court and have that moment to himself where he said, you know, I had to talk to myself and tell myself that I can do this and I can get through it. And when asked on court, how were the first 2 sets? He said, let's just not talk about them. Let's just go to the next 3.
Well, that's a sign of a real champion, isn't it? When you can really say, well, the first 2 sets are over, but that was almost like a different match. He had 3 more sets to play and he came out and he won those 3 sets. And he gave himself a pep talk in the mirror, which I love, because even the best of the best have to sometimes look at themselves in the mirror and give themselves a little bit of a pep talk. But this Cameron Norrie, as a fellow lefty, I love the way that he plays. I love his intent on serve. I love that he's trying to always pull his opponent off the court, find his way in, and yeah, I think the crowd and I think the fan base across the world are going to really enjoy this match today.
Rachel knows when it comes to predictions, historically I haven't done that well at Wimbledon so far. I'm going to put a case out there for Norrie. So, go back to the Aussie Open.
You already said he was going to win, so now what's your case?
So I did say Kyrgios would go all the way and lift the trophy. I did say that one. I also thought Serena Williams was going to do it, so we'll forget about that one. Yeah. But, so Cam Norrie is in a situation where he's got nothing to lose. Novak Djokovic obviously didn't play in the Aussie Open. There was a lot of, well, there was so much surrounding that. Then in terms of the French, didn't go as he wanted to. He has a chance here at Wimbledon. He, as things stand, won't be playing, possibly, in the US. So this is an enormous chance for him. He doesn't have a year of potential slams ahead of him. So I wonder how much pressure he might be under. With that in mind, that's why I think Cam Norrie's going to win this in 4, Casey. It's going to happen.
It's a reasonable case. You've done a good job of selling it. But you're right. I think the thing with these best players in the world is sometimes we might go through these scenarios in our head, but it's for Novak, it's probably a real sense of each cliche, but it's like match at a time. But I agree with the expectation thing. This is the statistics throughout the tournament, and you can see there a few more aces off the racket of Novak, pretty even in terms of total winners and to unforced errors, so fairly even across the board. And today it's just who's going to be the best player on the day. And you know, it is pretty hot out there, so it'll be interesting to see if the heat, I mean, it's not like Aussie heat, let's be honest. It's English heat, but it's still warmer. So we'll see how that affects both players as well.
Let's look at then in the box of Novak. Of course, he's got Goran Ivanisevic on his team and Nenad Zimonjic as well. Contrary, isn't it, to what Cam Norrie's got in his team. Obviously, his coach there, Facundo Lagones, last year won the ATP Coach of the Year, I believe it was, after getting him from like 74th in the world to 12th. He's never achieved what Goran and Nenad have. Does that change things a bit? Obviously, they met, didn't they, Cam and his coach at Texas Union, and have continued this great journey, but it's not the same, is it, winning these major Grand Slam titles to watching them?
I understand, yeah, what you're saying in regards to having had that lived experience. So that's what Ivanisevic and Zimonjic have had. But I do believe that sometimes the coaches that just have great relationships with their players can tend to bring the best out of them, and I think that's what he's been able to do with Cameron Norrie. And I think for these moments, for them to have that relationship and that strong bond that they have to talk through these matches, look at that. That is just an incredible image there, just right next to us. We're so lucky, aren't we? But yeah, I think they would have talked through the scenario, and yes, he doesn't have that lived experience, but I do believe that coach-player relationship can be strong enough that he can really help Cam Norrie in moments like this.
The other factor is the third player in this is the crowd.
Yeah.
How glorious it's going to be for Cam, who's not used to playing on centre court, who's not used to going this deep in any slam. Every shot he wins, he knows that crowd are going to be behind him. When he feels slightly tired, they're going to be behind him. When Novak misses a shot, they're going to be behind him. That must make him feel great.
That will make him feel great, and I can genuinely say, having played in Australia when you've got the roof closed on Rod Laver Arena, in those big moments, the crowd definitely play a factor in regards to the adrenaline that you feel on the court, perhaps, you know, just getting you over the line. So, yes, it's definitely a factor. On the other hand, obviously, Novak has played in those scenarios many, many times before. But let's hope the crowd really get behind. He hears them all out here at the Hill and everywhere far and beyond.
it's a sticky heat we've got here, so you're used to the dry heat of Australia.
Yeah.
Whereas here, I just would be curious to know who starts sweating first, who feels that fatigue first, and also what effect that could then potentially have in the final. But Rach knows I like sports science, so I like to call Cam as fit as a butcher's dog. So who knows? I mean, who would you say is fitter, Rach, out of those two guys?
Well, I actually spoke to Ninad, actually. I said, Cam thinks he's the fittest on tour. I said, obviously, you'll have something to say about that. And he was like, well, obviously Novak is. But I said, well, Cam's cycling every morning 3 miles to Putney. He was like, yeah, well, we'll see when we get on centre
Is
court.
Cam doing that during the tournament?
Yes,
He's cycling
continuing to do it, which I think
every day. That's
shows kind of what a normal guy he is.
Saving a fortune
He's not
on
taking
Ubers.
the and he's not taking the courtesy cars. He's just happy to cycle in.
Yeah.
Novak's physical, his ability and his physicality, I think, is definitely second to none. I'm sure Cam Norrie is very fit, but what I've seen Novak being able to do at different times throughout his career, when you think he's down and out, and he just finds this extra. I don't know. I think Novak's going to be pretty hard to beat in the physicality stakes.
Do you know what I wonder with Novak? If it's almost more efficiency. So someone like Cam reminds me of, say, a Leighton Hewitt, who would never stop running, but Novak just doesn't need to because of his movement, because of his balance, because of everything that he does.
And when Roger Federer is at his best, that's exactly what Roger was like. He was so efficient getting in and out of the court, also laterally moving side to side, and if you can do less work and be more efficient, then it's definitely going to help you.
Well, I want your thoughts on Nick Kyrgios, of course, a little bit later. But for now, let's go and see what Olivia is up to round the ground.
Now, I have been stopped in my tracks by the incredible Megan. Let's give Megan some room and let's have a twirl, please. I mean, it's amazing.
Thank you.
Now, obviously, you wanted to slip around unnoticed today. I'm sorry we've had to grab you, but wow, look at you. Why did you want to make such a great impression today, Megan?
Well, I'm local. I live just around the corner, and obviously Wimbledon's like a big spectacle. I've never been, so I thought, if you're going to do it, go hard or go home.
Absolutely, I love that. Well, you've gone very hard and you're not to go home. So it's your first time, but you're local. What do you reckon? What are you making of the whole thing?
It's amazing. So we parked up on the hill. It's been super busy, but the vibes are immaculate, and it's just such a great thing, and would definitely be coming back.
It's a great day out, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And you look
Totally.
amazing. Why did you want to dress up? And I'm pleased you did, because hey, I subscribe to that.
Because it's Wimbledon. You don't want to look like, like you're just going to the corner shop. You want to dress up.
100%.
There we go.
It's a hot day, though.
Very, very hot.
Is that got sunscreen in it?
3 times now.
3 times,
50, back to 50.
Amazing. What have you tried or tasted or enjoyed being here today?
Obviously Pimm's.
You've had Pimm's?
Yeah,
Great.
you can't come to Wimbledon and not have Pimm's. Unfortunately, I'm allergic to strawberries.
Oh,
so.
no, you're one of those.
Yeah, I know.
They're a small number, but
I know. It's the worst.
Yeah.
It's the worst.
Yeah.
But so I've done that, and to be honest, just like the best of British people. You're just out, you're having a
Great
good
people
time.
watching, isn't it?
And then everyone just comes over, sharing a glass of Prosecco, having a chat about where you come from. It's proper
Amazing.
good.
Proper good. You're proper good. Thanks so much. Have a great day.
Cheers. Thank you.
It's always fascinating, isn't it, to get some facts and stats on the players, and IBM bringing some great facts throughout the tournament to us. And you can see over on the screen now, we're predicting the score here. We were making our own predictions. Casey and myself were going Novak, Radzi was going Cam Norrie, and the fans at home and IBM have gone 57% to Novak Djokovic to take this and go into the final against Nick Kyrgios, 43% Cam Norrie. That can change because we just had a quick look at what is happening over on centre court, Radzi, and Cam Norrie broke straight away. And obviously now he's serving, and it's all square. Oh no, it's not. Mine's not uploading. 40-15 to Djokovic in this second
game. Might be back-to-back breaks after 2 games, so we could have an awful lot of drama there. And that IBM Power Index is essentially all about an algorithm where they gather data, whether it be media, whether it be scores, whether it be a different kind of numeric system where they try and work out percentages. So 57% they reckon, but could it already be eviscerated to 50-50? Because I think the real smart money, people are saying Cam Norrie in 4 sets. I'm saying it for the 3rd time. You heard it here first. But 1 apiece already. This is properly game on, Casey.
It is. Well, I think the 2 breaks of serve, to me, I think probably show a little bit of nerves, maybe perhaps from both players. They've both got great serves and have done a great job throughout the tournament. But yeah, a break of serve from each is an interesting start to that match.
Should we move and talk a little bit about Nick Kyrgios? Well, we've got an Aussie here. We must talk about the Aussie in the final. What do you think he will have thought of getting a walkover, firstly?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, as a player, that thought of getting a walkover, especially at this stage of a tournament. It's quite unique. It rarely happens, especially into the final of a Wimbledon. So I think the thing is that, you know, I do believe that Nick deserves his place in the final, particularly with the tennis that we've seen from him. And this is some footage probably at the 3 o'clock practice session that you mentioned there, Rach, over at Orangi. Good to see him out there hitting a few balls. But I do think with the tennis that we've seen from Nick throughout this week, particularly against Tsitsipas in that match, and then what he's been able to do when he's been under pressure and down, break points, for example, he's been so accurate on serve. He just walks up to the line, picks his spot, and he's so accurate. So I do believe that he deserves a spot in the final of Wimbledon. A really exciting opportunity. Australia's going nuts back home, obviously. So, yeah, it's exciting time for Australian tennis.
For me, what I've noticed is, speaking to friends of mine, people I meet in the street, a lot of them are saying the same thing. They're saying, Nick Kyrgios, what's he like? Yeah. And I think, wow, he's almost transcended a tennis player now into a character. And I think, for me, I think he's fantastic. And I actually love the mind games, because for me that's an element of sport that really fascinates me. From an Aussie standpoint, is that a very Australian way to be?
Well, I think, for example, myself, I'm a massive tennis fan, right? And I have grown up with the sport. And during the Australian Open, when Nick and Thanasi were playing in the doubles there, at the courts that they were playing on, he's quite the character, isn't he? You would never see any other player go and do that during their practice.
He's never met that lady before.
That's not bad, but
that's his girlfriend. Yes, of course. But there was not. In those courts and those big show courts, I don't think there was anyone over the age of 30 watching those matches. And he's really engaged this new demographic of tennis fans to our sport. You know, we obviously always want our athletes to be great role models and to really go out there and fight and give it their all. And, you know, like I said, I think Nick's played great tennis this week. He deserves to be in the final. And he has. He's really engaged this new crop of people that love the game of tennis, which, from my perspective, working in the sport on a day-to-day basis is a really positive thing, because we've got more eyes on our game, which is what we want.
I mean, I can second that as well. When I'm down at Orangi, when Nick walks around, everybody screams.
Yeah.
All the fans wait for Nick Kyrgios, and they're screaming at him, and he goes over and signs some autographs and takes some selfies, which is just great to see. You know, he loves that as well. And, you know, maybe this can be a turning point from him, because he's only ever got, well, now he's got to a Grand Slam final, but beforehand he'd reached the quarters, hasn't he, back in 2014 here, when, who did he beat there? Nadal, on the way to the quarterfinals. But maybe this is a chance for him to really step up his career as well, because not that he doesn't always take it seriously, but he just kind of does what he does sometimes, it feels like, in my opinion, to get by. And maybe if he gets a taste of winning a Grand Slam title, maybe he'll want even more of that, Casey.
Yeah, and look, I do believe that Nick's matured over the years in regards to, I think that just happens as you get older, right? He's now 27 and he seems really happy off the court, and I always believe players that are happy off the court, you usually see that go onto the court and they tend to play some great tennis, which I think Nick is as well. I think the other thing was that Grand Slam title that he won with Fernandez and at the Australian Open has played a really big part in, you just can't beat that winning feeling, and also winning a Grand Slam, it doesn't matter where you win it, if it's in mixed doubles or doubles or whatever. So I think for Nick, it just was a really good start to the year. By winning with Fernandez, they loved it out there. They had so much fun playing tennis, which is when Nick plays his best tennis, right? He loves to just have fun, he loves to be an entertainer, and that's when he's playing at his best. So I think he's just kind of put the ducks in a row in regards to what works for him and his team, and we're seeing, I guess, that play out here at Wimbledon this year.
In terms of the buy, I just wonder pragmatically, we look at tennis players as tennis players. We don't necessarily see them as guys who are trying to put food on the table. Going through to the final, that's a lot of extra money.
Yes.
That's pressure off him in terms of securing his legacy and his future.
Yeah, no, he's a real family man, Nick. He's always has been. I know his mum's back home in Australia. He's got his sister here and his dad as well. And, you know, he is a real family man, Nick. He's very loyal to those around him. And, yeah, like I said, I think he's just got this team of people around him. There's his sister in the green dress and his girlfriend, obviously, sitting there with him. But he just seems really happy. He's got a bit of a spring in his step, Nick. He's walking up with his chest out. He's confident, and hence why, yeah, I do believe we're seeing him with a bit more clarity in regards to his tennis on the court, what he wants to do, how he wins matches, and how he's going to go about doing it. So, yeah, I'm really happy for Nick. And obviously we had Ash win here last year, which was incredible. It's the 20-year anniversary of Leighton winning here. So from an Australian perspective, we've got Matt and Max in the doubles final. We had Sam and Matt in the mixed doubles final. So the Aussies are killing it here at this Wimbledon, which is makes me always really proud.
I think you feel like there's something in the water, don't you, Casey?
Yes.
But all those facts that she just reeled off there, it's meant to be. And you were just saying, you know, you don't usually see a walkover at this stage in the competition. Not since 1931 has there been a walkover at this late stage.
I remember that well, Rach. I remember that
you might go and name them then.
Oh,
no, let's not go yet. So far away.
But it's a really unique, like, way to get into the final. Yeah. So I'm not really sure, like, I don't think it's ever happened to me, and probably not to a lot of players, particularly, as I said, again. So I'm not really sure maybe perhaps how that's processing for Nick. Maybe it's a really great question to ask him how he feels. But I do, like I said, I think that he would believe and feel that he deserves that spot in the final, which he should, right?
Absolutely.
You can only play what's in front of you, and you've just got to go out there and do that. So unfortunately, we didn't get to see the semi-final I think we all hoped for. But at the end of the day, we will have a great final in the end. Final question, will he go red cap, red kicks for the interview afterwards, or will he change it up, do you reckon? Oh, I think he'll change it up. Oh, I want to see it. We want to see it, because in case you don't know, he wears his Jordans on his feet, he wears Jordans on his cap. And talking about NBA, let's head over to Olivia with an NBA star right now.
Well, look who I've stumbled across. Hard not to stumble across him, that's for sure. Carl, how are you?
I'm doing great.
And Jordan, welcome to be here. Yes. So, how long have you been in town?
We've been in town for a little bit. We actually had some business to take care of here and enjoyed some music festival as well. But
you went to Glastonbury?
We were at we went to Wireless actually.
Okay.
We wanted to go see J. Cole and everybody. So
good?
It was awesome. And you know, we just could not miss Wimbledon, so this was something special.
An iconic British thing to do. So is it your first time here?
It's my first time here for Wimbledon.
Yeah.
I've only been to one other tennis match physically without me watching at the house. I came here exact same spot for French Open a couple years ago, and this is her first tennis event ever.
I assume you have centre court tickets today.
Yes.
That's lucky.
Yes.
That's the court to be on.
Lucky.
Now listen, how are you feeling that Rafa Nadal has had to withdraw?
We were just talking about this. We were disappointed because we really were excited to watch him play, especially me, to see one of the GOATs play in his element. It was something special. But you know what? happy that, you know, he's going to be able to bounce back from this and we get to watch even more tennis from him.
Absolutely. It's important he preserves his career and not just does it.
Absolutely. If anyone knows that, I know that as an athlete too. So.
And as an athlete, what is it like, from your point of view, tennis players, like their game, their skill, the mental game they have to kind of play? You know, what do you take from watching a top tennis player?
I mean, it's just amazing the way they bounce back from sets. You know, things could be going so wrong and end up being so right. Yesterday in the women's singles, there was one of them like that. You know, first set rolling, second set fall apart, and then all of a sudden you really regroup real quick and act like nothing happened and find yourself winning the match and moving on to the finals. So we were been watching Wimbledon. We were going to come yesterday as well. We ran into some more business, and today
I love that. You are in town to do business. A bit of fun, but a lot of business.
I love that.
A
lot of fun, but a lot more business, you know. We know who got us here, so we ain't going to disrespect it.
That's good. Now, Jordan, I saw you both in the shop. Love the Wimbledon shop. What have you got? Did you get any cute little Wimbledon trinkets?
We got teddy bears for our niece and nephews.
Nice.
Nothing for ourselves, but it's about the kids anyway.
You're decked out, actually. You know, we're sponsored by Polar Alpha.
I came right. I thought I had to come equipped, so I wanted to make sure.
You are on brand, and we appreciate that. You look the part. Actually, I saw you both walk in, and I was like, what is he working? No, he's not working here. He's just finally, Novak Djokovic.
Yes.
I mean, you want to see him.
Yeah.
But he is taking on a British hopeful, and this is big for us.
I know.
So who are you backing? Say the right thing. You're on our turf.
I came here to watch some good tennis. That's the political way to get out of it.
All right, have a great time. Thanks, guys. Enjoy your day. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
No matter how small, how tiny, or how minute, the technicalities, the particulars, the seemingly insignificant. At Wimbledon, these details matter. And this year with Oppo, we'll capture the detail like never before. In low light and high intensity. Because when you take care of the detail, the rest takes care of itself. Greatness. It's all in the detail.
Welcome to the Sip Smith Swansea service at Wimbledon. Your Swansea at Wimbledon, the official tennis of Sip Smith Gin. Swansea, like a concierge, but ginier.
Straight up, yeah, bounce, yeah, come on, bounce. Woo, woo. Go, go, woo. Yeah, it's the kind of vibe I like. Make me wanna ride with the window down all night.
You all certainly look the part, dressed in your strawberry shirts, but have you tried a Wimbledon strawberry?
We haven't yet, no.
Would you like to?
I'll have one yet, why not?
Hello, welcome to Around the Grounds with Amex.
Now, two things synonymous with Wimbledon is, of course, the horticulture and strawberries and cream. But don't take my word for it. What was your initial reaction when you saw everything in the floral displays?
Happiness, really. I think it's just so nice to be back. The summer experience of being in Britain and in London, the flowers are in bloom, all these great sporting events.
It's so beautiful. Honestly, it's breathtaking.
What makes the Wimbledon strawberries so good?
Well, I think it's a really nice mix of cream and strawberries. It's sweet and has some creamy texture in it. It blends really well.
Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Strawberries and cream always, and champagne.
You cannot compare the strawberry to anything else.
It's really great. It's part of the traditions.
Absolutely delicious. Best strawberries in the world are in England, and the nicest people.
I've come along to the American Express card member lounge.
So let's see what all the fuss is about.
Greatness. It takes time to evolve and to grow. To strive for relevance in a world that changes fast. To learn how to adapt when the conditions work against us. It's an endeavor to be sharper and smarter. A labor of excellence as old as time itself. A century of relentlessly pushing the boundaries further and further. Again and again and again.
You have to develop an edge to be great at something. I got that. And then, boom, there's something clearly wrong.
You doing your job, umpire? You're pathetic. How much bigger a point can you screw it up with? Couldn't you see anything? From New York, John McEnroe.
You either loved him or hated him, but you could not be aware of John McEnroe.
I didn't want to be booed. I wanted everyone to clap for me. But if I wanted to be like my idols,
Foot over the line.
I did learn you gotta be a bit of a lunatic out there.
You cannot be serious.
Who doesn't mind yelling at an umpire, man?
Go around the world, meet girls, and party. I was on such an unbelievable high. #1 in the world. I'm the greatest player that's ever played. Why does it not feel that amazing? You always worry you're too much like your dad. He was a perfectionist. That's my biggest flaw. I was melting down. 37 psychologists and psychiatrists didn't help. It felt like there was no way that it could get worse, but it proved to be incorrect.
John's a perfectionist. In his head, it's never good enough.
I would dwell on tennis matches when I could have been a better dad. That's the worst feeling. You always hear, do whatever it takes to win, at any cost. Is it all worth it?
Hi, I'm Björn Borg. I won 5 times in a row from 1976 to 1980. So Sunday was an amazing feeling. Everybody was here who won the Wimbledon. For me to get together with all the players, it was a special feeling. Wimbledon is always doing great things. I'm just happy I was here on Sunday to be part of the whole thing. I'll tell you a little story. When I was 9-10 years old, my hometown was outside Stockholm. I was watching semi-finals and finals at Wimbledon because that was my dream. Not only to come to London, England, but to play in Wimbledon. Because the center court is, for me, it's the most famous center court in the world. I came here in 1972. I played the junior Wimbledon. I played Buster Mottram in the final. We played on court 2. After the final, I won. I ran up to the center court, and they were going to start the 5th set, Illy and Stamp. So I was watching the 5th set, and it was unbelievable. And I said to myself, one day I'm going to play on this center court. That's my dream. So my dream came through. I came and played on the center court, and that was the most wonderful thing and the biggest thing in my life as a tennis player. It's a tournament that everybody wants to win. They have a dream to win Wimbledon. To walk out to the center court, it's the most satisfying thing you can be involved with tennis. The crowds, they have a knowledge, they know what tennis is about, they understand tennis. And to win the championship in Wimbledon, that was unbelievable. I think the match everybody remember was against John McEnroe in 1980. The tennis we produced and we played was unbelievable. Myself and John, we are very proud and very happy to be part of the tennis history. And that's a match everybody remember. I had a dream to be here, my dream fulfilled. Keep the dream, and maybe one day everybody will be able to fulfill their dreams.
McEnroe, so many memories they've made on the courts here in Wimbledon, and we're going to head over to court number 1 now, where the drama continues as Alfie Hewitt from GB takes on Gustavo Fernandez of Argentina. This one really couldn't be much closer. Alfie battled back in the second set from 5-1 down. It's now behind once again, this time in the third set, with Gustavo to serve.
It's great play by both players. You know, they're really up their levels. The standard is amazing. Oh, he's missed the overhead. That's pressure for you. They're almost shouting as loud as Sutton and Henman Hill, or is it Norris No?
Changes every week, that, doesn't it? And Murray Mound, Dezetsky Ridge. Look at this. Conversion rate in third set not looking good. Oh, he just shanked that one wide, but it was aggressive intent. So is it to be Fernandez's day? Advantage. A timely ace down the tee.
It's a great serve. You know,
South America's best.
He's put swing on it and it's come down, landed plumb on the line. It's a great serve at a very important stage of the match.
Oh, he's there. How's that for speed and athleticism? His first push was sensational.
Good pushing.
All of the off-court training and the sprints that he does.
Backspin. That is great. And stay out of the net, because if he touches the net, he's losing the point. Oh. Fantastic determination. He's slapping that forehand, doesn't he?
He does, but it has served him so well over the years, to be fair to him. We've seen such brilliance from that wing. Just mistimed that one. Fernandez with another game point, and rightly just rolling off stage momentarily to catch a breath and collect his thoughts. These are big moments.
So at last, Hewitt's going. Fernandez couldn't pick it up off his toes and get it over the net. Now he's got the break point. Now he can capitalise.
Look at the intent from Hewitt.
Yeah, well, he's got second serves, and he's really needs to attack this second serve. I'd be loving to see him over the baseline. First bounce. There we go.
Oh, he's got a sweet strike for Britain's Alfie Hewitt. And look at the reaction. He is loving this right now. What a timely break back. And he's back on terms.
You would have thought he'd won the match with that reaction.
Looked like it.
And all he's done, game's all just come back on parity.
I just think it's been an incredibly difficult day for him. He started so poorly that he's just jubilant to get somewhere near a decent performance.
And the crowd love it, so that's good. Crowd gets behind him, where they might have given him 10% or 20%, he's on 25% crowd support.
Yeah, he breaks serve for the 6th time and is back locked in at 4 games each.
Well, it's all happening, isn't it, over on court number 1 there in that wheelchair semi-final matchup between Gustavo Fernandez and Alfie Hewitt. 4-all in that 3rd set now. If you are a British fan, you'll be rooting for Alfie Hewitt to make it to those finals where he'll meet up with Kunaneda, who is looking for his 28th Grand Slam title and his first here at the All England Club. What scenes there over southwest London then? Here on men's semi-finals day on the Friday. 2 more days left after this. It's absolutely glorious. Everybody is watching the action unfolding on centre court. All eyes are on that matchup. Novak Djokovic taking on Cam Norrie. And look at what happened in that opening set, Casey. 6-2 Cam Norrie. That's what we predicted. Let's have a look at how it unfolded.
Well, there was a few breaks of serves there, as you can see. You can see Cameron Norrie broke serve 3 times throughout that first set.
Go on, Cam.
Yeah. Your prediction is looking good at the moment, Radzi. But in terms of even the unforced errors, you can see only 9 from Cameron Norrie, but 12 off the racket of Novak. We know that he doesn't give away unforced errors just frivolously, does Novak. So I'm sure he'll want to tighten up on those. But looks to me like a lot of pressure has been put on the racket of Novak.
This is good. I mean, somebody did mention, and they would call him sort of cerebrally excellent, is that Novak could be considering the fact that French isn't going to happen, that US has happened, that US isn't going to happen potentially. It's all about Wimbledon. Cam Norrie, however, nothing to lose. Here he comes, South African born, New Zealand educated. Go on, Cam. Bit of bipartisan commentary there, Rach.
I mean, yeah, we'll let Radzi get carried away with what's going on there on the stats. But, yeah, I kind of was reading in the press this morning that, you know, Cam Norrie's a great defender as well, and he's in there to soak up the pressure, whatever Novak throws at him, and he seems to be doing that well as well. He hasn't really got kind of one thing in his armoury which he excels at. He's got just a very good all-round game, isn't he?
Yeah, and I think left-handers on grass are just a nightmare for so many players. So I think that's definitely going to play a factor. I think in terms of like patterns of play and what Novak prefers, Cam Norrie could potentially be able to expose him with the lefty serve out wide, pulling Novak off the court, opening up the rest of the court. We know how much Cam Norrie likes to come forward as well. So if you want to win points against Novak, you've got to look to come forward as much as possible too. So far it looks like a pretty clean match from Norrie, but 1 set's done. That doesn't mean much in men's best of 5 tennis, so let's see if he can just keep that level up throughout, and yeah, if he can do that, then yes, your prediction may come true.
Okay, where I'm worried is that one thing that Novak and Rafa do phenomenally well is they gain data.
Yes.
So they're happy to almost throw away the first set to work out how their opponent's going to play and then almost decode the enigma. And once they do that, they're very difficult to compete against. I guess the big question is now, this second set, can Norrie get a lead, much like Jannik Sinner managed to do, and then hold on for dear life?
And then also, yeah, close out the match, because sometimes you can get yourself in a position against these big players, but it's never over until that last ball has been hit. So the other statistic that just popped up before was points won on second serve, and it didn't look, I think Novak had only won 20% points won on second serve, so it looks like Cam Norrie's looking to be super aggressive on Novak's serve as well. So I think that's a really probably purposeful tactic from Norrie to be really aggressive on Novak's second serve and make sure that he puts a lot of pressure there.
Can I just chuck in, sorry, jump in, Rach? It's just the idea that if I was going to almost make an oh dear for Cam Norrie, he's come out there, he's had an incredible ovation from the crowd. He's won the first set 6-2. He is sky high. So then if he loses the first couple of service games, or even a service game for himself, how much of an effect that will have for him and his momentum?
Well, I think you have to expect that that's going to happen at some point. So I think Cam Norrie will probably be in that mentality of at some point, maybe perhaps Novak's not playing his best level right now, maybe Cam Norrie is playing exceptional, but at some point when you're playing in Novak, you know that they're going to come out with some good stuff. So I think at some point Cam Norrie is going to be ready for that, and you just have to remember that he's one of the best players in the world. Deal with it and just keep doing what you've done well to get to a point of winning, and sometimes that's all you can do, right?
I'm looking forward as well when this match progresses, because again there was some fats on his physicality, Cam Norrie, and his coach was saying that even if he's pushed to a fifth setter, he trains in the red zone, Radzi, all the time. So when your heart rate is obviously sky high and he can stay at that red zone for 9 minutes. So if a kind of a game is lasting a long while or a match is, you know, Cam Norrie, in his coach's words, thinks he'll come out, which again, those things are really interesting to hear. The level that he's putting his body under, the strain that he's putting his body under day in, day out to prepare for these massive occasions. I just think that's super interesting.
Can I just add to that? Is that because Cam ultimately has to do that? Because it's kind of what Rachel touched on, he doesn't have that weaponry, so he's got to rely on maximising everything else that he's got.
Yeah, absolutely. So a bit different to say like a Nick Kyrgios who has a serve that he can just pull out whenever he wants and go bang, bang, bang. Whereas Cam Norrie, he needs to be at a certain level physically to be able to maintain the great player that he is. So I think majority of players, when you're playing men's best of 5 set tennis, you have to be prepared to work hard physically anyway. But yeah, I think, I mean, to me, that's just the ultimate professional to be able to say, hey, I need to be able to be at my best physically and I'm going to go ahead and do that. I think that's just a real hat off to someone like a Cam Norrie.
Now, he was 30 love up on his service game in the second game. Novak's got it back to 30 all. We could potentially be seeing a broken game. We're in the cheer from the crowd. That's good. It's 40-30.
That crowd, though, is coming from court one because there's some special tennis being played over there as well in the wheelchair singles semi-final for the gentlemen. It's Gustavo Fernandez and Alfie Hewitt in this third set. It really is hotting up in there. It is, yes, out here and in there, Radzi. Thank you. We can just watch this, so guys, for the time being, looking for that spot in the finals.
Advantage Fernandez.
Still they fight on.
Yes. Yeah, they keep fighting on, but they're keeping me away from my lunch and my early tea, one or the other.
Very long game. Very pivotal game. Oh yes, the back behind was timely. So focused, he knew that Fernandez was on Fast recovery back to the middle of the court, and he just sent it back behind him, Alfie Hewitt.
And when you're running that far back on the base, behind the baseline, it's the lines people who've got to watch out for their legs.
Yeah.
Oh!
So close to taking that game. Yes. Absolutely the right play and the right shot.
Yeah, he sort of sought confirmation from his camp, didn't he? You saw his eyes rifling around just to suggest, was that out? Oh, very close. Still nothing between them on the scoreboard. 10 minutes shy of 3 hours they've been playing.
Super drop shot. Great vision.
Advantage.
Hewitt saw Fernandez way behind the baseline. Not a chance of getting there, even as fast as Fernandez is. You know, you could feel that coming, couldn't you?
Yeah, he was edgy, wasn't he?
Yes. Three. He's throwing it too far back behind him. He's doing that to try and get load the topspin on the serve. It's just not working for him. Hasn't done for the last 2 days.
Good read of the Fernandez backhand cross court, and then what a resulting
advantage Hewitt.
Wallop back. Look at this.
It's a great running backhand winner down the line, isn't it? It's Hewitt's favourite. Look how fast he's having to push to get there.
Straining every sinew above his head, that contact point.
Too strong. You know, the quality's just awesome. You know, I sit in admiration of how the pressure is telling, and yet they're still coming up with these brilliant shots. Not a great time for a double.
Advantage.
An 11th double fault from Hewitt. There's a stern look in that South American support camp, isn't there? They look no nonsense.
Well, they probably think that Fernandez should have had this about an hour and a half ago. Too long. It was a winner all the way, but he just overstruck it. Oh, it's getting edgy, isn't it?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because you've got Hewitt's sort of ball that's a bit more rainbow-like in its flight path. Fernandez slightly flatter, slightly firmer, but he can also load up with loads of spin when he wants, but that one just too flat.
No one can string 2 points together.
So low on the grass court, didn't it? Loaded with underspin, it skidded through to Fernandez.
Advantage Hewitt.
Didn't come up, and that's, you know, surprising. Why? Because they've all got such great slices and spin. They don't do more because it stays so low. When it's low, you can't do anything with it.
Another opportunity to put this game to bed. This vital 9th game of the 3rd set.
Got it.
Wayne Hewitt.
Raucous reaction for the British #1 as he heads out into the lead for the first time in set number 3.
Hewitt leads 5 games to 4. Final set.
Just a game away now from what would be a maiden Wimbledon wheelchair singles final for Alfie Hewitt. Gustavo Fernandez, he's been there before. 3 years ago, back in 2019. Both men giving their utmost out here on show court 1. It's been a fabulous match. And a glowing spectacle for wheelchair tennis, frankly.
Well, what a stadium for it. And what a day to have it. A British player at Wimbledon, on the grass, centre court 1.
Time.
And they've really come up with the beans, haven't they?
They have. Yeah, it's been a cracking match, and we're not done yet. Well, you said, Peter, how you'd rather be returning for the win. Let's see what Alfie can muster here as Fernandez rolls to the line to serve to stay in this deciding set at 4-5.
I'd certainly be sitting there and go, okay, I can break here, no problem. First bounce, attack serve, rolling over the baseline. I'd also be thinking, I've got nothing to lose because I'm 5-4. So I can afford to attack, whereas Fernandez can't afford to make the mistakes. It's still in. Wow. I think we all thought that was going out.
Yeah, he got tangled on the next one, didn't he, Alfie? Though he had plenty of time, he just shouted move to his camp.
Yeah, it was
fatigue setting in.
Well, Andy was watching the ball, watching to see what was going to happen before he moved.
Timely, sweet strike from Hewitt.
30-15.
Call that match point. That was a snatch and a half, and all he needed to do was prod it. That's.
He had the open court.
Yeah, interesting.
Two points away from victory now, Hewitt.
Well, Fernandez heard you there.
40-30.
That's 100% commitment and confidence going for the winner then.
Gorgeous backhand strikes, this time down the line from Butte. Into the fourth hour we go.
Relax for service.
Fourth or third?
Fourth. Slightly rushed from Gustavo.
Advantage, Hewitt. Set a match. Hewitt. 2 sets to 1, 2-6, 7-6, 6-4.
Alfie Hewitt, the wheelchair British #1, rolls into his maiden Wimbledon singles final in a match that could have gone either way. Alfie Hewitt puts his hand up and says, "I'll take it." A semi-final that had so much drama and intrigue. He was down a set and 5-1. And then in the third set, he was down 4-2. A lion-hearted effort. He's pulled the rabbit out of the hat, and somehow he's into his first Wimbledon singles final. Alfie Hewitt, take a bow. Coming through 2-6, 7-6, 6-4 in 3 hours and 3 minutes. Incredible tennis. You can barely believe what he's done.
Oh, I'm just sitting there and I think, absolutely fantastic match. Well deserved. Go to the crowd. You know, the crowd helped him enormously. So, saying thank you. And this guy on your screen also, Gustavo Fernandez, is such a fighter. But Hewitt, wow, what can you say? He was down in the whole match, essentially.
Absolutely.
Except for the last 2 games.
That would have been What a result that was for Alfie Hewitt on centre court. Nearly 3 hours of marathon. He was a breakdown in the final set. He dropped the first set as well. What an absolute hero. It's fantastic atmosphere here on the hill. Watching on, we got 2 Brits back-to-back on action. Cameron Norrie over on centre court, Alfie Hewitt over on that.
Well, we just came back from a little break. We had our lunch break.
He was here when we got here.
Yeah, I know. We were watching this match when we were first on, earlier on, James, and I mean, it looked like Fernandez was cruising towards a pretty comfortable victory, but several hours later, they're still out there. Finally, Hewitt manages to win it. What a performance from him.
I hope someone does an ice bath with his name on it, because he's going to need to cool down after that one. It is roasting hot here at Wimbledon, as you can see the scenes there on the hill. I think we're almost at capacity, actually. So many people packed in. Beautiful summer's afternoon here on this Friday. Just gone 4:15 local time.
Yes, they were enjoying the match in the wheelchairs that was on court number 1 on the big screen, but also the match, of course, taking place on centre court. Cameron Norrie against Novak Djokovic. We'll update you on that one in just a second. But first, let's catch up with Olivia.
Now, one of the most exciting and brilliant mementos you can get from the championships are the used balls. Now, remember, every £1 spent on a used ball, they cost £3 for 1 ball, £4 for a tin, or £7 for 2 tins, goes to the Wimbledon Foundation. So it's basically a charity donation, and in turn, you get to take one of the balls used at the championship. I'm hoping one of these is one of the balls used in the Djokovic-Norrie match. Hello, ladies. How are you today?
Very good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Okay, talk us through how many balls on average, if you can, you sell in a day?
I would say definitely a couple hundred. We get about between 15 and 20 boxes each day, and they all sell within, I'd say we get our first batch at 10, sell out by 12, our second batch at 3, they're sold out within half an hour.
And a box contains 24 tins of balls with 3 in a tin, so there's a lot of balls, and they literally are the hottest product here.
Yeah, we usually have a queue going out the shop.
Really?
Yeah, it usually starts about 20 minutes before 3 o'clock, so it's mad.
Gosh, it really is the thing to get, and you're back here. Where are we exactly in relation to anything? We're behind court 2, but this is the only place you can get them, and everyone knows that, and they come here. Oh, love that. Okay. They come in quite a lovely presentation box, don't they? But I don't see one. Could you make it for us? Go on, Lauren. Now, you've learned some things while I've been here even, so let's see your skills.
Okay. You have your ball on the plinth, and then you just...
Wait, there's more to this. Now, Slazenger are the official ball sponsor, as we know, of Wimbledon. They're the longest standing sport partnership in sport. They started their partnership in 1902, so that's pushing 120 years, which is remarkable. Obviously, we know the balls have changed from white balls to yellow balls. The materials have changed too. But it comes like this. The Slazenger logo has to be front and centre. Wimbledon 2022. A lovely little memento for £3, all going to the Wimbledon Foundation. And this could have been one of the balls that was hit by Djokovic to secure a point in a match, or Norrie. It's exciting. It's really exciting. I would like to package up balls. Is that okay?
Of course.
I'm coming in. Which way should I come? I'll come round this way. Oh, this is your little office. Lucky it's not 1,000 degrees outside. It's nice and pleasantly cool in here. Just put that down for now. Right, may I have a box and a ball?
Yes.
And while I'm here, lovely other things on offer in the shop. You've got towels, you've got the key rings.
Got a ball?
Oh, I'd love a ball. Oh, this looks like a 7. If you've been watching, you'll know what that is. And if you haven't, I'm not telling you what that means.
Box.
Okay,
And a
box, a plinth. So I learnt from one of your colleagues, you need the logo on the side of the plinth, and this needs to be the right way up, facing forward, like so. I will then, I think if I worked at Wimbledon in this capacity, this would be the job I'd like to do too.
Facing up.
Facing, yes, got it.
Go up. Yeah, like that.
Got it. I mean, maybe I need some practice. Go under pressure. I'm on camera. Obviously, don't want to damage anything. Don't want to break the box. Don't want to damage the ball. Oh, do I spin it to make it?
Front and centre.
Oh, front and centre. It was harder than it looked. I saw one of your colleagues do it in literally 3 seconds flat, and it made me think she's very skillful. And then we'll just nicely bend it down, pop it in, and this is what the people will be queuing for. So when a match is on centre court, approximately how long after it gets going do people start queuing? And how quickly do you get the balls from a court to you? How quickly do they collect them up?
Do you know what? That all happens in ball distribution.
It all happens in
ball distribution, so we actually don't know how quickly. We just know that at 10 o'clock each morning and at 3 o'clock we will get all the balls.
So you can't, for sure, tell me that this was a ball played on a court.
I mean, you can use your imagination if you
like. And we will. And you know what? That's what it's all about, just the feeling and the emotion it brings. Well, thank you, ladies. You're doing a fabulous job. And obviously you're raising loads of money for the Wimbledon Foundation. Any idea how much you may have raised from this? Or do they not tell you that info?
We've not been told. We might get told at the end, maybe.
I would love to know that figure. Well done. I've got to get out of here because I'm melting.
Yeah, beautiful scenes here around the grounds at the All England Club. As you can see, the sun is shining. It is the hottest day of the championships so far as play continues inside centre court and court number 1. Also some matches around the grounds as well. The junior singles and doubles competitions continuing too here at Wimbledon. Just to update you in terms of some of the scores, this is what everyone on the hill is watching. It's been an enthralling match so far on centre court. The men's singles semi-final, and I mean that singular because, of course, Nick Kyrgios and Rafael Nadal, unfortunately, was a walkover for Kyrgios into the final. Djokovic losing the first set. Cam Norrie produced an inspired performance at 6-2, taking it. And then it is still on serve in the second set. So Djokovic has steadied the ship slightly, 4-3. He leads in the second, but they are still on serve. That is the scene on the hill. Very, very busy, and they're getting into this match as well, aren't they, James?
Yeah, there's a lot of sun cream going on just behind us. We're just above them today. It is jam-packed. We've been here all week. I've not seen it this busy. Incredible atmosphere, people standing on each other's shoulders. We've had to get our brollies out, as you can see.
Yes, and Mark Woodford has joined us with his brolly too.
With a brolly, I need it. You guys are okay. You've got the right colouring, not me.
We weren't made for this, were we, Mark? It wasn't not expected today.
What have you made of the day so far, Mark? Obviously, the tournament was dealt a bit of a blow from an organisational perspective and also just a competition perspective with what happened to Rafael Nadal last night. Delight, clearly, for Kyrgios to be through to his first Grand Slam final. But really, just from a tennis perspective, frustrating. We're not going to get to see them two play.
Well, I think there's pluses and minuses. Not trying to sit in the fence, but clearly we lose a champion. And, you know, for me, it really, the focus was about the Grand Slam. And you know, that's the sadness that we all have to, you know, have to feel for Rafa in particular. But, you know, we've still got Nick Kyrgios, who has lit up this tournament tremendously. You know, he announced on the eve of the grass court season that he feels he's one of the best grass court players out there. And, you know, with there have been moments that leaves your mouth, I guess, like, what is he doing out there? But he is most of the time letting his racket do the talking. So today, walking out, coming through to the gates, and the visions and the people behind me on the hill, the excitement is electric. And of course, you know, they're hoping that Norrie gets over the line, but I think there's that real excitement that they've got this cowboy, Nick Kyrgios, in the final.
It sounds weird when you say it out loud, doesn't it? I expect maybe he was the only one that wasn't surprised to be here.
Well, look, and I just, as I said, walking onto the grounds for this segment, and he was out there at the back practicing. Plenty of cameras were watching. Plenty of people were watching. A lot of juniors were watching.
That's great.
You know, and even here up on the media hill, I mean, it's like obviously the possibility of Nadal making it through, but it is Kyrgios, and I think you know, the media have turned up in droves.
Well, we were talking about this earlier. How would he prepare today? Because we saw shots of him yesterday, you know, before he knew that Rafa was out, sort of taking it quite relaxed in training.
I mean, he barely did anything.
He was literally just lying down, like, you know, a lot of these guys behind us. So what was happening when you saw him practicing? Intense training, or?
Well, it's funny that you say that, because you'd think, you know, with all the cameras, you know, the long lenses of, you know, a lot of cameramen there were trained on him. they weren't snapping. I never heard the whirl of the camera go when he was hitting forehands and backhands, but they waited until he actually took a break. He sat it, down, leaned against the net. There were probably about 10 others that were on the court, just, gathering up the balls. And that's when the cameras were, flashing or, taking snaps, is when he was actually sitting down. I don't know if they really were too worried about him hitting forehands back. They just wanted to get his reaction. Is it hot? And he was sweating bullets, let me tell you.
He's not the only one today.
Yeah.
Can relate to that.
Absolutely. Give us the player's perspective. I'm sure it happened in your career where at a slam you were given a walkover through to the next round, either in singles or doubles. How potentially difficult is it? Well, it could be positive or negative, having this awkward 2-day gap between matches. The momentum can be lost.
Again, positives and negatives. If as far as Nick Kyrgios, and the plus side is clearly that he gets that extra time to, adjust, to recover, and play his first Grand Slam final. The negative is that this is the first time he's entering this part of the tournament. Quarterfinals is what his best result has been previously. There are a ton of nerves that are going to come crashing, that he's going to have to deal with on Sunday. And you can experience those same nerves if you're playing in a semi-final. So the nervous tension he hasn't experienced. This tournament is like no other. I think it's a bonus that he won the Australian Open doubles with Thanasi Kokkinakis in January in Melbourne. There was pressure, but it's not going to be the same amount of pressure. And if there are nervy moments, you're going to experience them when you're getting ready on Sunday and walking down those stairs.
Did you have similar experiences in your career, and how did you combat that perhaps?
Well, I wish I got a default through to a final.
But you must have profited from defaults.
Look, I know one tournament, and I wish it was more in singles that I could have thought about, but there was a relatively big tournament for the Woodies in the doubles. We got defaults. I think it was the first 3 matches. We got defaults all the way through.
They were all just scared of you.
It was like at the end of the year. We were trying to tell ourselves it's the intimidation factor, but I think it was because everyone else was like injured and like so tired. That's when they're going on the court.
And how was it?
We lost the final.
Well, there you go.
There's the story, right?
Well, I was going to ask, aside from the kind of physical preparation, Nick himself said he was quite shocked by the news that Rafa wasn't in. Mentally, as an athlete, so much work goes into that sort of not peaking at the wrong time. He would have got himself up for this mentally, however he does that the night before. He's then got to go down again today to come up again for tomorrow, for the weekend. How difficult is that as an athlete?
For Kyrgios, for Nick, he had to put it out in the first round. His draw, as I said, when he announced to the tennis world that he was one of the best clay courters, you have to put up that. You have to put out then, right?
Yeah, you've got to deliver on that.
You've got to deliver, and he has done that. I think if you look at, say, Novak's draw through the tournament, and even Rafa in the early stages, they were really scratchy. And I think that is their experience shining through. They know they don't have to play some of their best tennis in the early rounds. It is trying to peak at the right time, and I feel like even with Novak out there playing against Cam Norrie, he's already fought back from 2-0 against a quality player like Yannick Sinner. He's trying to peak at the right time. He's got a wealth of experience with that.
Do you think Kyrgios is watching this match, Djokovic and Norrie, and happy with the fact that, well, either Norrie's going to win, and I'm sure, although he's got a great record against Djokovic, if you're going to choose either of those, you'd probably go for the lower-ranked player, the player who's never been in a Grand Slam final. And if Djokovic is to win, he's going to have to come back in another long match in the heat.
Yeah. That's it. The head-to-head record, 2-0. I would have thought they might have played a few more times. I was a tad surprised to see that it was only the 2 occasions, and it hasn't been since 2017. And that was in both matches in the same season, but in that 3-set format. Ideal conditions or that format for Nick Kyrgios, because it becomes a sprint. As soon as the umpire says play, he can quickly, with the game that he has, he can win quickly. The question is, handling someone like Djokovic over 5 sets, and it is a final that he's already had, what is it, 19 or 20 victories?
Well, speaking of going to 5 sets with Novak, he's just taken the second set live behind us on centre court. You can see the summary on screen here, Mark. I mean, you mentioned the second serves earlier on, which have drastically gone up in that second set. I mean, really important that he keeps that going.
Totally. And you see the reverse that's happened with Cam Norrie. On the second serve, points one down at below 40%. Didn't see any break points. You know, it's a kind of a mirror image from the first set stats practically, and we saw Djokovic start to tighten up his game and was very few unforced errors. Had that balance of winners to unforced errors, the ratio a lot more positive for Djokovic.
Cam obviously came out the blocks very, very fast. It was a perfect start, really, wasn't it, from him winning that first set 6-2. Clearly, Djokovic has fought back in this second set to take it 6-3. What is the key for Norrie now to try to refine some of that magic that he had in the first set and not let the train leave the station? As we, you know, when Djokovic gets going, it is like that, isn't it? You've got to get on it, or he's off. He's going to win this match, and you're out. How has he got to try to refocus now?
If it isn't hard enough, right, to play against the quality of Novak Djokovic. You know, at the beginning of the match, the start of the day, when you go strengths and weaknesses, and I really wondered where, you know, Cam could inflict some hurt, some pain in the Djokovic game, and I forgot about the conditions, the elements, and I think you know the first set. Clearly, it's faster out there. I mean, we talk about how grass is different now and it's slowed up. They can predominantly be on the baseline, but this weather would quicken up that surface a whole lot more. And I think that's where Cam probably got a bit more value from the serve and from the ground, and maybe, you know, just jumped out with surprise. I don't know how he's going to try and change this.
The $1 million question, isn't it? Yeah.
You know, look, you've got to be able to. What you can control is the crowd, and if you can get off to a good start, solid start in this third set, and ask for the crowd to come on board.
Yeah, which he has done. He has really tried to get people going, and we've heard the noise behind us here. Hopefully they can continue with that. Well, one of my favourite things about being here at Wimbledon in this second week, you know, great schedule of tennis, but actually, if you get here early, you can see some pretty big names out on the practice courts. You know, we saw Novak earlier on, we saw Cam Norrie was down there, and Rachel has been back at the practice courts, catching up with some more familiar faces. Thanks, Mark.
The same practice court she always does, court number 4. They like to do the same thing here, do the ladies. She's giving us a little smile there. She looks pretty happy as she wanders down the steps, and she should be making her first Grand Slam final after defeating good friend, the German mother of 2, 34 years of age, Tatiana Maria, on centre court yesterday. That was quite the match-up, wasn't it? Her barbecue buddy there, she spoke to me yesterday after that match-up and said, looking forward after that final to having a little bit of a sit-down with her friend there. It was such a beautiful end to that semi-final as well, when she welcomed Tatiana onto court with her and shared that celebration with her as well. But let's just let her go into that court then, and we'll catch up with her as she gets onto the grass. Here it's such a great morning for practice, and we were speaking to her yesterday about rewriting history. She just loves to set records, and she keeps setting them throughout the course of her career and this championship. Now the first ever Arab woman to make it to a Grand Slam final. Can she go one step further on Saturday when she takes on Elena Rybakina from Kazakhstan, the 32-year-old, also into her first ever Grand Slam final, and the first player from Kazakhstan to do so as well. That's the youngster. She's 23 to Ons' 27 years of age, and it'd be quite the contest, especially after Elena overhauled a former winner here, the 2019 champion Simona Halep. But the final tomorrow will be Ons Jabeur in your shot now, taking on 23-year-old Elena Rybakina. Let's just watch her then as she goes on the court to practice.
name is George Fox and I'm an illustrator. So the illustration initially took 3 or 4 months of research to find out all the details about the heritage, the history, the now and the future with regards to what's happening at Wimbledon. Then I start putting ink onto paper, and I never really know what the picture's going to look like until I've started, because although I have an understanding and a thought of how I want it to look, it's the pen actually that dictates where the illustration goes. It wasn't until about 2 weeks before the championships this year where we put in some information about the celebration of the centenary of Centre Court that it was actually finished. There are so many facts within the illustration, I think over 450 facts. My favourite fact was the number of balls that are used in any single championship. 53,000, I'm going to say. Let me just check. Yes, right. The illustration has been put as a central piece in the museum at Wimbledon, and there's a repro of the illustration facing Centre Court.
Now, this is probably one of my greatest type of links, chatting to the ball boys and ball girls, and this is a particularly special one because it's a brother and sister duo. Now, the eagle-eyed viewer amongst us will have remembered Joe. He won our Andy Murray ball rolling competition, ball boy competition, whatever it was called. You did very well. And you brought your elder sister along. Lily, how old are you? And tell me how long you've been involved with being a ball girl.
I'm 17 and I've done it since 2019.
Okay, so this is your 3rd year at the championship. Did you start, like, what roles have you done during your time as a ball girl?
So I started as right base 2, which is that position over there, and now I'm left base 2.
So she's a bass player, we like that. Okay, because you're so brilliant, rather than chatting, let's see you show off some of those skills that you're so famous for. You obviously have to try out for this every single year, and they've asked you back every year. And Joe, you obviously made the cut this year. So let's see what it's all about. I'm going to give you a fresh can each. I think they're fresh, I don't know. Of balls. Please pop them. Let's see. Is it? Oh, no, they're open already. Okay. But they're beautiful and they look really crisp and bright. Joe, let's start with you. Would you like to take your position at LB1? Look at me learning things. Thank you so much. And now, Joe, you get ready in position to feed the balls. Imagine player down here is about to serve. You've got all the balls. Let's roll. And he's off. Look at that. Now, here's a question, Joe, just quickly. Do you practice with your sister at home in the garden?
I have done. We went to a car park and did it because it was really flat.
Did you? And were your parents there, like, blowing whistles and doing drills?
They were at home, but we...
Just the two of you went out?
Yeah.
That was really cute. All right, I'm now going to go down to LB1, and we'll see what happens down there. Follow me. Okay, I'm coming. I'm coming. I feel like I should walk and not run. It feels inappropriate. I'm on the hallowed turf. This feels very exciting. I'm in a sandal and they've let me. Buzzing. All right, Lily, you've got loads of balls, but they need them that way. Quick, deliver balls. Oh, you two, you've got the same action. You can really see the genes play, the family genes playing here. Okay, you have actions, more like a routine. Let's talk through it. If you have a ball, oh yeah, you can take them out. Yeah, go on, let's do it properly. All right, so I'm a tennis player. Are they polite? Do they say please, or do they just kind of signal to you?
More like a nod.
A nod, like, okay, so me. Oh, yeah, oh wow, so efficient. Oh, I can't even catch with one hand. All right, yes, me. Oh, yeah, and now, oh, I need another. Oh, she's empty. Hands straight. You're like straight as a whistle. Beautiful. Okay, so is that kind of it? As in, that's it. You show balls, you feed balls for the serve. If I've got nothing left, that's it. And you collect in your area?
Pretty much. And then if the balls have to go that way, you just
feed them back that way. Would you teach me how to feed a ball?
Of course.
Okay, let's do that. What is the technique? You can talk me through it.
You start with them behind your back, and then you bend your arm so it's by your body, and then elbow goes up, and it's straight up. So it's along your body, so it looks neat.
It does look so neat. You are like an arrow. You are so razor sharp. Okay, so that's for feeding the ball to the player. And then for rolling a ball to a ball boy?
So you would lunge, and then with the other hand to the leg you're down, you push it.
And like forcefully, firmly.
Forcefully.
Yeah, we're not interested in like namby-pamby throwing. No, this is proper athlete stuff.
Yes.
Let me tell you, Lily, I never wanted to be a tennis player. I wanted to be a ball girl. Like, that was my dream. You're living my dream. Okay, I'm going to have a go, please. Can I give you the microphone while I do it? Okay.
Thank you very much.
And may I have some balls?
There you
All right.
go.
Yeah? Is that good?
That's very, very
Ready,
good.
Joe? I'm coming.
That was amazing.
I think I could have done it. Do you think it was amazing?
You would definitely get in with those
Would I? Oh, I love you, Lily. I also love your little brother. You're such gorgeous children. Your parents must be so proud. Let's walk back. Do they come and see you? Do they have the option? Do they get ground passes and try and come and watch you?
They get 2 tickets per each of us, so for 2 different days.
Yes.
So they've been twice this year, which is very nice.
That's really nice. And are you often on the same days, or is it worked out today that that's happened?
So you're here every day apart from one.
Oh my gosh.
I've been here every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
I'm very tired.
Oh, you're so tired. Don't worry, you're almost there. Now, will either of you be on centre court for finals? Do you know that information yet?
I don't think, because it's done on teams, so I don't think our teams will be on centre court. But we've been on court. I've been on court 1 this year, which is very
That's
exciting.
so exciting. And Joe, given that this was your first year doing it, will you try and come back? Like, have you enjoyed it, and was it a great experience?
Yeah, it's been really good. And yeah, I will do it again.
I think you should. You're excellent. You're both excellent. Well done. Thank you so much. What's your surnames?
Abbott.
Abbott. Thank you to the Abbott children. Well done, Abbott parents. You should be so incredibly proud.
And the ball kids really are great here at Wimbledon. Olivia was saying it was her dream not to be a player at Wimbledon, but actually be a ball girl, which was interesting. What did you think of playing with the ball kids, ball boys and ball girls on the courts when you were playing your matches here? I mean, they are absolutely brilliant, so well trained. Were you ever a ball kid earlier on?
I think it is part of your journey to educate yourself when you're a youngster. And mind you, at the US Open, they actually do employ adults. There are some 40-year-olds that are have landed a gig at the US Open. But as a youngster, we had a tournament in Adelaide, and I coveted trying to be one of the ball kids, and be able to serve a drink to some of the great Australian players. Loved it, but the slams do such a phenomenal job. It's really hard to even grade them, but I think all 4 and they all share responsibility. I think some of these kids actually, if they do get selected by some of the coaches as ball kids, they actually get trips to other Grand Slams along the way.
So it's not too late for Olivia. She just got to head to New York to do the US Open rather than here at Wimbledon.
It's not the best school trip ever, isn't it?
One thing, I played a few matches, albeit at a much lower level, with ball kids, and I actually found you had to get used to having ball kids, because obviously in the juniors and the lower ranks of the professionals, you don't play with ball kids. You've got to go and pick up your own balls. If you shank one out the fence, you've got to go and get it yourself. No one's throwing it back. And I found actually it threw me out my rhythm, because going to get a ball that was on the other side of the court gives you some time to think. You can slow it down, you can use the mind games a little bit, and then all of a sudden you've got these kids chucking it back to you straight away. Did you find that when you were coming up?
Exactly. I couldn't wait, for me to improve enough so that I could, receive a ball from a ball kid, because I'm coming from the mindset of being a ball kid and making sure that I threw it at the right space and that the player could catch it. So I wanted to experience that as well. And I think once you actually reach that level, you don't want to look back and say, I have to go pick up, the ball over there, and you're waving to 3 courts away. Can you send it back over here? Instead of number 2, number 3?
I remember those.
That's up here.
Yeah. Well, luckily I was never that good, so that's how I avoided that bit. It was just me running around there.
It was a bit of first world problems.
I was going to say, my heart bleeds for you both having these problems.
I wish I could play with ball boy, play matches with ball boys now, but
not on a Sunday afternoon around with your mates in the park.
But they are absolutely fabulous here at the Championships, as Mark said, at all 4 of the Grand Slams. we've spoken about Aussies in terms of Nick Kyrgios in the singles, but it was a great day yesterday for the Aussies in the doubles. What a match. We were sat up here while they were playing, watching it on the big screen. We were riveted. Looked like they were heading out. 5 match points to Joe Salisbury and Rajiv Ram, but Max Purcell and Matt Ebden didn't give up. They managed to win it in 5. They're through to the Grand Slam final. They're hoping to win their first Grand Slam title. I'm sure you know them quite well. How delighted were they after that match?
Well, I didn't get to see them yesterday. I actually did try to get back into the locker room, and because I have been crossing paths with Max Purcell. The times that I've gone in there just to get a little treatment on my shoulder, Max has generally been in there, and of course he's getting through these titanic matches standing beside Max Purcell. Now that's why he's in the locker room, because of the injury, that chest bump, and the leap that they were able to achieve as well.
Is there a hairdresser back there, Mark?
It's a 10 out of 10.
The mullet.
You're not liking the mullet? And
I'm enjoying it, but we had Steph on earlier. She wasn't so
we had
keen.
Steph Brantz, the Aussie tennis journalist, on earlier, and I seem to be saying, well, is the mullet coming back? She said, absolutely not.
I think he's channeling Cam Smith.
Hey, I'm here for
golfer.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
If you're in a Grand Slam final, you can do what you want, can't you?
Yeah, exactly, absolutely. I'm sure he'll be keeping it as his good luck charm. And they'll be looking forward to the final. They've got a really tricky one, haven't they? They're playing Mektic and Pavic. You know, they were the top team in the world. I think they're the 2 seeds coming into Wimbledon, but they're on this amazing winning streak. Very, very difficult to beat, but it should be an interesting final.
It certainly is. It's been an interesting roller coaster ride, as I said, for Ebden and Purcell throughout this tournament. And I think once you've come back from the jaws of defeat in the early rounds, obviously that nervous tension, you've actually had to deal with plenty of it. And of course, yesterday in the match with Ram and Salisbury, they were able to, absorb the pressure and the high level that Rajiv and Joe started out with, but they just weren't able to maintain it. And Max and Matt, they might not have hit the same highs, but they maintained their level throughout the match. And I think when you get to a Grand Slam final, and they've also reached the final of the Australian Open this year, so they came in second place against the Special Ks, but they can take away a whole lot from that first time. Actually, it's been several times that Max has now made a final, so hopefully 3rd time lucky for the younger Australian. But Mektic and Pavic, #1 team last year. They were 9 titles, I think, all up in 2021. It was a very barren start to the beginning of the season, but it seems like they're starting to hit their straps. But I think there's going to be a little question mark over Mate Pavic because of the injury that he sustained early in that match. We saw him earlier. I think he's wearing a brace, and hopefully, he might be able to take the court. But I'm secretly cheering for Ebden and Purcell.
Not so secretly, maybe.
Ebden's an interesting one because he did have a long and pretty successful career in the singles, kind of focusing now on the doubles. He got to the final in the mixed. As you said, they've reached a Grand Slam final earlier on this year, and he's kind of diverted his skills from a singles court now to a doubles court.
It's a great point. He can utilise his singles skill. It's unfortunate that he's let his singles, slide by the wayside. But life change for Matt. He and his wife have welcomed a new child as well, and so he's still having a crack at it. And where Max on the other side is still trying to persevere with singles. So if they can bring that experience, I always feel like a doubles team, if they've got some singles experience under their belt, at those crucial moments that is inevitable to happen in a major final, they can usually come up with the shots. But of course, they're playing against former world #1s up the other end.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible weekend. Mark, we'll let you go and soak it all in. Enjoy the Aussie-filled Saturday and Sunday. Thank you so much for coming with us today. You can see behind us the hill, Hemman Hill. It's been Murray Mound. What was the other one you came up with earlier?
Well, we've had Raducanu Ridge.
Oh, that was it, yeah.
Which is a bit of a mouthful. Well, Robson Ridge when Laura was playing as well, but it's the hill.
Hewitt Hill, maybe, for Alfie earlier on in the wheelchair singles. Well, I'm pleased to say, for the first time, this isn't the only hill at Wimbledon. Over in New York, actually in Brooklyn, for the first time this year, 4,000 very lucky fans are taking in the Wimbledon experience of strawberries and creams. There's alcoholic beverages, drink responsibly, and it's all going on. So we can actually join Jamie over in New York to see just what's going down. It's pretty good.
Well, it is a warm day in Wimbledon, and it is a steamy day here in New York City as well, but that has not stopped the fans from coming out to the Hill in New York. This is a replica of course, the iconic Hill at the championships, and the fans are having a great time. I'm here with David, first of all, who came prepared. You've got the neck gaiter, you've got the hat, the sunglasses. It looks like you've done this before, David.
I was at the real thing 3 years ago. As a matter of fact, I was at one of the greatest matches in the history of Wimbledon when Djokovic played against Federer, excuse me. They went 12-12 in the fifth set, and Djokovic won the match, unfortunately. 99.5% of all the Hill goers wanted Federer so badly. There were hardly anybody wanted Djokovic.
Okay, what do you think about today? Who's rooting for who?
Oh, this is kind of a fabulous replica. As a matter of fact, this might even be a little better than what I experienced at the Hill. When I was at the Hill, they must have not had a lot of rain in the spring, so the Hill that year was like straw.
Okay. All right. So you think that this is a pretty good replica of the one in Wimbledon?
Yeah, this is a great one. I mean, heck, I ran 11.5 miles to be here today.
Wow. Wow. So you ran here?
I ran from my house.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for
in the borough of Queens.
Oh wow! Okay, that is quite the run, but you look like you're having a great time, and
yes,
I appreciate you joining us. We have some other fans sitting next to me as well, Corbin and Charisse. You've also been to the Real Deal, right?
I have. I got really lucky and was able to go into center court for £5 to see Roger Federer and Serena Williams. So it was an amazing experience. But being here is like being at Wimbledon, except we're in Brooklyn Heights. But yeah, it's been a great time so far.
Yeah, you didn't need your passport to come to this one, right?
Definitely not. Just a subway ride away.
That's so perfect. And you are here because your lovely friend brought you as a guest, right?
Yes, she was fortunate and won tickets, and I did not. But she can definitely tell you a bit more about winning those tickets and bringing me along for the ride.
Yeah. And these are free tickets, right? But you just had to kind of sign up for them on the website.
Yeah, I was unaware of this event, actually, but Corbin encouraged me to register, and luckily I earned some tickets to come here, and of course I had to bring him as my +1. So
I mean, that would have been kind of messed up if you didn't bring him.
Of course. But we're pretty tight, and we both love tennis, so I'm glad we're here today.
Yeah, and I know fans can still come and queue up and see if there's any no-shows and that kind of thing. And what did it look like when you got here?
It was pretty empty. But we also got here at 7:30 in the morning. We were
early birds.
Yep.
Yeah. I came in from Jersey, so.
Okay, that is some dedication. And you've got the American Express fan, which was very nice and complimentary, and so many fun and complimentary activations here on the Hill as we are enjoying the tennis here in Brooklyn. So much more to come, but I'm going to let these guys kind of enjoy the match. We'll send it back to you.
Teenager, but what power he's got. Oh, it's glorious. And Alcaraz waves the racket around to the acclaim of centre court.
Well, we have to get you for another one. You've been out there for about an hour so far today. Looked like you were moving well, looked like you were having fun as usual. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, just preparing for tomorrow. The same routine as the other days. I just practice for 1 hour, same court, enjoying myself here, especially it's great weather today.
What's the reaction been overnight to what you've already achieved here?
I'm just trying to stay calm, to be honest with you. I am happy, but not over the moon yet. I try to keep that for Saturday, hopefully. This is my first final, so I'm just going to give it all and see what's going to happen.
Is your phone on lockdown, or is that out, and are you looking at things on social media going around?
I try to put it away because, it's too much at certain time, but, it's amazing to see the support from everyone, and I just take the positive energy, keep focused for Saturday, and then I'll be on my phone maybe 24/7 after.
24/7, you will indeed. Well, I'll let you go because it's been quite grueling out there. Good luck tomorrow. Well, yeah, Ons Jabeur then just leaving practice here. She's been on court, like I just mentioned, for about an hour. Lovely that she came and had a quick word with us. You know, going for history, isn't she, on Saturday against Elena Rybakina from Kazakhstan. She's actually out as well practicing here, so we'll try and go and grab a word with her, or for you to be able to see her in practice as well, because let's just go through a couple of stats. Obviously, Ons has been in 4 finals this year. She's won 2 and she's lost 2, so you know she's coming here on great form, and she's on a 11-match winning streak on grass as well, which is great. Only 2 other women in history have bettered that. Sharapova in 04 with 12 wins on grass, and then Serena Williams in 2012 with 13 winning streak on grass. So Ons at the moment 11-match winning streak on grass. Can she make it 12 on Saturday? That's the question that we're waiting for the answer to when that final takes place.
Yeah, Rachel, down there at the practice court. Good to hear, albeit briefly, from Ons Jabeur.
How cool is that, though? Little access there from Rachel.
Well, also nice that she stopped to speak as well, because a lot of players are too much in the zone, really, at the practice courts. When they talk in the interviews, it's always in the press areas. But nice to see Ons looking relaxed ahead of that final. She will be on centre court for the ladies' singles final against Rybakina tomorrow.
She didn't look like she had much care in the world. She was pretty chilled, enjoying the sunshine, taking in the atmosphere.
I think it belies. I mean, she is a very relaxed character, but it clearly belies the fact that for both of them, you know, this is their first Grand Slam final, a huge opportunity to write their name into the history books. And, I mean, for both of them it would be, but particularly for Ons Jabeur, she is a history maker in terms of tennis in North Africa and also in the Arab world. I mean, she's such a proud Tunisian. We've seen all of the Tunisian fans saying Allez Ons, which is let's go Ons in French all around the ground. It's brilliant.
They call her the Minister of Happiness back in Tunisia. And when you hear her talk like that, you can absolutely see why. I'm such a big fan of hers, not just on the court. I mean, the way she plays tennis is so unique, and the variation. I mean, we saw her yesterday hitting sort of squash shots almost at times, sliced off both sides. But just as a personality, it's great to have people like that in the game that just speak like that. They're so friendly, they're so fun, and as you said, highest rated African player of all time, doing great things everywhere. Yeah,
and she is a real breath of fresh air, I suppose, in the game because of, as you said, the variety that she brings. Loves to use this slice backhand. Variety on her serve as well. She likes to come to the net, which is why she's had some good success in the doubles. Remember, she played with Serena at Eastbourne prior to Wimbledon. And that's one of the discussion points really around the women's game is a lot of the players play a very similar style of game. It can be quite metronomic from the baseline, flat balls, a lot of power, and you see particularly the younger players coming through decide to use a similar style of tactics, whereas Ons Jabeur is the complete opposite of that. She's got real diversity and variety in her game, and that makes for interesting matches, and I think that's why the fans really gravitate towards her.
Yeah, well, the match with Maria was sort of a slice-off, wasn't it, at times? They were both playing shots that you would never normally see, and as you said, for the women's game generally, it's great just to have a bit of diversity. And
yeah, and it can work well, and I think there's no surprise that those two players, Maria, as you mentioned, and Ons Jabeur, had a great run here at Wimbledon, particularly on grass, which takes a slice well, because it's just that bit quicker. They had success because it's not the kind of game that they see particularly often down the other end of the court, so it certainly stands them in good stead. On the other side of the net will be Rybakina, a huge moment for her as well. We saw her at Orangi a little bit earlier on, going through her little practice session on the day off ahead of the final tomorrow. She is more in the classical mould of what we see in the ladies' game these days. A lot of power from the baseline on both sides, forehand and backhand. Big serve as well. She moves pretty well, and she will just try and take the game to Ons Jabeur and hope she can hit through her. Yeah, she's had a pretty nice run in as well. Semi-finals against Halep. She was 3-3 there. It's pretty decent. So they're both coming into this with, I know Ons dropped her first set of the tournament in the last match, but both come into this on pretty good form. And you expect this is going to be a case of a bit of diversity in terms of the way they play, and perhaps a more sort of traditional player here. So I'm fascinated by this encounter tomorrow. It's going to be fantastic. Yeah, it's going to be a great one. Well, Rachel has been a busy bee down at the practice courts. She was watching Ons earlier, as we saw. Now she's watching Rybakina, and we can cross over to her.
Well, I'm down then at Orangi, where it feels
pretty calm and chilled out as we approach the end of the championship. There's not many people practicing out here, but behind me on court number 2, someone is practicing, and that is your finalist in the ladies' draw tomorrow, Elena Rybakina, with her coach, Stefano Vukov. We're just going to watch some of their practice, their little hitting. It's been quite fascinating, actually. We came down here a couple of moments ago, and Elena was just sitting on the floor by her bags there, and her coach was giving her some words of encouragement. And it's quite interesting to listen in to some of these chats, because it makes these superstars of the tennis world seem very normal. He started off by saying to her, you know, don't worry about the final. Ons Jabeur is going to be in the same position. You're both going to be nervous. Basically meaning that Elena feels slightly nervous about the opportunity in front of her, a Grand Slam final, her first one, remember. And then he said, you've just defeated Simona Halep, 2019 champion. You know, you hit really flat across the net. She didn't know how to counter that. So stick to what you know, play how you know. Have confidence in yourself. That was the kind of conversation that we were having there. He said, not many people are in this situation. You're going to be in this situation on Saturday, and you'll learn from it. Belief was the main point of that chat. Having belief as a 23-year-old heading into the biggest match of your career. She's ranked 23 in the world. She knows what she's up against in terms of Ons Jabeur, but she's got a massive game. She's this big serving player. 217 aces on the WTA circuit this season. She ranks #1 in that. She's tall as well, look, 6 foot in terms of an athlete, which is tall for any of these ladies players. Ons is definitely a couple of inches shorter than Elena there, but this is a great moment just watching this conversation between her and her coach. She's into this final, as is Ons, for the first time in her career. The woman from Kazakhstan, this is a moment in history. What can she achieve when she walks out on centre court tomorrow? Can she sort out those nerves, and can she have the belief that her coach is telling her to have in herself?
Hi there, my name's Hattie Park. I'm the Sustainability Manager for the All England Club. What we want to achieve here at Wimbledon is to have a positive environmental impact, to promote a culture of reuse and give back more than we take. There's all sorts going on around the grounds. On the menus, for example, we're highlighting that there's low-carbon food, reusable cups for all drinks, the strawberries come in a card container, obviously recycling facilities everywhere. And then there's the beautiful planting around the ground, which is really about us doing as much as we can to promote and help biodiversity. In terms of cutting the carbon, what that means is designing and regenerating our estate so that we are as efficient and low carbon as we possibly can be. And then we need to think about the transportation as well. So we have 20 of the electric Jaguars in our vehicle fleet this year. And it was brilliant to hear Jaguar's commitment to going all electric for 2025, because that means we can ultimately decarbonise the fleet. We're also trying to encourage everyone to get involved as well this year, whether they're watching at home or coming to the grounds. So we've got a Environment Positive Every Day campaign, giving people information of things that they can do to cut the carbon, avoid waste, help nature, and get away from this single-use disposable culture.
Now, just in front of centre court is the Wimbledon Lawn Tennis Museum, and I'm now joined by Emma Traherne, the curator of the museum. Hello to you, Emma. How are you?
Good, thank you. It's lovely to meet you. Thank you
too, and such a busy couple of weeks for you, of course. Tell us a bit about your role here at the Lawn Tennis Museum and how you came to be involved.
Yeah, it's a really exciting job. Yeah, I'm just so proud to work here. We do a lot of work before the championships, getting all of our displays ready for our championships visitors around the site, not just in the museum. You might encounter things in different places as well. But yeah, we're open all year round, so we're always providing new things. We have a tour to accompany the museum if people come outside of championships, and they can see behind the scenes in the player areas, in the broadcast centre, things like that. But yeah, I studied museum studies at university, so it's always my dream to go and work in museums. And yeah, it's just great. It's such a varied collection. You know, we've got fashion, we've got photographs, film, rackets, yeah, everything. So yeah, it's really challenging, and there's so many stories to tell. Yeah.
Obviously, this year's a big year for Wimbledon, 100 years of centre court. Is there a nod to that in the museum?
Yes, definitely. So we've got our temporary exhibition, which is called Centre Court 100 Years of Change, which looks at the building of centre court, but then these breaking down of barriers between people and the sport. But also, we're also encouraging donations to the museum this year to celebrate that 100 years. So we're talking to players and other people involved in the sport, but also just the general public. If you've got something at home linked to Wimbledon from the last 100 years, then do email us, and yeah, maybe we'll take it into the collection.
Oh, wow, that's so cool. Like if you held onto a cup from 1963, bring it in.
Bring it in, yeah.
Tell us a bit about the opening hours and how people can get involved, and all year round. Like, it's an option for people to come and learn about the history of tennis.
Yes, definitely, yes. So, yeah, we close for a little short time after the championships just to refresh our displays, but we'll be back open on the 16th of July, and then we won't close again until we do a little bit of a closure over Christmas. But yes, if you come during our non-championships time, there is a charge, but you get the wonderful tour with one of our really skilled tour guides as well. And as I say, you see places like the broadcast centre and where the players go, and yeah, it's a wonderful tour. Going centre court, number 1 court, see some wonderful views of the grounds, and yes, then visit the museum as well.
All right, Emma, well, I look forward to catching up with you a little bit later and getting right stuck in to some of those displays.
Yeah, thanks, Livia and Emma. That museum, incredible. You know that film, The Night of the Museum? I always think how great that would be to do here. Like imagine the scenes.
Absolutely fabulous. And I like seeing a lot. They've got some brilliant, obviously, memorabilia in there, but seeing some of the old equipment that's in there. Yeah. Because you realise how much the game, I mean, all sports, but tennis particularly, has moved on since back in the day. Even not that long ago, I think they've got even Isevic's shoes from the final when he won the title. And to see the difference in, I mean, tennis shoes these days are a bit more closer to running shoes, whereas before they were more, I suppose, traditionally styled, and also there was more ankle support, whereas now it's just all about speed. To see how the equipment, the shoes, the rackets, the balls, the strings, everything moves on, and the museum here is a great place to do that.
Well, we had 100 years of centre court on Sunday, and currently on centre court, Britain's Cameron Norrie up against it. Novak Djokovic has struck back to take the third set, as you can see there, 6-2 after an early start.
Yeah, Mark Woodford called it, didn't he? That it really, the momentum was massively with Djokovic having won the second set, and he's kept that going in the third, 6-2. And some of these numbers are going to be seriously worrying for Cameron Norrie. I think the big one is, that 18% second serve points won compared to 86% for Novak Djokovic. And that is because Djokovic is a fabulous returner, and also when he's confident and reading the opponent's serve well, which he clearly is, he's able to step in and take it close to the baseline or inside the baseline, and the players barely even recovered from hitting the second serve, and the ball's already back on them.
Yeah, and you see the approach points won and the points at the net won. I think in the previous set he won all 7 points at the net, Djokovic. So you can see him varying his game a little bit, which is maybe what potentially has kind of caught Cam Norrie off. We talked about this a bit earlier on, the way that Djokovic he doesn't give you the first set, but he almost sort of says to his opponent, okay, let's see what you've got, and then sort of figures it out and then strikes back. I mean, can Norrie strike back from this? Add two sets?
Well,
that's the one down.
I'm very unlikely, I would say. He's going to have to try to do something drastically different. And unfortunately for Norrie, the way he plays is to kind of stick to his guns. He has a very specific game style, and if it works against opponents, just getting everything back, grit and determination, using the lefty serve out wide, flat backhand, then great. But he's not a player who's going to really deviate too far away from that. So if it's not worked in the last couple of sets, which it clearly hasn't against Djokovic, he's figured it out from the first set, he's got to hope for a miracle, really, something to change.
There'll be lots of crossed fingers here at Wimbledon. And as you mentioned, Cam Norrie there, if you told him probably 2-3 weeks ago you'd be in a Wimbledon semi-final, he might have taken that. But Renee Stubbs did catch up with him a little bit earlier on in the tournament.
Well, Cam, hi, welcome back to Wimbledon. I guess the first question is, how does it feel for you to be back here?
It feels great, very special to be back, obviously. Yeah, it's my home slam, so feeling good and ready to get going. Obviously, I'm playing on Monday, so straight up and looking forward to getting after it.
How great is it? And, you know, Wimbledon's obviously, and the tennis world, the world in general, has gone through a bit of a tough time over the last 3 years. What's it going to be like for you, particularly being a hometown guy, to play with a full crowd at Wimbledon this year?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's going to be great seeing everyone and the atmosphere they bring, obviously, and then us players getting to play with a full crowd and full capacity and not having to be in a bubble. So it's going to feel good, and especially I live just around the corner, so it's easy for me, and lucky I get to sleep in my own bed and come here and compete. So really looking forward to it.
It's been a tremendous 12 months for you. The ranking rise has been just amazing. The form coming in here, what do you feel like, you know, where's your game at right now, and what do you think the future holds the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, I think ideally it would be nice to get a couple more matches on the grass. Playing a few more at Queen's has been good, and then last week I got a couple in, which was nice. But it is what it is, and I got yesterday to rest, and I got the weekend to prepare as well as I can, and for me it's looking to make the second week of a slam for the first time, and yeah, it's nice to tick that box, like you said, being in the top 10 and having a pretty steady progression. But I think there's a lot of things in my game that I can improve on, and I think especially on grass, I think if I can do the fundamentals well and serve and return, I think it's going to be a big factor in how well I do in the next couple of weeks here.
As you can see behind us, it's the 100th year of centre court here. What was your first memory of centre court, whether it be on television or in person?
Yeah, I was obviously watching a lot of Wimbledon over the years, but my first memory playing on here was against Nishikori. And he absolutely chopped me up straight set, so it was a pretty quick memory. But yeah, now I got to share the court with Federer last year actually, and played a close match with him. So yeah, mostly good memories here, and such a special court, such a special venue in general. So it's crazy to think there's been 100 years of play on this court.
What's the uniqueness about this particular court that's different from anywhere else in the world?
Obviously, if you look at it, you see how pristine the grass is, and when you walk out, it's super special. And you got the royal box just behind there, and it's, yeah, very cool, and definitely an iconic part of tennis itself, and has a lot of history and a lot of historic matches been played on this court. So overall, I mean, it's cool in general, and yeah, the grass is amazing.
When that schedule comes out and you see your name on centre court, do you think about the uniqueness of that here? I think
for me, when I was playing Roger, that was insane. You know, seeing that. I just played Rafa on centre court and Philip Chatrier,
yep.
So that was cool to tick that box. And then I was going to play Roger here, so I was like, wow, insane. And my phone was going off the hook, and tickets. So yeah, it was very cool to experience that, and obviously share the court with him, and to be playing here and play a couple times on this court is very special. Hopefully a couple times this year as well.
Well, we're seeing some of the unique things we're seeing right now, that you have to water this particular centre court. If there's one match that you could sit here in the crowd and watch over the last 100 years, which one would that be?
Either one of the typical Roger Rafa finals, or I'd say when Andy won his first Wimbledon. I've seen that video 1,000 times where he takes his hat off and throws it, and so, and the atmosphere sounds incredible in that one, so it'll be pretty cool to be watching that one, I'd say, when Andy won.
Wimbledon are doing some pretty special things across the street. They're building extra courts for collies to be here, and also more practice courts. How great is it that Wimbledon are really trying to even expand and do the things they're doing so many years, being in the same place and this?
I mean, they do an insane job of doing that and treating the players well. As you come in, you feel special, and you get special treatment being a player, and you feel good, you know. And especially doing that and having the qualies here, you know, it's a little bit it's interesting, and so obviously having to play at Roehampton, it's kind of you're in the tournament, but you're not. And so I think them doing that is definitely going to make those players feel more special and definitely more part of the tournament. So and then obviously buying the land, you know, that's so cool, and it's going to be very cool to see how they do it, and with so much money and everything behind it, and it'll be very cool to see how the finished product of everything, and it's only going to get better and better.
Well, Cam, I hope you walk to and from your house many times and have an opportunity to play on this court. Best of luck during the championships.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate that.
We're back with Emma in the museum. Now, royalty and Wimbledon are just hugely linked and connected. It was, of course, the Queen's Platinum Jubilee this year. It's 100 years of centre court. George V opened centre court back in 1922. Tell us a little bit about this lovely connection between tennis, Wimbledon and the Royals.
Yes, so there's quite a lot to say on this subject, which is absolutely lovely. As you say, we're celebrating 100 years of centre court. George V opened centre court with Queen Mary, and behind me you can see a newspaper cutting which shows her awarding the Lady Single Trophy to Suzanne Longlong, the amazing French champion. She won here 6 times. But yeah, we're super lucky that connection has gone through time. And then George V, his son, actually was the only member of the royal family to play here in 1926. He didn't win, unfortunately, but yes, he did do very well to play at Wimbledon. Everyone does pretty well to get this far. And the Queen herself, so she's appeared here 4 times, particularly that great year 1977 with Virginia Wade winning. She said that actually the Queen being here was a big deal for her. That really pushed her to win. She was like, the Queen's here, then I've got to win. So yeah, that's a real standout moment for me. And yes, the Platinum Jubilee, like up to present day, we've got some wonderful platinum coins that are going to be used in the coin toss this year. So these lovely platinum coins to celebrate this amazing milestone for the royal family. And then, of course, right up to date, we have Her Royal Highness the Duchess of Cambridge is a patron of the club.
Absolutely. Yes. And do you know who will present the winners their trophies this year? Do we know that information?
And I'm sure that someone knows that information. I do help look after the trophies in the run-up to the... So we have lots of the trophies here on display, and then I'm with the engravers in the engraving room, and we get all those engravings correct and get those items to the players. So I'm sort of involved, but no, I don't pick who awards them on court, but I'm sure it has been decided, yes.
All right, thank you, Emma. We'll find you at another exhibit shortly.
I think Olivia's going to be buying a season pass for that museum.
They should be giving you a lifetime membership after
keep
this.
Coming back. You're probably wondering what that is. It's the moon. It's a hot day here at Wimbledon. The sun's out, but also the moon. Can't really explain that. I'm not a physicist, but it's up there somewhere.
I don't think Professor Brian Cox is going to be out of a job anytime soon after that explanation. Thanks.
No. You thought it was Australia when you were a child,
Thanks for telling everyone that.
It's not made of cheese.
No.
I thought that.
All the rumours here debunks. Science and a bit of tennis. You know, we can do it all on Wimbledon Uncovered.
It's up there somewhere. Out there somewhere is some good tennis matches as well. As you can see, the wheelchair doubles continuing. Some of the courts have now been closed down here at the championships. Obviously, they have a lot of outside courts that are all in action on the first few days. It's a hive of activity. But as the tournaments draw to a close, it's much quieter on the outside courts. But it's very, very busy on the hill. A few umbrellas starting to go up because it is, as we said, very, very hot. Beautiful sunshine as they wheel on Cameron Norrie to try and turn things around on centre court, but it's not looking good.
It's a sort of day where you don't want to leave your patch because you might not get it back. So lots of cross legs and cross fingers, I think, this afternoon at Wimbledon.
Absolutely. Beautiful scene there around the grounds. You get a sense of the scale of the grounds here also at the All England Club. OK, let's remind ourselves of some of the action from tomorrow. The mixed doubles final, the last match of the day on what was really a bumper day on centre court because there was 4 matches, the 2 ladies single semi-finals, then there was an invitational doubles as well. And then after that, the mixed doubles final between the number 2 seeds, the defending champions, Neil Skupski from Liverpool, the British hope, and Desiree Kravchik his regular partner from the USA, and they were up against the Aussies, Matthew Ebden, who played earlier on in the day, as we were discussing with Mark, in the men's doubles semi-finals, and then his partner Samantha Stoser, who a very accomplished player in both singles and doubles throughout her career. It was Skupski and Kravchuk, the defending champions, who took the first set 6-4, and we can join it at the start of the second set.
Nice on there.
Yep, no.
Where to start set 2.
15 love.
Just played the bigger points better than their opponents in set 1.
Yeah, and the light's kind of changed on centre court as well, hasn't it? Because the sun's dipped away as we take a look at Margaret Court. The front row there. It's just gone a little bit sort of darker. I'm not going to put the lights on just yet. Injection of energy, I think, after securing that first set. Really good start in this second set.
Left for service.
To start. And now it is the second seeds. And have the momentum. 3 games in a row for Skupski and Kravchuk. They lead 1-love in the second set.
Well, it definitely feels like they've got some momentum going, doesn't it? And of course, once they're leading the scoreline, the benefit of the way that the set panned out and serving first, it always enables you to just take a bit more free swings at some returns of serve and see what you can make happen. To take a few more risks.
It has been a very long day for Ebden. I just wonder how he's feeling, knowing now that if he is to win this match, he's got to play 2 more sets, having already played 5 earlier. I know some of the men's doubles players elected not to play mixed because of the 5-set format here at Wimbledon.
Well, how he would love to bring back that previous service game where he wasn't getting any first serves into play. But again, that's tension, isn't it?
Too long. Long. Left. Second service.
Wow.
This time for Skupski. A better service game from Ebden.
1 game all, second set.
Born in Durban, incidentally, but now lives in Perth, which is where Margaret Court lives as well. She actually led the prayers when Matthew Ebden's child was born earlier on this year in February, Harvey.
Well, that was a terrific return of serve, wasn't it? Really got good acceleration on that, dipping that ball to make that volley difficult.
But under pressure. A really clever tactic by Ebden.
Lob tilted.
That really is too good, that return of serve. She's hit some really fabulous ones in the last couple of minutes. With the first one, that one right plumb on the baseline. Not a lot Kravchuk could do about that.
3 break points.
They've been
knocking at the door. Can they finally kick it open? The Australian duo. Oh, would you believe it? Well, he can't believe it. What an opportunity.
Well, it was exactly the right play, wasn't it? Did everything right except execute that final volley. You can see it was just slightly out of his reach, didn't quite get the footwork behind it. Kept on chasing it. That coming.
Well, as I said, they've been creating chances. And even though they didn't technically take one of those chances, it was gifted to them. And it is Ebden and Stozer who break first in the second set.
Lifting lob. 15 all.
Well, even though Sam Stosur has had an incredible career, as we see her partner Liz, who's also became a mother a couple of years ago, and also Rennie Stubbs there on the right, brilliant doubles player in her time. Just found the line, combining beautifully together, Skupski and Kravchuk.
15-13.
Well, that was a wonderful return of serve. You can see how much it got Stosur out of balance, and I think his foot just slipped. Yeah, that was a little unfortunate, and then that big puff of chalk coming up.
Seed's looking to respond straight away here. And a good job of keeping Stosur at the back of the court.
Yeah, I think with the way she hits her forehand, it's always been a little tricky on the grass, hasn't it? With the way, you know, she hits with so much rotation and it sits up, and as you said and pointed out, Pete, you're more vulnerable to a few mishits and things.
Left. First service.
It was a worst Grand Slam as a singles player, Stosur. Never got past the third round.
Yeah, I was always a bit surprised about that, because I always thought she had, you know, nice slice backhand and obviously moved to the net so well. But I think it was more the forehand sitting up with all the rotation. And the kick serve on other surfaces could be so deadly and really difficult to return, but on grass, I guess it just sits up, doesn't it? Doesn't go through the court.
Well, a little bit of luck for Kravchuk, but the second seeds will take it as they break straight back.
2 games all. Second set.
Right back in this second set now, and going to try and really keep their momentum going, bring the energy once again, try and impose their games and their characters on this match. Just saw Ebden shift, and he was about to go cross-court with that forehand, and it was just a split second too early for Ebden, so he changed up. You can see here, shaping up for the cross-court, and at last minute, down the line. Good adjustment there.
Oh, just about to say big ball striking from the back of the court. That one a little too big.
Yeah, you won't be buying those balls at the end of this match then. Well, we haven't seen too many baseline exchanges, have we? It's been really quick, short, quick fire points.
I'll say Ken looks pretty relaxed watching his brother.
30-15. To 15.
That's a rock-solid volley from Kravchik, who's just got better and better at the net as this match has gone on.
Lead by 3 games to 2 second set. And
The edge in
by 1
front,
set to love.
having been down 2-1. And the second seeds now lead 3-2.
Well.
Feeling Kravchik and Skupski are on a high right now. They've got the momentum, they've got their tails up.
15.
We've seen some great hats throughout this fortnight. That's right up there with the best.
Do you want one?
I wouldn't mind that one.
To find out where she got it.
These are dangerous times for Ebden and Stoser.
Yeah, they can sense something, can't they? Oh, gosh, that's not going to help.
That's called down the centre of the court, so that's not him touching the baseline. Yeah, so that's the back leg, the right leg, which would have gone onto the other side. So the left side of the court. That clearly put him off.
Yeah, that could actually cost them the match right there. Well, he's having a look, you can see. I don't think he can quite believe he's got his feet that close to the line.
It's amazing, isn't it? It's the one thing tennis players hate the most, being called for a foot fault.
Absolutely.
So here are 3 break points for a 3rd straight game for Skupski and Kravchik. Oh, what a glorious return. As Ebden is broken to love.
New balls, please.
And the finish line now very much in sight for Skupski and Kravchik.
Well, what a rifling return of serve that was from Neil Skupski. Absolute rocket that just went through. Got hold of that ball, sent it back with interest. Such a short early preparation on that, and then just used the pace and got that racket head through. That would have felt fantastic. Sure he enjoyed that.
New balls as well for the American. Well, she's seeing it like a football right now.
Well, how smart was that? Because she was under a little bit of threat there. She knew that Ebden was going to try and cross here and close down the angles, and she took a risk, went down the line, outfoxed him.
pull just right.
Well, that was all about athletic ability and movement, wasn't it? He'd already made his mind up that he was going to try and cross. Timed it to perfection. What a brilliant combination that was. That lefty serve that swings into a right-hander's forehand is always very awkward to hit. Okay. Skupski pulling that volley away.
Well, they're in the zone right now. They're a game away from defending their title. On a roll. 4 games in a row. It's Skupski and Kravchik who lead by 5 games to 2. And Stosur serving to stay in the match.
Love. To love.
That's a brilliant return. So often we've seen her on the front foot on return serve. You know, ordinarily you'd say that a player would be sort of flailing at balls or trying to retrieve off balance, but so many times she's been able to pick the serve, step in, get that body weight going forward.
I think Ebden would be pretty glad that was called a foul.
I was going to say.
Hawkeye incidentally confirms it was long. He's personified. How would you like at the net from Ebden? The Australian pair will ask the question. Very good service hold from Stosur. Backed up nicely by Ebden at the net.
Lead by 5 games to 3, second set.
Done a Houdini act already today, Matthew Ebden. Has he got another one up his sleeve? The centre court crowd try and get behind Neil Skupski. The Brit serving for the championship.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, what a start to this game. Couldn't have got a better first serve into play. Great accuracy down that centre line.
15 love.
He composed himself before he went up into that service motion.
almost wonder again whether the serve was so short, Ebden got a little stuck. 2 points away.
30 love.
What a great second serve that was. Listen to the noise. Three championship points for the second seeds. It's double delight for Skupski and Kravchuk as they brilliantly defend their title from last year. In this unique Thursday final, it is glory for Great Britain and America. Unbeatable.
Now I'm back with Emma, and we found ourselves at this wonderful exhibit. This is an amazing looking racket, and I want you to tell me all about that. But the question I have for you now, Emma, is we hear a lot in tennis about the open era. For those that don't know, please explain what that is and when it came about.
Yes, so you often hear that records have been broken in the open era, and that's from, as this showcase says, from 1968 to present day. So before 68, there were actually two lots of tennis players in existence. You had those that played at the amateur events, and you had those that played at the professional events. So the amateur events, which included Wimbledon, you were not playing for any prize money. You were playing for the love of the game, and that you should play in a sportsmanlike manner, and you shouldn't really want to win. It was just, you just liked playing tennis. And then there were a separate set of players that actually they wanted to play for prize money, or they had to, that they couldn't afford to travel around the world and not make money out of their sport. And they were allowed to have sponsorship deals and that sort of thing. So you ended up with these two tracks, and you ended up with players like Rod Laver. So this is his racket here, that he won Wimbledon a number of times, and then he turned professional, which meant then he didn't come back to Wimbledon, and we lost him for a few years. But then when both the tours came together, the amateur and professional, the open era started in '68, he came back here and he won in that year. And this is his racket. And the other person who won that year was Billie Jean King, and this is her racket here. So yes, we've got their rackets that they used at that time. But that's why we say that kind of open era, so records have been broken at that point, because then you've got all the tennis players playing together on the same tournaments, the same circuit, whereas before that time some tennis players wouldn't be meeting and wouldn't be competing against each other, so it's quite difficult to say who would have won out of these two people.
That's absolutely fascinating, thank you. And I absolutely love Billie Jean King's racket. That is cool. I'd use that now, to be honest.
Well, ask and you shall receive. Earlier, I was really eyeing these strawberry fanny packs, and the folks at HSBC hooked me up with my very own fanny pack. And in fact, the strawberry fanny pack is also filled now with strawberry flavored candy. But, you know, after having some strawberry candy, I had a hankering for the real thing. And we can't give the flavor of Wimbledon without giving the actual flavors of Wimbledon. So we've got strawberries and cream up here at one of the food stands, which is obviously a classic Wimbledon treat. They are not freshly picked as they are in Wimbledon, but still delicious. So Maria is here helping me out. Maria, how are you doing today?
I'm great. It's been a great day so far. It's been really great.
And what's been the fan feedback so far as you guys offering up some food and the classic strawberries and cream?
This has definitely been the fan favorite.
This is the hit.
Everyone loves it. It's fresh. It's you know, really refreshing because it's so hot today. So it's great. Everyone loves it.
Okay, so we're going to get the pour. Is there any like particular way you have to do this, or is it just like let it rip?
I like a good drizzle. You know, it's whatever it is. You know, it's great. Are you ready for it?
Yeah, let's go. The clotted cream.
It's an English specialty.
All right. Well, I guess we have to try it, right?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to have you open that for me since I have the microphone. I appreciate it. This looks delicious, so I'm very excited. All right. Should I try to hold this? This is going to be a feat if I can do this without spilling all over myself and the microphone. Wow, that's delicious. That is so good.
Sweet but light.
Sweet but light.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I would describe it. This is actually my first strawberries and cream experience. It's not at Wimbledon, but it is at Wimbledon in New York, the Hill in New York, as we have been reporting here all day, and the fans enjoying the tennis, also enjoying the Wimbledon treats like the strawberries and cream. So I'm going to hang out, eat my strawberries and cream. I'll send it back to you guys.
Right at the very back here is Henman Hill, aka Norrie Knoll. And the reason this is a little bit quieter than normal is because people are somewhere else. They are here. This is now the queue for Henman Hill because Cameron Norrie and Novak Djokovic have this effect on Wimbledon. People are queuing up simply to go on the hill. If you've got a ground pass, normally Henman Hill is an absolute guarantee, but you can see there are hundreds of people all queuing up to basically get one of the best seats in the house. If you're not on centre court, you want to be on Henman Hill and watch it in the glorious sunshine with possibly some Pims, possibly some strawberries, but more importantly, just to drink in that incredible atmosphere. We've got young people here, we've got old people here, we've got people who are giving us signs here. Dude, what's your name?
Tom.
And Tom, where are you from?
Tamworth.
You're from Tamworth, from the West Midlands. Who are you supporting today? Are we going Cam Norrie or Novak Djokovic?
Gotta be Norrie.
So he's not doing too well at the moment. He's struggling a little bit.
Coming back.
He's coming back. I like it. We've got positive vibes here.
Yeah.
And how old are you, dude?
13.
And do you play tennis yourself?
Yeah.
So because you are clearly an expert and Norrie can clearly hear you,
Yeah.
if you had a message for Cameron Norrie, what would you say to him?
Win.
Simple as that. Single syllable, single word from a man from Tamworth. Cameron Norrie, win.
Thanks, Radzi. Yes, some excited Cameron Norrie fans there waiting to get on to the hill. Delighted to say Daniela Hantakova has joined me here from our vantage point in the shadow of the beautiful centre court where Norrie is fighting on, but is getting very close to the end of that match against Novak Djokovic. It looks like his race is run. Before we focus on that one, let's talk about what's happened earlier. Obviously, unfortunately for the tournament, for Rafa Nadal, what had to happen, him pulling out last night, Nick Kyrgios through to his first Grand Slam final. In the end, as we heard when he spoke in his press conference, there wasn't really any other choice for Rafa, was there?
Yeah, and you could almost sense it coming when he had the on-court interview, because he said, look, I feel it, and when it's an abdominal strain, you don't want to make it any worse because it takes months, and obviously Rafa's still keen to play a lot of tennis for the rest of the year. It was the smart choice, and for him it's about winning the title, not just playing an extra match, and he felt like, okay, I can't be competitive for 2 extra matches, then it's not worth stepping out on the court, but yeah, obviously very unfortunate. We were all looking forward to that matchup, and you know, just the idea of Nick Kyrgios in the finals of Wimbledon, I mean, it's just unbelievable, and it just shows that after all these years, finally he's proving us all that he's got the talent, he's got what it takes to be at such a late stage of the tournament.
And now we know who Nick Kyrgios will face in the Wimbledon final. It is Novak Djokovic. He has taken this match. Here he is with match point, having lost the open set, and this is how he won it just a few moments ago. Big serve down the tee and fabulous fight back in the end. Norrie came out of the blocks, Danny, didn't he? So fast. We were wondering if we were going to see a huge upset having taken that first set 6-2, but in the end Djokovic figured it out, and from then on the next 3 sets were fairly comfortable.
Yeah, it was incredible start for Cam, having all that pressure on his shoulders and the expectation of the nation. It just shows mentally how ready he was for this match, but obviously that experience that Novak's got playing on this court for so many times and having such an incredible record, it was just too good on a day. But what a tournament this has been for Cam and for British fans, and he has to be so proud of his performance, even today.
We saw the celebration there for Djokovic. Do you sense perhaps a slight sense of relief? Because I'm sure he would have been worried after that first set. Cam had brought a level he's probably never seen from Norrie before.
Yeah, definitely. The way Cam was playing in the first set and playing lefty, having to play against the crowd as well. So there was a lot on the line for Novak to deal with. And sometimes, you know, we don't appreciate how tough it is for him as well, having to face all these challenges, but just because we are so used to him winning. You know, this is the moment in Cam's career that he will remember forever, and the support he got out there on the center court today.
We'll stop and listen to Novak's interview in just a second, but for Cam Norrie, he's going to hopefully use this as inspiration to take another step further at the future Grand Slams.
Yeah, 100%, and also a great sign there today, even though the conditions were extremely hot, and Novak being one of the toughest athletes ever in the history of our sport, he went toe-to-toe with him. Physically, he had no problems. Obviously, what Novak was able to come up with to answer all the physical rallies, it's just sometimes you wonder, what is he made of? I mean, to slide like that on grass, play shots under full stretch and not get injured and still be able to come up with unbelievable passing shots. Honestly, fitness-wise, I've never seen anything like this.
A huge team joining Novak Djokovic. It seems to be ever growing. We saw his father and his mother there watching on from the box. Wife there as well. The kids are in town, aren't they? We've seen Stefan hitting at Arangi as well, the practice courts, all the various coaches and trainers. Goran was in there. And Djokovic is ready now for his interview after the victory. We can listen in to him with Rishi Prasad there on centre court.
Novak, congratulations. If you could start by telling us the level of performance that you've had to produce today to defeat Cam Norrie.
I didn't start off well. He was the better player for the first set, and semi-finals of a Grand Slam. And of course, I've had in the past many semi-finals of Grand Slams, but it's never easy walking out on the court. You have a lot of pressure, expectations from yourself, and of course from others as well. And Cameron didn't have much to lose. You know, he's playing probably tournament of his life, and obviously playing at home, it's never easy. But you know, I wish him all the best. He's a great player. I have a lot of respect for him.
He started brilliantly today, indeed. But tell me, what turned the match around for you? Because you went off for the break after the first set. You put a cap on, and things seemed to turn around.
Sometimes things are simple as that, or maybe not. But yeah, it was very hot today. I think the hottest day of the championship so far. You know, as I said, you're a bit tighter at the beginning of the match. You're not swinging through the ball so smoothly as you would like to. And you know, Cameron was dominating the play, and then I felt like I got lucky in the second set to break his serve in 4-3. He missed a couple of putaways in the middle of the court, and he kind of gifted me that game. And since then, I feel like momentum has shifted a little bit. And you know, but that's the significance of the stage like this and the semi-finals of a Grand Slam.
Can I hit you with some stats? Because I know you every time come out on court, you create new records. You've played in 68 Grand Slam events. This is the 32nd time that you are into a final of a Grand Slam. That's just incredible.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, but the job is not finished.
Of course it's not, because you now have an 8th Wimbledon final to look forward to, and that, of course, is on Sunday against Nick Kyrgios. You know as well as I do Everyone is going to be extremely excited by that. What are your thoughts on what's to come?
Well, one thing is for sure, there's going to be a lot of fireworks emotionally from both. It's going to be his first Grand Slam finals. Obviously, he's very, very excited, and he doesn't have, much to lose, and he's always playing like that. He's playing so freely. He's one of the biggest serves in the game. Just big game overall. A lot of power in his shots. We haven't played for some time. I've never won a set off him, so hopefully, it can be different this time. It's another final for me here in Wimbledon, the tournament that I love so much. So hopefully the experience can work in my favor.
Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Novak Djokovic.
Yeah, confident Novak Djokovic there, speaking after the 4-set victory over Cameron Norrie. And he will stop and sign some autographs for the adoring fans on the side of centre court. And although he did drop a set, I think he'll be happy with the fact he wasn't out there too long, really, for a Grand Slam semi-final. It is a hot day today. He would have wanted to avoid, at all costs, a really long match in the heat.
Yeah, 100%. I think it was just about right, the amount of time Novak has spent and the energy he needed to get through today's match. Obviously, he had to face a very informed Cam Norrie, but he's got to be so pleased with his performance. And just looking at those moments, showing his players box, we were just talking about it off air. It's impressive how much and how many people he's got around him at the later stages of the tournament. It's quite something, because it takes a lot of energy when you have to take care of them. Obviously, he's got help with that, but still, how he manages that as well off the court, it's something quite to admire, and I think that's what helps him to then get eventually to the titles.
Yeah, and we see how travelling with family and sometimes friends can really help relax a player on the court, because when they come off it, it's interesting. I always think to see how players get on after they've had kids, for example. How does it affect them? Does it distract them, or does it actually sometimes make them better, because it means that when they practice and when they've got their matches, it's focus, 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 and the rest of the time they can relax and think about something else? Yeah,
it seems like it's more relaxing them than anything, just because they have a completely different perspective on life within seconds when they come back home after winning or losing matches. And I think it keeps them so well balanced, because they know that the family and people they have around them are just as important as what happens on the court.
Good shot there of the box. It's lucky the boxes are so big, because he's got so many people to sit in it. We saw Goran there, big smile on his face. I saw him at the practice courts a couple of days ago. Obviously, a real fan's favourite, whatever he's doing, but Goran seems to be relishing and enjoying being Novak's coach, even after quite some time now.
And I think especially so here at Wimbledon, which means so much to Goran as well. And I always feel like we get a different Goran when he enters this club, just because of everything that happened to him, and just seeing him out there on the court in the Legends, how much joy and energy he brings to the crowd in the locker room. All the girls, all of us want to play mixed doubles with him, because he's just so amazing with the fans, and how much he genuinely loves the sport and cares about tennis, to making sure it's always at the highest level. And I think this is a dream job for him, to work with Novak, because personality-wise and coming from the same part of the world, he can really relate to whatever Novak has to deal in between the ears mentally, and he's helped him obviously big time with his serve. And he's doing a good job, even though Marian Vajda is not there anymore, that they seem to be finding a nice balance between being super professional but having such fun off the court as well.
Well, here's the tail of the tape. Clearly the numbers were hugely in Cameron Norrie's favour after the first set. Djokovic figured it out, didn't he, in the second, third and fourth. And these total match stats, most of those purple numbers on the left in his favour.
Yeah, they are, but not so much of a difference. So I think that's where Cam has to be very pleased with his performance as well. At 13 aces, Novak's got to be really pleased with that, as well as Goran. And 28 unforced errors in this kind of conditions, super hot. Cam putting a lot of pressure on him. That's quite an impressive low number.
Nick Kyrgios, wherever he was sat watching that match, maybe flicking between the NBA highlights and this match here at Wimbledon. What do you think he made of what he saw?
Well, I think he knows exactly what to expect from Novak, and probably he wouldn't even watch too much because, you know, he wants to save his energy and kind of focus on the finals. I think it's going to be more mentally how ready he's for the biggest match of his life. Obviously, first time for him to be in this territory. This is where Novak's going to have the edge as far as the experience goes. But as far as shot making, I mean, I cannot wait for this matchup because we know the defense of Novak, what he's able to do out there, you know, the Superman splits, and he's going to get every single ball back. And what Nick is going to try to do with his shot making, I mean, this matchup is just the perfect final you want to see.
Yeah, it's going to be brilliant. What did you do in your career ahead of a, you know, a final or a big match? Did you pay much attention to your opponent if they were playing after you?
Obviously, you try to watch a little bit, but you leave it more up to your coach. So you watch few bits and pieces, a few games, not the whole match, so you don't overthink things. Then you kind of try to think what you want to do, and then with the coach you discuss it. I would like to discuss it much longer prior to the match, so it can kind of digest in me, normally the night before. And then in the day of the match, not just to have a good warm-up, and right before the match I would like to be reminded a few tactical things, but I would like to do the homework as soon as possible so that I can kind of be even more prepared for the match.
I also think it's interesting the way that these two players, Kyrgios and Djokovic, would approach, well, any match, but also the final. Djokovic, I know, is a meticulous preparer. He's got people looking at the numbers, the stats, right? Where's Nick been serving this tournament? What do I need to do to win? Whereas I feel like Kyrgios is much more of a feel kind of player, sticks to his guns. I'm sure he's got some input from people that he's working with about what's worked in the past for him against Djokovic. But it's interesting to see the two approaches to a match.
Yeah, it's so individual and it depends so much on the personalities. And exactly like you say with Nick, it's more of how he feels in the moment and trusting his intuition, which is unbelievable. It's, I think, one of the best in history of our sport, where he really goes with the flow of the match. And that's why he's able to do shots that sometimes you're like, how is that actually possible? But because of his pure natural talent, he's able to do that. If he had too much of a tactical plan, I don't think he would be able to do that, just because of how free he can be on the court. Novak, on the opposite, he wants to know the numbers. He needs to know exactly where his opponent is going to serve on a break point. And it's sometimes maybe the players, especially juniors or amateurs, they don't realize how much there is behind matches like this, how much preparation, you know, because of Roger, Rafa, Novak making it look so easy. They think, oh, they just show up on the court and they trust their game. It's not none of that. It's honestly, it's a team effort. And I thought Marian Vajda was one of the best tacticians, Goran as well, and he will be doing his homework big time tonight.
Yeah, I mean, nowadays with obviously the fact that they can access all the matches, the stats, a huge amount of stats the IBM and all the tournaments produce, it is, you can dig down as deep as you want to, can't you, prior to a match?
The tricky thing is, though, when Novak will face Nick, as we were saying, Nick is such a natural player. When you face someone like that, you can't really tell what he's going to do because he doesn't know himself. So then it's kind of hard to have any really precise tactical plan. And this is, I think, where Nick can really surprise Novak with playing shots that Novak would not be normally ready for. So I think it's going to be very tricky. To me, it depends how free Nick will be able to be out there, because, you know, one thing is to do those incredible shots early stages of the tournament, but this is final of Wimbledon, and let's see how mentally he can deal with it.
Yeah, it's an intriguing matchup. Let's catch up with Rachel again. She's been speaking to some other winners from today.
Well, Barbora is dictating this interview, and rightly so, because herself and Katerina just sailed through that semi-final. I think I'm okay to say that, because off camera a moment ago I said good job out there, and you both said great, actually. 6-2, 6-2 in that semi-final to sail through another Grand Slam final here at the All England Club. Katerina, I'll come to you first. Performance out there, you happy with how you guys both played?
Yeah, I'm very happy. I mean, it was an amazing match. I think we did what we wanted, and it was so special to play on center court, so we enjoy it.
Yeah, you really took that opportunity. Before I get to Barbora, because she seems like the leader of this duo here in terms of how she conducts herself. Is that true? Can you talk openly about how Barbora makes you play out there on court?
Why not? I mean, we know what we are doing on the court, and it's really nice that we are both there and we can help each other.
Yeah, Barbara, I'll bring you in now. Centre court, like your partner Katerina just said, what an opportunity as well. Before the men come out for their semi-final, and we know who's out there, the favourite Cam Norrie, I'm British of course, and Novak Djokovic. Yeah, tell me about the experience on centre firstly.
Thank you. First of all, thank you. And I have to say that for me, I think it was the biggest moment, the biggest match of my career, on the biggest court, on the court where you know I always wanted to play on this court, and it took me quite long. And I achieved to play on all the other slams on the center courts, but this one, it was really tough. And when I was actually walking in, yeah, like my heart stopped for a little bit, because it was just really special moment, and yeah, and I mean, it's even better that we won.
I love that she's saying that over Philippe Chatrier, where she won in 2021. That's crazy that she's just said that. Anyway, we'll move on into another final now then. You're looking for your second here at Wimbledon. You obviously achieved that back in 2018 as well. What would it mean to lift the title once again here?
A lot. I mean, it would be really amazing, and I think we would be grateful, but it's still far. We need to fight for it, and we will, and hopefully it will go our way.
What's the process between now and then?
You know, I think to recover, I think that's the most important thing, and then I think we're gonna watch the other semis. We're gonna try to prepare some strategy, and I mean, tomorrow we're gonna practice. We're gonna do our usual stuff, and then we will try to get the best to get in the best shape for the finals. So.
You obviously won the Aussie Open, the French, and Wimbledon, not the US Open yet as a pair. Is that set to change after the performances of today and hopefully in the final, Katerina?
I mean, we will see. We first want to win here, and then we see. I mean, it doesn't matter. Every time you come to the tournament, you want the title, so we will see how it goes.
Lovely to talk to you both. Barbara, Katerina, thank you for your time. Good luck in the final. Hopefully I'll get to chat to you after you collect another title here at Wimbledon. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Back with Emma in the museum. Now, Emma, all week, 2 weeks, we've been talking about that it is 100 years of centre court, such a wonderful and huge momentous anniversary. Tell us a bit about what the museum is doing to honour that.
Yes, we've got a temporary exhibition that we're standing in right now, as we change this exhibition every year. And yes, we decided that we should do it on 100 years of centre court. But as someone else has described it, it's not all about boring, dusty history. It's called Centre Court 100 Years of Change. So what we're looking at is the social changes that have happened across those 100 years, and then looking at it through the lens of tennis. So here you can see we look at social inclusion. So we look at people like Fred Perry, Yvonne Goolagong, Dan Maskell, and sort of how they didn't come from those affluent upper class backgrounds that often people think you have to for tennis. They broke through that barrier and they succeeded here at Wimbledon and across the tennis world. So we look at other themes like race and gender equality and LGBTQ+ as well within this space.
Amazing. Okay. And it's really set up so beautifully. Lots of different colours to mark different areas. So you just mentioned gender equality. And are you responsible kind of doing the bulk of the research on this?
Yes, so we've got wonderful resources here. We've got a beautiful photography collection you can see around me. Huge film archive as well. And we've got the biggest tennis library in the world. So my team and I, yes, we carry out that research and look at our objects in the collection to kind of bring these stories to life as
Amazing.
well.
Okay, so you said here LGBTQ+ rights. Anything to kind of highlight in this for us? It has just been Pride Week and it's Pride Month.
It has, and what really surprised me actually is obviously we've got a lot of people at the ALTC who know a lot about tennis. I learn a lot from them, and many of them have come in here and they didn't know that Helen Jacobs, who was a big star in the 1930s, that she was a known lesbian, but obviously at that point, her lady friends were referred to as her friends. They were obviously not her partner.
Right.
And I think that's been quite surprising for people. They didn't realise that she was just out and proud lesbian, but obviously society kind of would never speak of that at that time.
I see. So you're educating even the hardest, most proficient tennis nuts. Oh, this is lovely. It's lovely to see visuals, isn't it? Tell us a bit about what's going on over here.
Yes, so this is selecting the players and the personalities that we highlight in the exhibition across all these different themes. So yes, you'll see images flash up. We've got Arthur Ashe there, the first black male singles champion at Wimbledon, receiving the trophy on centre court. You've got also Zina Garrison with Navratilova there in that image. So Zina didn't have a clothing sponsor, even though she was sort of number 8 in the world. Women who were playing much lower in the rankings had huge clothing sponsors. She didn't have any, so she reached the Wimbledon singles final, and Navratilova had to lend her clothing from her clothing line to highlight that kind of issue. So it even shows in the 90s the kind of racial barriers within tennis sporting world and actually society more widely was still there, and some of them are still there today, unfortunately.
Yeah. Still something to be worked on. Now, celebrating all abilities. Obviously, the wheelchair tennis has got well underway. It's got very, very exciting. And I see behind me here, you've highlighted some of that. Let's take a look at that.
Yes, so I love watching the wheelchair tennis. Yeah, I really do.
Honestly, it's unbelievably amazing.
They're absolutely incredible athletes. When you see how skillfully they can hit the ball and how fast they can hit it, when you think that they're only using part of their body, and an able-bodied player will be serving using their entire body, is absolutely incredible. So I'd encourage everybody to, if they're on site, go and watch it. If you're at home, do have a look through and have a look at the wheelchair tennis. But we were able to look at other disabilities as well. We highlighted this chap from history, Hans Redl, who lost his arm in the Second World War, and he was allowed to play here, and they sort of changed the rules slightly so that he could serve by flicking the ball up with his racket and then hitting it.
Yes, Olivia's been enjoying herself at the museum, hasn't she, all throughout the day here at the Championship. So much great stuff to see. We were talking with Mark Woodford a little bit earlier on about, I always like seeing some of the old equipment in the museum, and the way that, even in a relatively short amount of time in the last 10 or 15 years, how much everything has moved on. The shoes are different. I mean, they're more like running shoes now, really, tennis shoes. The rackets, the strings, the clothes, everything.
Not only how much, but how fast it has changed. I remember growing up still with my grandmother, who was my first coach, always putting the wooden racket to the thing that actually keeps it and protects it from
warping.
Yeah, exactly. So we're talking about this, going to shoes that are so light that you don't even feel them when you wear them, and it's just unbelievable how much I believe the technical part and how much the rackets improve has helped the players, and that's why we are seeing shots that normally we wouldn't see before, because of the strings and the frames. They are much more player friendly, and they help the players big time.
Did you keep a lot of your old stuff, or were you someone who could let it all go?
No,
is it in a cupboard somewhere?
My very first racket, I have it actually next to all my trophies, because I remember when I was 5 years old, I would always fall asleep with that racket, dreaming that I was gonna make it to the Olympics one day. And then obviously the dress I wore the first time I won my first big tournament, and just things that really mean to me a lot. I do have the Wimbledon mug from the year we won the mixed double. So yeah, just those special things that remind me some moments in my career.
Yeah, great memories. If you have just joined us, Novak Djokovic is through to the Wimbledon final. He'll face Nick Kyrgios, who unfortunately for Rafa Nadal having to give him a walkover, pulling out with that abdominal strain late last night. So Nick was already in the final earlier on today, and Djokovic has joined him. Let's remind you what happened in that final set against Cameron Norrie, and we can join the match in that fourth set.
Or he's insulted by the support that his opponent is getting. And 15 long. Very long.
Djokovic undeterred, back to business. Great defense there.
40 love.
He's a little miffed at some guy getting on him in the corner.
And just
shut him down there. He looks over, says, "How's that feel?"
Djokovic leads 4 games to 2. Fourth set.
The latest in a long line of coaches for Novak Djokovic, Goran Ivanisevic, Marian Vida over the years.
15 love.
It's not only getting to balls that most people don't get to, it's somehow he puts it back, it's close to the baseline, just a lethal combination. Norrie's level has picked up, and it's had to just to stay close.
30-15.
Beautiful change of direction on this backhand. Djokovic was expecting the cross court.
$40-15.
He's battling, you know, that's what he's known for.
Djokovic leads 4 games to 3.
That's why he's got respect in the locker room.
And by
become one of the best players in the world. This easily could have been over already. Djokovic trying to just get that insurance, take the stress away, but it's still there. Some excellent returns he hit to no avail in that particular game.
You can ask no more than a player maximizes their ability and their talent, and the man on the left, Novak Djokovic, we've seen him do it over the years. For Cameron Norrie, it's going to be really interesting as a platform, this long run into the second week of a Grand Slam championship, and it may not be over. He's one of the final 3 men standing here. Who knows how he'll use this and go on, but what a creditable career already that he's had. And has he got one last push in him, trying to break Novak Djokovic and prolong this Wimbledon semi-final? The crowd will certainly try to help.
Djokovic's serving has improved as the match has gone on. Norrie's only won 1 point. And Djokovic's served so far this set. Got to try and make something happen pretty rapidly.
Love.
That's his bread and butter.
All. Ready, 15.
11 aces, just one double, so he's been solid off serve after a sluggish start. 3 times he lost his serve the first set. It's a lot of running for Norrie there. Someone was making some noise during the point. I don't know if that's who Novak's pointing towards.
And Djokovic.
So good, so comfortable, and so full of attitude here. And defiance. I mean, he just wants to take everyone on.
2-3.
He's a game away from a contest with somebody that will relish that sort of look. Norrie serving to stay in this match, in this semi-final at Wimbledon.
Love. Love.
Never gets old to see how precise he can be, this man. Hard to withstand the relentless pressure he gives off.
40-15.
Some energy conservation in the forehand slap from Djokovic there. Didn't look like he wanted to go a 20-shot rally. Is he beginning to think about serving for a place in his 8th final? And that's what he'll do next. Nice hold, Cameron Norrie. Still in it.
Please. Djokovic leads 5 games to 4. 4th set, and by 2 sets to 1.
And he hasn't had a look in, has he? Norrie hasn't had a look in on. I mean, if there's ever a time to get slightly nervy, perhaps it's now serving for a Wimbledon final. John, what does this feel like?
Well, it's a tremendously exciting feeling. It's one that he's been there before for, as you've noted, trying to get to number 8. It's a situation where you talked about it a couple other service games. Try to get a point or two, get some type of lead, get the crowd into it. You know that Norrie's trying to do that. And Djokovic is thinking, okay, don't want to go for an ace. Am I going to play it more conservative? How aggressive am I going to be off the first ball? So these guys' thoughts going through their minds, trying to deal with any eventuality.
Sensational to be back at Wimbledon with a capacity crowd. Djokovic serving for a place in the final, then 5-4, 4th set.
Please.
It seems like a loose error.
Yeah, it's not the start he was looking for. It's a bit of a gift.
Heavy ball, deep.
$15 all. $30-15.
Yeah. Ivanisevic served a few of those.
Perfect serve under the situation to get him to the promised land. Match point.
Serve and volley.
final
3
for
sets to 1.
Novak
2-6,
Djokovic.
6-3.
Crowd not all
6-2,
delighted with the
6-4.
reaction, but he won't worry about that. Brilliant tournament, Cam Norrie.
Centenary year, we now know who the final will be for the men's singles here at Wimbledon. Novak Djokovic safely through to face Nick Kyrgios. What a final that is in store. So many champions, so many greats have achieved incredible things inside that wonderful building there. Whether it is your Roger Federers, whether it is Rafa Nadal, Novak Djokovic, Rod Laver, John McEnroe, Bjorn Borg, Serena Williams, the list goes on and on. Billie Jean King. However, in terms of fans here, I can see smiley faces here. What do you name, sir?
Ollie Betts.
Ollie?
Saskia Lean, Katia Betts.
First of all, what has happened to your finger? You look a little bit under the weather.
Broke my knuckle
Can I ask how?
in a maths lesson.
No way! Right, that's a story we've got to find out. How did you break your knuckle in a maths lesson?
It got trapped between the tables as someone pushed it together.
Wow. And are you feeling okay now?
Yeah, marvellous.
Well, you're all smiling, which is a good thing. Cam Norrie, I think it's safe to say, are we all Cam Norrie fans?
Yeah.
We were hoping he was going to go through. It wasn't to be. How impressive was he, though?
When he won the first set, I thought he was going to manage to do it and get through, but unfortunately, he did not recover after he lost the second set.
It was very impressive. I'm going to walk this side because basically the sun's in these guys' eyes and we're asking them to stare directly into the sun. Now, is this your first time at Wimbledon?
Yeah,
What do you think of this incredible place?
it's insane. It's actually, I didn't expect it to be like that, if I'm honest. I thought it'd like all be together, but it's like a little village. It's really sweet.
It's a special place. Where have you guys come from?
Kent.
So it wasn't too far?
No.
And did you have tickets booked way in advance?
No.
Oh, when did you get them?
This morning.
Oh, amazing. So you guys queued up?
Yeah.
And how long did it take for you to queue up?
I didn't get in the queue.
Oh, so you nice. So you got a free ride?
Tickets before.
Yeah.
Perfect. So you queued up, and then you, mum and dad queued up. Now, for anyone at home who's thinking Wimbledon next year, should I go? Is it worth it? What would you say?
100%. It's definitely worth a trip if you've never been before. I'd 100% recommend it to go.
You're so overwhelmed, we can hardly get our words out. But guys, thank you for talking to us. High five, high five, high five. And finally, what school? Give a shout out to your school. What school did you go to?
Maidstone Girls Grammar School. Hillview School.
Massive shout out to Hillview and Maidstone Girls Grammar School. These guys are legends, and we now know more importantly who the legends will be crowned in just 2 days' time.
Cheers, thank you.
Well done, guys.
Well, it is a family affair here at the Hill in New York. Of course, we are here at Brooklyn Bridge Park, Pier 6, where we have transformed the area into the Hill from Wimbledon. And we have a whole family here who has been watching very carefully and cheering on their favorite players. Ava, who is originally from the Czech Republic, and so you got to see some of your countrywomen win this morning. How was that?
Yeah, we were really happy about that. Not so happy about this result, unfortunately, but yeah, it was a great match.
And you've been to Wimbledon before, so how does this compare to what we see at the real deal?
Well, this is brilliant, and I was in Wimbledon a long time ago, but it was much bigger, obviously, and a good atmosphere, but so it was here as well.
All right, and your husband is Scottish, Fraser.
That's right. Well, I'm very disappointed because Cammy Norrie's father is from Scotland, so we were hoping for Scotland's second favourite tennis player to do something special today, but it's very tough against Djokovic, isn't it?
Yeah, he is a tough competitor for sure, but overall, how has your experience been here at the Hill in New York?
It's been fantastic and very unexpected. We just heard about it this morning, so got up and came down from the hotel and really enjoyed it. Great atmosphere, lovely weather, nice drinks. Can't complain.
And you got the kids here too? You having a good time?
Yeah, it's cool. I like watching tennis. Tennis is fun, but yeah, I'm not that into it. I don't really care that much.
Your parents dragged you here. All right, well, thank you so much. I'm so glad you guys heard about this and popped in, and sorry the result wasn't better, but.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for a great.
All right, back to you.
Thanks, Jamie. Yeah, the Scotsman there slightly frustrated that Cameron Norrie lost his match, but it's a good initiative, isn't it? Transporting the energy of the Hill here at Wimbledon all the way over to New York.
I absolutely love it, and I'm already getting carried away. I have to figure it out with the jet lag how it can work out, but this has got to be done in Melbourne and Paris as well. So whatever Grand Slam is on, I think the other 3 countries should be able to have their own hill somewhere in the city, and you know, join the community like this would be actually funny because we all been there there when we watch at 3 a.m. Matches from here in Melbourne, and have some kind of a meeting point where we can all bring our pillows and kind of watch the matches. So I think it would be really cool if I think all 4 cities can join this kind of idea.
Yeah, it certainly would be. It is amazing, the energy and the atmosphere on the hill when there's a big match on. I mean, everybody remembers when Andy Murray was playing in the Wimbledon final, getting closer and closer and closer to winning. You could almost cut the tension with a knife, and that cheer shook the whole of SW19 when he lifted the trophy. It's almost a atmosphere like a stadium outside the stadium.
Exactly, and in today's technology there's no reason why we can't have that in those other cities, and I think it makes the tennis fans even more excited about our sport, and kind of have them involved, even though they might not have the opportunity to be here in London or the other Grand Slams, and like this, to make tennis even more visible and more accessible for those that are not as lucky as we are to be actually here.
Well, we heard from Novak Djokovic earlier in his on-court interview. Cameron Norrie has just walked in for his press conference after his defeat. Obviously, he'll be disappointed, but it was a battling performance, wasn't it? Taking that first set 6-2, but after that, it was all Novak Djokovic. Here's what Norrie had to say.
Cam, tough one. Just give us your thoughts.
Yeah, it was tough. Obviously, big situation for me, and yeah, it was tough match. Obviously, it started pretty well. He was a little bit nervous from what I could see, and he managed to dry up his errors and really play solid the last 3 sets, and he made it difficult for me.
Cam, where do you think the match changed in Novak's favour?
I think in that second set, it was I missed a couple, or didn't miss them. I think I missed one approach shot that I should have won, and then he picked the right side on a short one, and I missed a couple balls there, and for the majority of the match, it was looking in my favour, and just a little bit of execution, maybe lack of focus in that moment, and then he raised his game, and I think he served unbelievably well after that, and it was tough for me to get into his service games, and I was missing a couple key returns when I needed to in the games that I had chances, and I think that was the difference, and he just locked it down. So I think it was a tough lack of concentration in that moment, and I mean, it wasn't just down to that. It was a lot of other stuff, but it was looking good until then.
How did you rate that first set that you played, given the occasion, expectation, and everything?
Yeah, I think I played okay. I just made a lot of returns. I hit the spots well on my serve. It was, like I said, it was the biggest match of my career, and I think it was pretty 6 out of 10 set. I think I was running a lot and put a lot of balls in the court, and I think like I said, I felt like he was a bit nervous. He wasn't serving as well as I've seen him serve, and then I was winning all the rallies and winning all the longer points. So it was a solid set, but I knew that I had to keep raising the level to have a chance. But in the actual it was a semi-final, my first Grand Slam, and you take the set, 6-2, you take that, and yeah, it was a good start, but it wasn't enough.
Okay.
Great Eye newspaper. Cam, I know it's not the result you wanted, but that moment when you broke in the very first game of the match and you turned around to your box and gave it a big one, and the atmosphere in there was really big. I mean, that will probably live in your memory for quite a long time, won't it?
Yeah, it was great atmosphere, and especially right from the start. Managed to break then, and the crowd was obviously way behind me, and I think I, for the most part, used it to my advantage, and I think a couple of times there at the end looked like he was getting a bit distracted with the crowd, and yeah, for me it was a great atmosphere, and I really enjoyed the atmosphere, enjoyed the match. Obviously not the result that I wanted, a little bit disappointing in terms of the way I executed in a few parts, but yeah, it was nice to start with a break and to start with good energy, and I started hitting the ball the way that I left off against Goffin, so it was a good start.
It's in. He's getting ready for Kyrgios.
Well, the first lob was great, really well executed.
He actually meant that shot.
Yeah.
That's not too bad either.
The first African woman in the Open era to reach the Wimbledon final.
Yeah, Danny, it's going to be such an interesting final between these two, Ons Jabeur and Elena Rybakina. How do you think they're both feeling tonight ahead of this big match, the biggest match of each of their careers?
I think crazy nervous because there's nothing like playing a Wimbledon final, and obviously what there is for them on the court and off the court, especially in Ons' case, you know, how much expectations and attention she carries from the African continent, how much impact she can do there. And I absolutely love the fact that she's so open and so willing to help promoting women's tennis in places that we've never seen before. I know she was super excited to meet Melinda Gates, who is now starting to be part of WTA as well, to do a lot of charities in her part of the world. So it's very inspiring, and she knows a match like tomorrow can make even more impact, and how many young girls will be looking up to her. In Rybakina's case, it's the same thing. You know, so these two have so much on the line, not only on the court, but how much they can affect so many women's lives off the court. And yeah, it will be fascinating, because as far as their game styles, they couldn't be any more different. As far as their experience playing Wimbledon final, they're on the same kind of side of the net. So it will be just about who will be able to deal with it mentally better, who will trust their games better, which is not easy to do when you know, there are so many things to consider that can make you a little bit nervous.
You mentioned the difference in the game styles, and I think that is the really intriguing thing coming into it from a matchup perspective. Rybakina is more, I suppose, the classical game that you see on the women's tour at the moment. Power from the baseline, big serves. There's a lot of players who play a similar game to her, whereas Ons Jabeur, you don't see many players who use the variety, particularly the slice backhand. And does that give Ons a slight advantage sometimes because she's just playing a style that the opponent doesn't see that often?
Yeah, definitely so, and I think also it gives her opportunity. If she gets tied, she has so many different ways to go about her game because she's got so much variety. If that one thing is not working, she can still rely on 9-10 other things in her game, where with Rybakina's style it's more one-sided way of play. But the thing is with Ons, when she gets tight, she's going to be starting to overuse that drop shot, that slice, things that work out normally for her in her favor. When she gets tight, she just overuses them a little bit too much. So also Rybakina's going to have the advantage being able to take the time away from Ons. So it will be important that she actually will try to be very aggressive, even though it's not her game style as much. And you know, these are beautiful scenes because this is where Ons is one of the most loved players in the locker room, just because of how much she gives respect to everyone else, how much she appreciates the opportunity she has to be on the tour. So you know, a fascinating story, and I'm a huge fan. My heart wants both players to win. Obviously, I picked Ons at the beginning of the tournament to go all the way, so I guess 1% I give her a little bit more for tomorrow's final.
She's a fan's favourite wherever she goes, big smile on her face. For Rybakina, it's interesting how she's going to approach this because she knows it's almost on her racket. If she goes out there and serves as well as she knows she can do, smacking the ground strokes from the baseline as we've seen her do so far here at the championships, she can hit through Ons Jabeur, but that's going to require a sustained level for quite some time.
And that also requires to deal with that pressure in a good way, because she knows it's on her racket, so if she trusts her shots, she can lift the trophy. There's a big if, because it's the first time she's into the finals, and it's so important. She's going to have the belief and that she will not doubt herself and keeps going after her shots, because if she backs off a little bit and just, you know, tries to not make mistakes and take a little bit the pace of her shots, then Ons going to be all over her, and she's going to make her very uncomfortable on the
Because
court.
it is a first-time final for both players, how important is the role of the coach and the backroom team the night before and the morning before to prepare these players to be in the right headspace to go and win a Grand Slam title for the first time?
Yeah, I think more than ever, because they don't know what it feels like to be out there, and this is where you need a little bit of a perspective that whatever you're feeling, probably your opponent might feel the same. If you're doubting yourself, maybe that's what's happening on the other side of the court, and that's where that trust to your coach, to your team, it can be even your parent, your brother, sister, you know, just making you understand why you are in the finals, that you really have what it takes, and if you manage to get through 6 matches, there is no reason why you can't do one more. Just I always find it tricky when they say, oh, just go out there and have fun. Well, it's such a hard thing to do when it's a match that you've been waiting all your life for. So yes, it's about finding the balance between having fun, but at the same time grasping the opportunity, trusting your game, and really making sure you give it all 100%, whatever that might be on the day. Maybe you will be tight on your forehand, but you still, you know, have great backhand and serve. So it's important that mentally you stay on your side, and in a match like this, you can't afford for 1 second to be negative or go against yourself.
We've got 3 first-time Grand Slam finalists in the men's and ladies singles finals, but one man who's been there many times before, Novak Djokovic. He's just walked in for his press conference after beating Cameron Norrie today in that semi-final in 4 sets.
Another final. How does that sound?
Good. Very good. Obviously, it's always a goal to get to the championship match. For me, at least, every tournament that I play on, particularly Grand Slam. So, of course, I'm very satisfied and pleased that I am putting myself in a position to win the trophy. Good match today. Didn't start off well as I did in most of my matches here in Wimbledon. I didn't feel so good at the beginning, and a lot of mistakes. Just didn't find my rhythm. You know, nerves were kicking in for both of us. He handled them better and was a better player for 1.5 sets. One poor game from his side and 4-3 second set, and the match turned around. I think the momentum shifted, and I started feeling better, serving better, and just, you know, getting him to move around the court, making him work. And so solid 3 sets after that. You know, I know I always expect from myself that I can play better than I did, but I have to be pleased with this win.
Novak, Rob Moore from The Sun. Can I just clarify, it seemed like you were blowing kisses at a bit of a troll in the centre court crowd. Was that the case, and were you surprised by the reaction of the crowd?
No, I was blowing kisses to somebody that that was cheering for me.
Congratulations on the win today. Nick was in earlier speaking about your romance that's been blossoming over the past few months.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Could you please just speak a bit louder?
Nick was in earlier saying that you've kind of developed a bromance.
A bromance?
A bromance over the past few months. Just wanted to hear your kind of side of things, how your relationship's evolved over the past few years to now.
I don't know if I can call it a bromance yet, but we definitely have a better relationship than what it was probably prior to January this year. But when it was really tough for me in Australia, he was one of the very few players that came out publicly and supported me and stood by me. So that's something I truly appreciate, and you know, so I respect him for that a lot.
Go on, Novak.
Yeah, smile on his face there, Novak Djokovic. He'll be full of confidence ahead of this final against Nick Kyrgios. We've not got too long left. Before we go, though, he will also be worried, won't he? Because he hasn't got the best record against Nick Kyrgios. For some reason, when they've met in the past, even when he has won, he's not always managed to find the key to the match and the way to dismiss Kyrgios in the way that some of the other top players have, you know, Rafa Nadal and Federer. So there will be, in the back of his mind, something about thinking, I've got to make sure I'm on my game because Nick can take this away from me.
Yeah, for sure, and it's that unpredictability that we talked about before, that with Nick you just never know what he's going to come out on the court and be able to do, and I think that you know, Novak likes to have his tactics spot on and to know exactly what to expect and what to do out there. So yeah, no one likes to play against Nick because of this, that you know, he's able to hit winners from all around the court. So yes, this is where Goran's got to do a great homework, and not only tactic-wise but also mentally calming him down and accepting that Nick is probably going to play some unbelievable shots, and doesn't matter how many times Novak has won it here before, it's almost like a fresh new final, and it's honestly it's a 50-50 match.
Okay, before we go, let's have a look at the order of play for tomorrow on centre court. Ladies singles finals day here at Wimbledon. Who will lift the famous Venus Rosewater dish? Prediction, Danny, who's going to take it? Well,
I got to pick up my pick for the tournament, Ons. I think it's going to go the distance. It's going to be super close and crazy exciting. But I just feel like Ons, it's got a little bit more edge just because of the experience and how many times she's played big matches.
Yep, and then after that, a big men's doubles final as well. Ebden and Purcell against Mektic and Pavic. That's it from us for day 12 of the championships. The evening is beautiful here at SW19. Another sunny day, warm temperatures, and we can look forward to finals weekend beginning tomorrow with that ladies singles final where the trophies begin to get handed out here at SW19. From Dani Hantuchova and me, Adam Hunt, it's good night. We'll see you tomorrow.